Hello everyone, I am the storyteller and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The Whitmore Hotel had been bleeding money for 3 years when I took the night supervisor position. Not that anyone told me about the bleeding, financial or otherwise. They just mentioned the pay was good for someone willing to work the graveyard shift in a place where tourists came to experience authentic Victorian charm. What they didn't mention was that authentic Victorian charm apparently included drafts that whispered through the walls like dying breaths and floorboards that creaked with the weight of memories. I should have known something was wrong when they hired me on the spot. No background check, no references called. Just Mr. Caldwell, the day manager, looking at me with eyes that held too much relief when I said yes to the position. He handed me the keys, heavy brass things that felt cold even in the summer heat, and told me the only rule that mattered: check every room at 2:30 a.m. Guest safety, he said, insurance requirements. For the first 2 weeks, everything seemed normal enough. The Whitmore attracted a specific type of traveler: couples seeking weekend escapes, business folk who preferred character over efficiency, and the occasional solo tourist drawn by the hotel's reputation for paranormal activity. I learned their patterns quickly. Room 237 always left their TV on. The couple in 412 never drew their curtains. Room 118 kept their bathroom light burning all night like a beacon against whatever darkness they imagined lurked in the corners. The attic discovery happened on a Tuesday. I'd been hearing scratching sounds above the 3rd floor for days. Probably mice, I told myself, though the noise seemed too rhythmic, too deliberate. When I finally climbed the narrow stairs with my flashlight, expecting to find evidence of rodents, I found something far more unsettling. The pendulum clock stood against the far wall like a sentinel forgotten by time, 7 feet tall, crafted from dark mahogany that seemed to absorb my flashlight beam rather than reflect it. The pendulum hung motionless, its brass surface tarnished to a dull green that reminded me of old copper pennies. But what drew my attention was the clock face itself, the hands frozen at 2:46, as if time had simply given up at that precise moment. I shouldn't have touched it. Every instinct I possessed whispered warnings as I reached for the pendulum, but curiosity has always been my weakness. The moment my fingers made contact with the brass, something shifted in the air around me. The temperature dropped, and for just an instant, I could have sworn I heard the distant sound of breathing that wasn't my own. The clock resumed its ticking with a sound like bones settling. That night, everything changed. My first check at 2:30 a.m. revealed nothing unusual. Guests slept soundly behind their doors, the hallways remained empty, and the elevator hummed its familiar tune. But as I made my way back to the lobby, something nagged at me. A feeling of being watched that settled between my shoulder blades like a cold hand. At exactly 2:46 a.m., the lobby lights flickered. In that moment of darkness, I heard it. The deep, resonant chime of the attic clock echoing through the building's bones. 1, 2, 3 chimes that seemed to reverberate not just through the air, but through my chest, my skull, my very marrow. When the light steadied, everything looked the same, but something fundamental had shifted, like the building itself had exhaled a breath it had been holding for decades. The next night, I positioned myself in the lobby at 2:45 a.m., watching the ornate grandfather clock that stood near the reception desk. Its hands moved with mechanical precision, tick-tock, tick-tock, until they reached 2:46. The attic clock chimed again, 3 deep notes that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. That's when I saw her. A woman in a white nightgown stood at the top of the main staircase, translucent, shimmering like heat waves rising from summer asphalt. She gazed down at me with eyes that held no recognition, no awareness, just a hollow, endless stare. For perhaps 30 seconds, we regarded each other across the lobby. Then she turned and walked down the hallway toward room 318, her bare feet making no sound on the carpet. I knew every guest in the hotel. I had checked them all not 20 minutes earlier. Room 318 was occupied by Margaret Hensley, a middle-aged schoolteacher from Ohio, who always wore flannel pajamas to bed. My hands shook as I climbed the stairs. The hallway stretched before me, lit by sconces that cast dancing shadows on the faded wallpaper. Room 318's door stood slightly ajar, revealing nothing but darkness within. I pressed my ear to the gap and heard the soft, steady breathing of sleep. The next morning, I asked Mrs. Hensley if she had slept well. She smiled and nodded, mentioning only that she'd had the strangest dream about walking through the hotel corridors. When I inquired about the dream, her expression grew puzzled, as if the memory was already fading. Night after night, the pattern repeated. At 2:46 a.m., the attic clock would chime, and the mirror guests would emerge. They appeared in the hallways like echoes made visible, translucent figures that moved with the same rhythm as their sleeping counterparts, yet somehow disconnected from them. A businessman from room 156 wandered the second floor in his striped pajamas, his hollow eyes fixed on some invisible point ahead. The elderly couple from 423 walked hand in hand down the main staircase, their mouths moving in silent conversation. I began documenting their appearances, mapping their routes, timing their movements. The mirror guests never interacted with each other, never seemed aware of my presence. They simply walked their predetermined paths through the hotel's corridors before fading away as the clock's chimes died. But they were becoming more solid. What had started as barely visible impressions now moved with increasing substance. I could hear the whisper of nightgowns against carpet, see the indentation of feet on the Persian runners. The businessman's reflection had begun appearing in the hallway mirrors, though when I turned to look directly at him, only empty air remained. Sleep became elusive. During my off hours, I found myself lying awake, wondering if somewhere in the city, other people were rising from their beds to walk through places they had never been. The thought terrified me more than the mirror guests themselves. This idea that sleep might not be the sanctuary I had always believed it to be. 3 weeks after discovering the clock, I noticed something that made my blood turn to ice water. Mrs. Chen from room 201 had checked out that morning, but her mirror guest continued to appear at 2:46 a.m. The translucent figure in the floral nightgown walked the same route she had taken for 5 nights, even though the real Mrs. Chen was now 300 miles away in San Francisco. That's when I understood the true horror of what I was witnessing. These weren't just reflections of the current guests. They were imprints, memories burned into the hotel itself. How many mirror guests had accumulated over the years? How many translucent figures wandered the halls each night, reliving the same routes over and over? I started noticing them everywhere. Figures that didn't match any current guest registration moved through the corridors. A woman in a nightgown from the 1940s glided past the elevator. A man in old-fashioned striped pajamas stood at the window in the second-floor lounge, staring out at a street that had changed completely since his time. The hotel was becoming crowded with the sleeping memories of everyone who had ever stayed here. The breaking point came on a Thursday night when I saw myself. Standing at the end of the third-floor corridor was a translucent figure in the exact uniform I wore. Navy blue shirt, black pants, brass name tag reading J. Morrison, night supervisor. The mirror me stood perfectly still, watching the lobby from above with an expression of growing horror that I recognized all too well. I wasn't just observing the phenomenon anymore. I had become part of it. That night, I climbed to the attic with a hammer. The clock waited for me in the darkness, its pendulum swinging with hypnotic rhythm. Each tick seemed to echo in my skull, and I could feel something vast and patient watching from within the mahogany case. But as I raised the hammer, a terrible thought paralyzed me. What if stopping the clock didn't end the cycle? What if it trapped all the mirror guests forever in their endless walking? What if the 2:46 a.m. chimes were the only thing keeping them from becoming permanent residents of the Whitmore Hotel? I lowered the hammer and backed away from the clock. Now, 6 months later, I continue my rounds. Every night at 2:46 a.m., I watch the mirror guests emerge from their rooms to walk their appointed paths. The collection grows larger each week, as new guests check in and check out, leaving behind translucent echoes of their sleeping selves. But I've noticed something else in recent weeks, something that keeps me awake during my off hours, staring at the ceiling and wondering about the nature of consciousness and sleep and the thin boundary between waking and dreaming. Sometimes, just sometimes, The mirror guests seemed to be watching me back. And last Tuesday, I could have sworn I saw the real Mrs. Hensley, not her mirror guest, but the actual woman, standing in the lobby at 3:15 a.m., staring up at the attic with an expression of absolute terror before walking mechanically back to her room. When I checked on her 10 minutes later, she was fast asleep in her bed, breathing steadily, her eyes moving rapidly beneath closed lids as if she were walking through endless corridors in her dreams. I've begun to wonder if the mirror guests aren't reflections at all, but windows. And if that's true, then what exactly am I looking through when I watch them walk their nightly routes? More importantly, when they turn to stare at me with those hollow, knowing eyes, what are they seeing on the other side? The clock in the attic continues to tick, marking time until 2:46 a.m. returns, as it always does, as it always will. And I continue my rounds, checking every room, making sure every guest is sleeping safely in their beds while their other selves walk the corridors of a hotel that exists somewhere between waking and dreaming. I just pray I never find an empty bed during one of my checks, because then I would know for certain that the mirror isn't one way, and that some nights we don't just dream about walking through strange places. Some nights we actually go there. Story 2. The camera felt heavier than it should have in my hands, its metal body warming against my palms as I stood before the abandoned textile mill on Route 47. I'd found the Pentax K1000 at an estate sale 3 weeks prior, buried beneath dusty photo albums and forgotten memories. The elderly seller had pressed it into my hands with an urgency that seemed disproportionate to the $20 price tag, her fingers lingering on mine as she whispered that it still had one roll of film inside. "Something special," she'd said, though her eyes suggested otherwise. Now, as autumn wind rustled through the bare branches overhead, I wondered why I'd driven 40 minutes outside the city to photograph this particular ruin. The mill squatted against the gray sky like a massive headstone, its broken windows creating a patchwork of shadow and fading light. 3 stories of red brick, weathered white trim, and secrets that had settled into the mortar like dust. The front entrance hung partially open, the chain that once secured it lying severed in the weeds. I approached slowly, my footsteps crunching on broken glass and scattered leaves. The air smelled of rust and decay, tinged with something else, something organic and sweet, like flowers left too long in stagnant water. Inside, shafts of light pierced the gloom through holes in the roof, illuminating particles that danced and swirled in patterns too deliberate to be random. The main floor stretched before me, empty except for scattered debris and the skeletal remains of industrial machinery. Metal stairs at the far end led to upper levels shrouded in darkness. I raised the camera, feeling its familiar weight, and began shooting. The light meter barely responded in the dim interior, but something about the shadows called to me. Click. The mechanical sound echoed strangely, seeming to multiply and return from corners where no echo should exist. Click. The particles in the light seemed to freeze momentarily, suspended like snow in a globe before resuming their lazy dance. 24 exposures later, I lowered the camera and noticed how quiet everything had become. Even the wind outside had stilled, leaving only the faint tick of settling metal and my own shallow breathing. The sensation of being watched crept up my spine like cold fingers, but each time I turned, I found only empty doorways and pools of shadow that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. I left quickly, suddenly eager to be back in my car with the heater running and the radio filling the silence. The dark room I'd set up in my apartment's spare bedroom felt like a sanctuary after the mill's oppressive atmosphere. Red light bathed everything in warmth as I developed the film, following the familiar ritual that had become meditation. Developer, stop bath, fixer, each chemical bath releasing the captured light in careful stages. But as the images emerged in the developer tray, my hands began to shake. Every single frame showed the same impossible thing: wind. Not the suggestion of movement or the blur of a long exposure, but actual wind made visible. Leaves, dozens of them, caught in violent spirals throughout the mill's interior, lifted and twisted in patterns that defied the building's sealed environment. In some frames, the debris seemed to form shapes, almost like figures reaching upward towards something beyond the camera's view. I hung the negatives to dry with trembling fingers and tried to rationalize what I was seeing. Perhaps the film had been damaged, or the estate sale camera had some mechanical flaw that created double exposures. But as I examined each frame with a magnifying glass, the details became more disturbing. The leaves were perfectly sharp, caught in mid-flight with a clarity that spoke of fast shutter speeds. And in the background of several shots, barely visible in the shadows near the stairs, something else moved. A darkness that seemed to climb upward, frame by frame, as if ascending the steps I'd been too afraid to take. Sleep came fitfully that night, populated by dreams of swirling debris and the persistent feeling that I'd left something unfinished. I told myself I was returning to the mill for rational reasons. The photographs needed explanation, and perhaps a second visit in better light would reveal the source of the anomaly. Maybe there were hidden vents or broken skylights creating air currents I hadn't noticed. Science demanded investigation, not superstition. But as I parked in the same spot 3 days later, I knew I was lying to myself. Something had called me back, something that whispered through the developed images in my darkroom and echoed in the spaces between my thoughts. The mill waited unchanged, its broken windows reflecting an overcast sky. I approached the entrance with the camera ready, a fresh roll of film loaded and tested. The door hung open exactly as I'd left it, and I wondered briefly if anyone else had visited in the interim. Somehow I doubted it. The interior felt different this time, charged with an expectancy that made my skin crawl. Dust motes hung suspended in the light shafts, but they moved differently now, not randomly but with purpose, as if responding to currents I couldn't detect. I raised the camera and began shooting, documenting the same spaces from the same angles, hoping to capture whatever had eluded my eyes before. Click. The sound seemed louder than before, more resonant. The dust motes suddenly accelerated, swirling in tight spirals that lasted just long enough for me to lower the camera and stare. Then they settled back into their lazy dance, as if nothing had happened. Click. This time I felt it, a subtle pressure against my back, like someone breathing on my neck. I spun around but found only empty space and my own footprints in the dust. When I turned back, more particles had joined the dance, leaves and debris I hadn't noticed before lifting from the floor in impossible spirals. Click. The pressure intensified, becoming an actual push. Not violent, but insistent, like a hand placed firmly between my shoulder blades, urging me forward, toward the stairs. I stumbled slightly, catching myself against a rusted beam, and felt the wind for the first time. A current of air that shouldn't exist in the sealed building, carrying scents of earth and decay and something else, something almost familiar. Click. Now the wind was unmistakable, growing stronger with each exposure. Leaves scattered across the floor began to lift and spiral, creating miniature tornadoes that moved with deliberate intent toward the staircase. The pressure on my back increased, no longer subtle but demanding. Whatever wanted me upstairs was growing impatient. I continued shooting, my finger working the shutter release with compulsive urgency. Each click brought stronger wind, more debris, more insistent pushing. My rational mind screamed that this was impossible, that old buildings didn't generate supernatural weather patterns, that cameras didn't summon winds. But my feet were already moving toward the stairs, drawn by a force that felt as natural as gravity and twice as inescapable. Click. The wind roared now, though it made no sound I could hear. Leaves and paper scraps filled the air in complex patterns, and through their chaotic dance, I glimpsed something that stopped my breath. Shapes in the swirling debris, not random, but purposeful. Faces, perhaps, or reaching hands, all pointing upward, all urging me to climb. The stairs groaned under my weight as I began to ascend, the camera still clicking almost of its own accord. Each step brought stronger pressure, both physical and psychological. The wind followed me, wrapping around my legs like eager pets, carrying whispers I couldn't quite understand but felt in my bones. On the second floor, the phenomenon intensified. The wind had substance here, presence. almost personality. It guided me through rooms filled with old machinery and memories, always pushing toward another staircase, another level, another revelation that waited in the darkness above. My hands shook as I loaded a third roll of film, then a fourth. Each frame captured impossible things, wind made visible, debris dancing in patterns that spoke of intelligence, and always, the suggestion of something more waiting just beyond the camera's reach. The third floor felt different, smaller, more intimate, like a secret that had kept itself for decades. Windows here remained intact, though covered with grime that filtered the light into sickly yellow streams. The wind had calmed to a whisper, no longer pushing but guiding, leading me to a specific corner where dust lay thick and undisturbed. Almost undisturbed. In the center of the space, barely visible beneath years of accumulation, something gleamed. I knelt and brushed away the dust with trembling fingers, revealing a collection of objects that shouldn't have been there. More cameras, dozens of them, ranging from ancient box cameras to modern digital models, all arranged in a careful circle, all pointing inward toward a space that seemed to bend light in ways that hurt to look at directly. I raised my own camera, understanding finally washing over me like cold water. This wasn't the first time. I wasn't the first photographer drawn here by impossible winds and developing chemicals that revealed more than they should. The cameras formed a congregation of witnesses, each one adding its vision to something larger, something that needed to be seen, but couldn't be captured by just one perspective. Click. The wind returned with sudden violence, not pushing now but pulling, trying to add my camera to the circle, trying to add my eyes to whatever collective vision was being assembled here. I fought against it, stumbling backward. But the force was incredible, generated not by the building but by something that lived in the spaces between moments, between the clicking of shutters and the development of film. I ran then, clutching the camera to my chest like a talisman, taking the stairs 3 at a time while the wind howled its frustration behind me. Outside, my car felt like salvation. Metal and glass, an internal combustion engine. Solid, rational things that didn't bow to impossible physics or supernatural photography projects. But even now, weeks later, the camera sits on my kitchen table like an accusation. The final roll of film remains undeveloped, waiting in its metal canister. Sometimes, late at night, I think I can hear it whispering, showing me images through the darkness. More wind, more debris, more faces in the swirling leaves, all pointing upward towards something I was meant to witness but lacked the courage to see. The rational part of my mind insists it was all hallucination, stress-induced psychosis brought on by isolation and too many late nights in the darkroom. Chemical fumes can cause strange visions, and old buildings often create their own microclimates through simple physics. But then I remember the weight of that wind, the intelligence behind its movement, and the careful arrangement of cameras in that dust-covered room. I remember how my own camera seemed to know exactly when to click, as if it had been waiting for me as much as I'd been drawn to it. And I remember the estate sale seller's words about the film inside being something special, the urgency in her grip as she pressed the camera into my hands. Had she been there before me? Had she climbed those stairs and seen what waited in that bent space at the center of the circle? The camera waits. The film waits. And somewhere in an abandoned mill on Route 47, the wind continues to blow through sealed rooms, gathering debris and witnesses, building something from accumulated visions that I can't quite name but can feel growing stronger with each passing day. Sometimes I think about going back. Sometimes I think about developing that final roll of film. Sometimes when the apartment is very quiet and the shadows seem to move with purpose, I think I can hear the wind calling from 40 miles away, patient and persistent, and absolutely certain that eventually I'll answer. The camera grows heavier each day, as if it's accumulating something more than light and shadow. And in the darkest hours before dawn, when sleep feels like surrender and waking feels like resistance, I begin to understand that some photographs aren't meant to capture what is, but what wants to be, what needs to be witnessed, what waits in the wind. Story 3. The overhead lights hummed their familiar fluorescent lullaby as I pushed my cart down the narrow aisle of Flight 847, another red-eye that would never see passengers again. 3 months into this graveyard shift cleaning decommissioned aircraft at Hartfield International, and I'd grown accustomed to the peculiar silence that settled over these metal tombs after midnight. But Seat 14B had become an obsession I couldn't shake. Every night, without fail, I'd find it reclined at precisely 45 degrees, the seatbelt hanging loose like a discarded noose, the tray table down with that same bizarre arrangement, 2 perfect circles of salt and sugar, each grain meticulously placed as if measured by an invisible hand. The first time, I'd assumed it was some maintenance worker's idea of a prank. After 2 weeks, I'd started documenting it with my phone. Now, staring at the same immaculate display for the 23rd consecutive night, a cold certainty crept up my spine like ice water. No one else had access to this aircraft after 11 p.m. The security logs confirmed it. I was alone. The salt circle caught the overhead light differently tonight, casting shadows that seemed to pulse with their own rhythm. My fingers trembled slightly as I reached for the small dustpan I always carried, ready to sweep away the evidence of whatever game was being played on my sanity. The granules felt unnaturally warm against the metal surface, and as I disturbed the perfect geometry, a low electrical hum began emanating from somewhere deep within the aircraft's belly. The landing lights outside suddenly blazed to life, strobing against the hangar walls in patterns that made no sense. 3 short, 2 long, 3 short again. Then the PA system crackled, that distinctive pop and hiss that preceded every in-flight announcement I'd ever heard, except this aircraft hadn't been powered for operations in months. Static filled the cabin, white noise that gradually resolved into something that made my blood crystallize in my veins. A voice, barely above a whisper, speaking in the cadenced monotone of a flight attendant. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are now beginning our descent into Baltimore, Washington International. Flight time to BWI has been approximately 2 hours and 15 minutes. We thank you for flying Pan Am." Pan Am, the airline that had been extinct since 1991. I fumbled for my radio, hands slick with sudden perspiration, but found only dead air where dispatch should have been. The announcement continued, cycling through destinations that existed only in aviation history, routes to defunct airports, cities that had changed names decades ago, flight numbers retired before I was born. The cabin temperature plummeted. My breath began to fog as I backed away from 14B, but my eyes remained fixed on the seat where shadows now seemed to undulate independently of any light source. The fabric looked different too, older somehow. The blue synthetic material replaced by something that resembled the vintage patterns I'd seen in pictures of 1980s aircraft interiors. I should have left then. Every rational neuron in my brain screamed at me to drop my equipment and sprint for the exit. Instead, I found myself drawn forward, compelled by a curiosity that felt alien, as if someone else's thoughts were infiltrating my own. The seat looked inviting now, almost welcoming, and fatigue I hadn't noticed before suddenly weighed on my shoulders like lead blankets. The whispered announcements had shifted to a different quality, more personal somehow. "Mr. Davidson, please return to your assigned seat. We'll be experiencing some turbulence, and the captain has illuminated the fasten seatbelt sign." My name. It knew my name. I glanced at my watch. 2:47 a.m. The numbers glowed accusingly in the dim cabin lighting, but they seemed wrong, as if time itself had become negotiable. Hadn't I entered the aircraft at midnight? The lost hours felt like missing frames in a film reel, gaps in continuity that my mind couldn't quite process. Seat 14B waited. The rational part of my consciousness, growing smaller and more distant by the minute, cataloged the impossibilities. The temperature drop, the phantom power systems, the voice that shouldn't exist. Hallucinations brought on by stress, perhaps, or carbon monoxide exposure from some unseen leak. But my feet were already moving, carrying me down the aisle toward the seat that had become the center of my world. I lowered myself into 14B at exactly 3:00 a.m. The transformation was instantaneous and absolute. The dead aircraft around me shuddered to life with the deep, thrumming vibration of engines spinning up to power. Lights flickered on throughout the cabin, revealing rows of seats filled with translucent passengers, their forms wavering like heat mirages. They paid me no attention, these ghost travelers, absorbed in activities I could barely perceive, reading newspapers with headlines I couldn't focus on, conversing in voices that sounded like radio static. Outside the windows, the hangar walls had disappeared, replaced by an endless expanse of cloud-shrouded sky tinted the color of old brass. We were flying, impossibly, through atmosphere that felt too thick, too heavy, as if the very air had been saturated with decades of accumulated dreams and nightmares. The PA system crackled again, and this time I recognized the voice. My own, speaking words I had never said. Current flight time is indefinite. We are currently cruising through the phantom airways at an altitude that cannot be measured by conventional instruments. Estimated arrival time is dependent upon passenger cooperation with navigational requirements. My hands gripped the armrests as understanding began to dawn like a cold sunrise. This wasn't happening to me. I was happening to it. Somehow, by sitting in 14B, I had become part of the aircraft's strange ecosystem, another component in its impossible operation. The ghostly passengers weren't travelers. They were previous cleaners, maintenance workers, anyone who had made the mistake of lingering too long in the presence of something that should have remained buried in aviation history. But I retained enough of myself to feel terror, and with terror came a desperate need to escape. I tried to stand, but the seatbelt that had been hanging loose moments before was now secured across my waist with a tension that felt like steel cables. The fabric cut into my skin when I struggled, and the ghostly passenger beside me, a maintenance worker in overalls that bore the faded logo of a company that had been defunct since 1987, turned his translucent face toward me with an expression of infinite sadness. His mouth moved, but no sound emerged. Still, I understood. Find the route back before the fuel runs out. Fuel. I could feel it now, a finite resource burning away somewhere in the aircraft's ethereal engines. Not jet fuel, but something else. Consciousness, perhaps, or memory, or the simple human conviction that reality follows consistent rules. Whatever it was diminishing, and when it reached zero, I sensed I would join the ranks of the transparent passengers forever. The overhead bins rattled as we banked into a turn that defied physics, angling through dimensions that my perception couldn't quite accommodate. Through the windows, I glimpsed other aircraft, a constellation of decommissioned planes flying impossible routes through airspace that existed only in the margins of the world. Some were military transports from wars that had ended before my birth. Others were passenger liners that had been scrapped decades ago. All were crewed by the translucent. All were burning that same inexplicable fuel. I forced my attention to the seat back pocket in front of me, where a route map materialized like a developing photograph. But this wasn't any map I'd ever seen. The continents were wrong, twisted into configurations that hurt to look at directly. Cities existed in locations where only ocean should be, connected by flight paths that formed patterns reminiscent of circuit boards or neural networks. One route pulsed with a faint green glow, leading from a point labeled current position to a destination marked simply as return. But the path wound through airspace marked with warnings in languages I didn't recognize, through sectors where the map itself seemed to fray at the edges, becoming illegible. The fuel gauge in my peripheral vision, had there been a fuel gauge moments before, showed less than a quarter remaining. Time was running out, measured not in minutes but in the gradual fading of my ability to distinguish between what was real and what was merely memory. I traced the green route with my finger, feeling the paper respond to my touch like a living thing. Each waypoint I followed brought physical sensations, altitude changes that made my ears pop, course corrections that pressed me against the seat. The ghostly passengers around me grew more solid as I progressed, their features becoming clearer, more defined, as if my navigation was somehow restoring them to a greater degree of existence. But with each mile traveled along the phantom route, I felt pieces of my own reality slipping away. Details of my life became uncertain. Did I have a family? An apartment? The specifics dissolved like sugar in rain, leaving only the core certainty that I needed to escape this place before I became as transparent as my fellow passengers. The aircraft banked sharply, and through the window I caught a glimpse of something that made my heart stutter. The hangar where this journey had begun, but viewed from impossible angles, as if we were approaching from several directions simultaneously. The building looked older now, its metal siding corroded and covered with symbols that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The fuel gauge dropped to its final hash mark as we entered what felt like a final approach. The landing gear deployed with a sound like breaking bones, and the engines wound down to a whisper that sounded almost grateful. The ghostly passengers began to fade again, returning to their previous translucent state, and I felt the seatbelt's pressure ease around my waist. We touched down with the gentlest bump, as if landing on a surface made of accumulated dreams. The cabin lights dimmed to their original fluorescent hum, and the impossible atmosphere outside the windows resolved back into the familiar concrete and steel of the hangar. I sat in the darkness for what felt like hours, afraid to move, afraid to breathe, afraid that any sudden motion might shatter whatever fragile barrier separated this reality from the one I'd just escaped. Eventually, when my legs would support me again, I stood and walked to the aircraft's exit, each step an act of faith that the floor would remain solid beneath my feet. The hangar looked exactly as it had before. Same security lighting, same arrangement of equipment, same timestamp on my cleaning schedule clipboard. But when I checked my watch, it read 6:43 a.m. The entire night shift had passed in what felt like minutes, leaving me with memories that already seemed to be acquiring the uncertain quality of dreams. I filed my report as usual. Aircraft 847 cleaned and secured, no anomalies noted. But I never returned to that hangar. I requested transfer to day shift maintenance, told my supervisor I couldn't handle the solitude anymore. He understood. Graveyard shifts in decommissioned aircraft had a notorious turnover rate. Sometimes, though, usually in the hour just before dawn, when the world feels most uncertain, I catch myself listening for the sound of phantom engines spinning up to power. And occasionally, when I'm working on an active aircraft, I'll notice a passenger in seat 14B, reclining at exactly 45 degrees, their tray table down and decorated with perfect circles of salt and sugar. They never respond when I approach these passengers, but sometimes, if I look closely enough, I can see through them to the seat cushion beneath, and I wonder if they're still flying their impossible routes through airways that exist only in the spaces between what is and what was. I wonder if they found their way back, or if they're still burning fuel that doesn't exist, following maps to destinations that were never meant to be reached. Most of all, I wonder if the route I followed that night actually led me home, or if I simply traded one phantom airway for another, and the life I'm living now is just another seat in an aircraft that's been flying in circles since 1987, carrying passengers who believe they've landed, but have never really touched the ground. The certainty I once had about the difference between real and imaginary has never quite returned. And every night, as I drift toward sleep, I find myself listening for the whispered announcements that might be calling me back to complete a journey I never really finished. Story 4. The pen drive arrived on a Tuesday, slipped beneath my office door like a confession someone couldn't bring themselves to make in person. No note, no explanation. Just a silver USB stick wrapped in a torn piece of paper bearing my name in handwriting I almost recognized. The memory foam of my desk chair wheezed as I leaned back, studying the device between my fingers. Marcus had always been dramatic, even back in graduate school. But this felt different. Desperate, maybe. I hadn't heard from him in 3 years, not since he'd left Millbrook College under circumstances the department still whispered about in hushed tones. Something about missed classes, strange behavior, claims of temporal distortions in the old observatory wing. The official story was a nervous breakdown, but Marcus had always been the most grounded person I knew, until he wasn't. The fluorescent lights above my cramped office hummed their familiar death rattle symphony as I inserted the drive. My computer's fan kicked into overdrive, struggling against the October heat that seemed to cling to everything in this building. The drive contained 12 documents, each titled with dates spanning the next month. Lesson plans, I assumed. Marcus had always been meticulous about preparation. I opened the first file. October 15th, Introduction to Temporal Mechanics. The header made my stomach lurch. Professor David Henley, Department of Physics, Millbrook College. My name, my title, my department. But I'd never written this document, never planned this lecture. The course outline described concepts I'd never encountered, mathematical formulas that seemed to dance at the edge of comprehension before sliding away like water through my fingers. Below the header, in stark red text, a single line in Latin. Tempus fugit, sed veritas mane, 113. Time flees, but truth remains. The number 113 sat there like a splinter in my mind. I opened the second file, same header, same name that wasn't quite right. The font was slightly different, the spacing off by millimeters that my eyes caught but my rational mind dismissed. This one detailed a lecture on observational paradoxes in closed time-like curves, scheduled for October 18th. Again, the Latin warning, always ending with 113. By the fourth file, my hands were trembling. Each document described lectures I would supposedly give, but the content grew increasingly disturbing. Theoretical frameworks for observing past events, equations for temporal displacement, warnings about echo-contamination that could bleed through dimensional barriers. The Latin phrases became more aggressive. Caveat emptor temporis, let the buyer of time beware. Spectator spectateur, the watcher is watched. Always that number, 113. I spent the next 3 days avoiding my actual classes, consumed by these impossible documents. Sleep became elusive. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those red Latin warnings burning behind my eyelids. My coffee grew cold on my desk as I researched the phrases, cross-referenced the mathematical concepts, tried to find some logical explanation for what Marcus had sent me. The building felt different during those late nights. The usual sounds, heating pipes clanging, security guards' footsteps, the distant hum of electronics, seemed to carry echoes that arrived a split second before the original sounds. I found myself turning at shadows that shouldn't have been there, catching glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision that vanished when I looked directly. On Friday evening, alone in my office with only the emergency lighting casting sickly green shadows across my desk, I finally understood. The number 113 wasn't random. It was a room number, building coordinates. I pulled up the college's architectural plans from the online database, my fingers moving across the keyboard with a certainty that felt borrowed from someone else. Building G, Wing 3, Room 113, the abandoned observatory wing. Marcus had left breadcrumbs, and I was following them towards something I didn't want to find. The abandoned wing had been sealed since the 1960s, when budget cuts closed the astronomy program. Students told stories about it, urban legends about professors who'd gone missing, about strange lights seen through boarded windows, about recordings of voices speaking in languages that hadn't been invented yet. The administration dismissed these as typical college folklore, but now I wondered if Marcus had believed them, or if they'd believed in him. I made my decision during that liminal hour between night and morning, when rational thought feels as thin as tissue paper. The maintenance tunnels were accessible through the basement, a maze of service corridors that connected every building on campus. I'd explored them as a graduate student, back when trespassing felt like adventure rather than obsession. The tunnels smelled of rust and time, a metallic sweetness that coated my throat and made breathing feel laborious. My flashlight beam carved a narrow tunnel through the darkness ahead, but the shadows behind me seemed to press closer with each step. The concrete walls wept condensation that caught my light like watching eyes. I found the access panel to Wing 3 exactly where the building plans indicated, behind a cluster of pipes that hummed with harmonics I felt in my bones rather than heard. The panel was newer than it should have been, the screws showing recent disturbance. Someone else had been here. Beyond the panel lay a corridor that belonged to a different era. The walls were lined with aged wood paneling, and the air carried the dusty sweetness of old books and something else. Ozone, like the moment before lightning strikes. My footsteps echoed strangely, each sound seeming to arrive from multiple directions at once. Room 113 waited at the corridor's end, its door standing slightly ajar. Pale light leaked through the gap, not the harsh fluorescence of modern fixtures, but something softer, more organic. I pressed my palm against the door, feeling the vibration of machinery beyond. The room shouldn't have existed. Inside, banks of monitors lined the walls, their screens displaying images that made my eyes water when I tried to focus on them directly. Some showed familiar places: my office, my apartment, the lecture hall where I taught. But the timestamps were wrong. Dates in the future, times that hadn't happened yet. Other screens showed the same locations but changed, aged, as if years had passed in moments. In the center of the room sat a chair that I recognized with a shock of vertigo. It was my office chair, the same one I'd been sitting in when I first opened Marcus's files. The memory foam still held the impression of my body. A figure moved in my peripheral vision, and I spun around to find Marcus standing beside one of the monitors. He looked exactly as he had 3 years ago, unchanged by time or circumstance. But his eyes held a depth that seemed to contain decades of accumulated knowledge. "You came," he said, and his voice carried an echo that arrived a heartbeat before his words. "Marcus, what is this place?" He gestured to the screens around us, each one showing a different temporal slice of reality. "The college built this in 1923, back when they thought they could observe the past like looking through windows. They were closer than they knew, but they never understood what was looking back." On one monitor, I watched myself sitting in my office 3 days ago, opening his pen drive for the first time. On another, a version of me sat in the same chair, but older, grayer, with eyes that held the same terrible depth as Marcus's. "The documents you've been reading," Marcus continued, "they're not predictions. They're observations. Records of lectures you will give, knowledge you will gain, choices you will make. But observation changes the observed, David. The act of watching creates the reality being watched." I understood then, with a clarity that felt like drowning. The Latin warnings, the increasing strangeness of my reality, the sense of being watched. I wasn't discovering the truth about this place. I was becoming part of it. "The number 113, I whispered. "Your new office number," Marcus confirmed. "Here, in the observatory, where time isn't linear, where past and future bleed together like watercolors in rain. You've been observing yourself, David, creating your own future by watching it unfold." The screens around us flickered, and I saw myself teaching the lectures from Marcus's files, speaking words I'd never learned to students who listened with rapt attention to theories that shouldn't exist. In some images, I stood beside Marcus, both of us wearing the same expression of terrible understanding. In others, I was alone, surrounded by monitors showing infinite recursions of observation. "You can leave," Marcus said, but his tone suggested otherwise. "The tunnel is still there, the panel's still open. You can go back to your office, delete the files, pretend none of this happened." I looked at the screens showing my future selves, each one slightly different, but all sharing that same depth of accumulated temporal knowledge. And if I stay? Then you become part of the observatory, a watcher who watches watchers watching. Time becomes fluid, reality becomes negotiable, and you learn to speak the language that exists between seconds. The chair in the center of the room called to me, its familiar embrace promising answers to questions I was only beginning to formulate. On the monitors, different versions of myself made different choices, but in every timeline where I left, I returned. Drawn back by knowledge glimpsed, by understanding partially grasped, by the terrible necessity of watching. I thought about my empty office, my routine lectures, my life lived in linear progression from moment to moment. Then I looked at Marcus, who had found something beyond the constraints of conventional time, who had discovered how to exist in the spaces between cause and effect. The chair waited, the monitors hummed with temporal energy, and in the distance, I could hear the echo of my own voice beginning a lecture on temporal mechanics to students who hadn't been born yet in a reality that might never exist. "Time fugit," said Veritas Manet. "Time flees, but truth remains." And in room 113, truth was whatever we chose to observe. I sat down in the chair, feeling its memory foam adjust to my body, like a greeting from an old friend. The monitors brightened, showing new possibilities, new futures branching out like fractals of choice and consequence. Somewhere in the tunnels below, my footsteps still echoed, the sound of someone approaching a door they had already walked through. Marcus smiled, and for a moment, I saw all the versions of him that had existed in this room, layered like double-exposed photographs. Welcome to the observatory, Professor Henley. Your first lecture begins in yesterday, and you've been preparing for it your entire future. The screens flickered, and I began to understand why time might need watchers, and why those watchers might need to be watched in return. The Latin warnings now felt like invitations, and the number 113 had become my address in a geography that existed outside conventional space. I was home. I had always been home. I would always be coming home. And in the space between these truths, something that might have been laughter, or might have been screaming, echoed through dimensions that had no names. Story 5. The fluorescent lights above Pump 3 had been flickering for 6 months, casting intermittent shadows across the cracked asphalt like a strobe light at some twisted nightclub. I'd mentioned it to management 3 times, but corporate had bigger concerns than a dying bulb at a 24-hour gas station on Route 9. The kind of place where the coffee pot hadn't been cleaned since the Clinton administration, and the security cameras were more decoration than deterrent. I'd been working the graveyard shift for 2 years, and the routine had become as familiar as breathing. Stock the coolers at midnight, count the register at 1, clean the coffee machine that nobody used anyway, and then settle in for the long stretch until dawn. The occasional trucker would roll through for energy drinks and gas, maybe a drunk college kid looking for chips and regret. But mostly, it was just me, the hum of refrigeration units, and the steady tick of the analog clock above the lottery tickets. That's why I noticed when things started happening at exactly 2:50 a.m. The first time, I thought it was a malfunction. The electronic chime that announced customers had sounded sharp and clear, cutting through the ambient noise of the convenience store like a blade. I looked up from my magazine, expecting to see someone stumbling in from the parking lot, but the automatic doors remained closed. The motion sensors showed no movement. I walked over and manually triggered the doors, listening to the familiar ding-dong, but it sounded different somehow. Flatter, like an echo of itself. I shrugged it off. These old systems had quirks, and working alone for hours at a time made you hypersensitive to every sound. The mind played tricks when it had nothing else to occupy itself. But it happened again the next night. Same time, same phantom chime, same empty doorway. This time, I checked the security monitors more carefully, scrolling through the 4 camera feeds that covered the store interior and pump area. Nothing. Static on one screen suggested camera 2 was acting up again, but the timestamp read 2:47 a.m., 3 minutes before the mysterious door trigger. By the third night, I was waiting for it. I positioned myself with a clear view of the entrance and kept one eye on the monitors. When the chime sounded at precisely 2:50, I was ready. I saw nothing enter, but something made the hair on my arms stand up anyway. A change in air pressure, maybe, or a shift in the store's ambient temperature. The kind of subtle environmental change that your body registers before your brain catches up. That's when I first noticed the figure on camera 2. The feed was grainy at the best of times, but there was definitely something there. A blur of motion near pump 4, too indistinct to make out details but clearly humanoid in shape. I squinted at the monitor, adjusting the contrast, but the image remained frustratingly vague. Like looking at someone through frosted glass, or trying to focus on something in your peripheral vision. The figure appeared to be holding something cylindrical. A gas can, maybe. I grabbed the flashlight from behind the counter and stepped outside. The night air was thick with humidity and the smell of gasoline fumes, but the pump area was empty. No cars, no customers, no mysterious figures with gas cans. Just the endless chorus of crickets and the distant hum of traffic on the interstate. When I returned to check the monitor, the figure was gone. I started keeping notes after that. Every detail, every anomaly, every deviation from the normal rhythm of the graveyard shift. The timing never varied, 2:50 a.m., like clockwork. The door chime, the blurred figure on camera too, the overwhelming sense that something was present even when all evidence suggested otherwise. I tried to rationalize it. Security cameras were notoriously unreliable, especially the older analog systems. The door sensors could be triggered by temperature changes, electromagnetic interference, even passing vehicles if they were calibrated wrong. There were explanations for everything if you looked hard enough, but explanations didn't account for the feeling of being watched. It started subtle, just a prickle of awareness during the 2:50 a.m. incidents, but gradually it expanded. I'd catch myself glancing over my shoulder while restocking cigarettes, or pausing mid-count during register reconciliation, because I could have sworn I heard footsteps. The sensation was strongest near the windows facing the pumps, as if something was out there in the darkness, studying me through the glass. I mentioned it to Derek, the day shift manager, during one of our handoff conversations. Told him about the door sensor glitches and the camera malfunctions. He listened with the patient expression of someone who'd heard similar complaints from night shift workers before. "Third shift gets weird," he said, not unkindly. "Your brain starts making patterns out of nothing when you're alone too long. Maybe request some vacation time, get your sleep schedule back to normal." But I knew this wasn't sleep deprivation or isolation psychosis. This was something else entirely. The breakthrough came 3 weeks later, when I decided to stay focused on the monitor during the entire 2:50 a.m. window. I watched camera 2 from 2:45 to 2:55, noting every pixel of movement, every fluctuation in the grainy image. And for the first time, I saw the figure clearly. It was a man, or had been once. Tall, wearing what looked like work clothes, jeans and a flannel shirt that hung loose on his frame. He was indeed carrying a gas can, an old-style metal container that he held with both hands like it was precious cargo. His face was turned away from the camera, but there was something wrong with his posture, something that suggested he wasn't quite standing on solid ground. More disturbing was what happened next. The figure approached pump 4 and appeared to attempt fueling the container, going through all the motions of a normal transaction. He lifted the nozzle, inserted it into the can, squeezed the handle, but no gasoline flowed. After several minutes of futile effort, the figure turned toward the store, toward me. Even through the distorted camera feed, I could see his face clearly for the first time. Gaunt features, hollow eyes, and an expression of desperate confusion. He was looking directly at the security camera, directly at me, and his mouth was moving, saying something I couldn't hear through the electronic barrier between us. That's when the real strangeness began. The next night, I prepared for the 2:50 a.m. encounter with a different strategy. Instead of just observing, I would interact. When the door chime sounded and the figure appeared on camera 2, I stepped outside with a confidence I didn't feel. The parking lot was empty, but the sensation of presence was overwhelming, like standing in a crowded room with your eyes closed, knowing you're surrounded by people you can't see. I walked to pump 4, where the camera had shown the figure attempting to fuel his container. "Hello?" I called into the darkness, feeling ridiculous but determined to push through whatever psychological barrier was preventing me from understanding what was happening. "Is someone there?" The response wasn't audible. It was pressure, a sudden weight in the air that made my ears pop. The sensation of being answered without words, acknowledged without sound. And then, something that made my rational mind rebel even as my senses confirmed it was happening. Pump 4 activated. The digital display lit up, showing a transaction in progress. Gallons dispensed, cost calculated, all the normal readouts of someone fueling their vehicle. Except there was no vehicle, no customer, no visible explanation for the pump's sudden activity. I approached the pump carefully, watching the gallons tick upward on the display. 1.2, 1.5, 1.8. Real gasoline was flowing somewhere, but the nozzle remained in its cradle. When I reached for it, the flow stopped immediately, and the display returned to its idle state. That's when I understood that whatever was happening here wasn't just a glitch or a hallucination. Something was actually taking fuel from Pump 4 every night at 2:50 a.m., and it had been doing so for far longer than I'd been paying attention. I started researching the station's history, digging through local newspaper archives and county records. The building had been a gas station for over 30 years, owned by various corporate chains, but serving the same function. A way station for travelers, a convenience stop for locals, a beacon of fluorescent light in the darkness along Route 9. The breakthrough came in a brief newspaper item from 15 years earlier. A man named Paul Hendricks had been found dead beside Route 9, approximately 2 miles south of the gas station. His car had run out of fuel during a winter storm, and he'd apparently attempted to walk to the nearest station for help. He'd been carrying an empty gas can when the storm worsened, and he'd never made it to his destination. The article mentioned that Hendricks had been on his way to pick up his girlfriend from a late shift at the hospital. She'd been waiting in the parking lot for over an hour when the storm hit, eventually catching a ride with a coworker who'd taken pity on her situation. Hendricks's body was discovered the next morning, less than a mile from the gas station where I now worked. A promise unfulfilled, a ride that never came. I started leaving Pump 4 unlocked during the 2:50 a.m. encounters. Not active exactly, but available. I'd disable the payment system but leave the mechanical components functional, creating a window where gasoline could flow without triggering the usual transaction protocols. The results were immediate and disturbing. Every night, exactly 1.7 gallons would dispense from Pump 4 between 2:50 and 2:55 a.m. Always the same amount, always during the same 5-minute window. The security camera would show the blurred figure going through the motions of a normal fuel purchase, and the pump would respond as if serving a legitimate customer. But here's where it got truly strange. Other customers started experiencing problems. Cars that had been properly fueled would suddenly register empty tanks. Drivers would pull away from the pumps only to sputter to a stop before reaching the road, their gauges showing no fuel despite having just completed apparently normal transactions. When I'd investigate, I'd find their tanks genuinely empty, as if the gasoline had simply vanished between the pump and the tank. The pattern was consistent. Every night, Pump 4 would dispense 1.7 gallons to its invisible customer, and that same amount would disappear from the tanks of legitimate customers throughout the following day, as if the phantom was somehow reclaiming fuel that rightfully belonged to him, redistributing it from the living to settle some cosmic debt. I tried to stop it, locked down Pump 4, disabled its power supply, even physically blocked access to the station during the critical time window. But the manifestations only grew stronger. Doors would swing open without triggering sensors. Inventory would rearrange itself overnight. The security cameras would capture impossible images, shadows with no objects to cast them, reflections in windows that showed different scenes than what was actually present, and always, the overwhelming sense of being watched by something that needed help, but couldn't communicate what kind of help it needed. The worst incident happened 6 weeks after I'd first noticed the 2:50 a.m. anomalies. I was working a particularly quiet Thursday night when 3 cars pulled up to the pump simultaneously. Unusual for that time of night, but not unprecedented. A family in a minivan, an elderly man in a sedan, and a young woman in a compact car that had seen better days. They all began fueling at the same time, just before 2:50 a.m. When the door chime sounded and the invisible customer appeared on camera too, I watched in horror as all 3 legitimate customers' transactions went haywire. Their pumps continued running even after they'd released the handles, gasoline flowing onto the pavement in dark streams. The customers tried to stop the flow, pulling at nozzles that seemed locked in place, pressing emergency shutoffs that didn't respond. But what terrified me most was that none of them seemed to notice what was happening. They completed their transactions as if everything was normal, returned the nozzles to their cradles, and drove away into the night. Meanwhile, hundreds of gallons of gasoline continued to pour from all 3 pumps, creating a lake of volatile liquid that should have triggered every safety system in the station. I hit the emergency cutoffs and called the fire department, but by the time I looked back at the parking lot, everything was normal. No spilled gasoline, no environmental hazard, no evidence that anything unusual had occurred. The security footage showed 3 routine fuel transactions with no anomalies whatsoever. But I knew what I'd seen. Just like I knew that the phantom customer had somehow claimed not just his usual 1.7 gallons, but enough fuel to fill whatever void had been created by 15 years of unfulfilled promises and missed connections. That's when I realized I had to find another way to help him. I started staying late on my nights off, positioning myself along Route 9 between the gas station and the location where Paul Hendrix's body had been found. If he was trapped in some kind of loop, endlessly attempting to complete the journey he'd started 15 years ago, maybe I could provide the assistance he'd never received. The first few attempts yielded nothing but cold, lonely hours spent standing beside an empty highway. But persistence paid off. On a particularly foggy Thursday night, I saw headlights approaching from the south, an older model car moving slowly, hazard lights blinking. It pulled over about 50 yards from where I was standing, and a figure emerged carrying a gas can. Even through the fog, I recognized the posture from the security footage. Tall, lanky, wearing work clothes that seemed to hang on his frame like they belonged to someone else. Paul Hendrix, or something wearing his appearance, trudging through the mist toward a destination he'd never reached in life. I approached carefully, not wanting to startle him or disrupt whatever process was unfolding. As I got closer, I could see that he was exactly as he'd appeared on camera. Gaunt, confused, locked in an endless repetition of his final journey. When I offered to give him a ride to the gas station, he looked at me with an expression of such profound gratitude that I had to look away. No words were exchanged, but he climbed into my passenger seat with the careful movements of someone who wasn't entirely sure this interaction was real. The drive to the station took less than 3 minutes, but it felt like crossing vast distances. The radio played only static. The heater blew cold air, and the speedometer remained frozen at 0 regardless of our actual speed. My passenger sat perfectly still, clutching his gas can, staring ahead with the focused intensity of someone who'd been waiting a very long time for this particular moment. When we reached the station, he got out without a word and walked directly to pump 4. I watched from inside the store as he went through the familiar motions of fueling his container, and this time, the gasoline flowed normally. 1.7 gallons, exactly as always, but now dispensed through conventional means rather than supernatural redistribution. When he finished, he turned back toward my car, where I was waiting to complete the circle, to finally deliver him to the hospital parking lot, where someone had been waiting 15 years for a ride that never came. But as I stepped outside to meet him, the fog thickened suddenly, dramatically, reducing visibility to just a few feet. When it cleared moments later, he was gone. The car was gone. Even the wet tire tracks on the pavement had vanished, leaving no evidence that any of it had actually happened. Except pump 4 showed a completed transaction for 1.7 gallons, paid in cash. And I haven't seen him since. The 2:50 a.m. door chimes stopped that night. The security cameras no longer show mysterious figures or impossible shadows. The sense of being watched has faded, replaced by the normal background anxiety of working alone in an isolated location. But sometimes, when the fog rolls in heavy and the fluorescent lights cast their sickly glow across the empty parking lot, I wonder if what I experienced was real, or if the isolation and repetition of the graveyard shift had finally broken something fundamental in my perception of reality. I still keep notes, still pay attention to patterns and anomalies. But now I'm watching for different signs, different distortions in the fabric of normalcy that surrounds this place. Because if one lost soul could become trapped in an endless loop of unfulfilled obligation, how many others might be out there, cycling through their final moments, waiting for someone to notice that they never made it home? The clock above the lottery tickets continues its steady tick, marking time in a world where cause and effect sometimes operate according to rules I don't understand. And every night at 2:50 a.m., I find myself glancing at the security monitors, just in case someone else needs help completing a journey they started long ago. After all, some promises are too important to remain broken, even by death. Story 6. The house key felt heavier than it should have when I first turned it in the lock of Uncle Bruce's farmhouse. 3 weeks had passed since the funeral, and the lawyer's call still echoed in my mind. Something about being the sole heir to a property I'd visited exactly twice in my 34 years. The unemployment checks had stopped coming, my engineering career had crumbled along with the tech sector, and suddenly this inheritance felt less like a burden and more like a lifeline I desperately needed to grab. The front door opened with a groan that seemed to come from somewhere deep within the house's bones. Dust motes danced in the afternoon light that sliced through grimy windows, and the air carried that peculiar scent of abandonment. Stale cigarettes, old wood, and something else I couldn't quite identify. Something metallic and cold. What struck me immediately was how dim everything appeared, despite the windows. It took several minutes of standing in the foyer, letting my eyes adjust before I realized why. Every mirror in sight had been covered with what looked like black bedsheets, draped carefully over the frames, and tucked behind them as if someone had been preparing for a hurricane that never came. The living room contained 3 such shrouded rectangles. The hallway leading to the kitchen revealed 2 more. Even the small mirror above the bathroom sink wore its dark covering like a funeral veil. I counted 11 in total during my initial walkthrough, each one wrapped with the same methodical precision that suggested intention rather than hasty abandonment. Uncle Bruce had always been eccentric. I remembered that much from childhood visits. The kind of man who collected vintage radios and insisted on using a rotary phone well into the smartphone era. But this felt different. This felt like fear. My first night in the house, I left the mirrors covered. Something about the careful way the sheets had been draped, almost reverently, made me hesitate to disturb them. I slept fitfully on the ancient couch, starting awake at every settling creak and wondering what kind of man covers every reflective surface in his home before disappearing. Because Uncle Bruce had disappeared, hadn't he? The official story spoke of a heart attack in his sleep, but no one had found him for nearly a week. The neighbors mentioned he'd become increasingly reclusive in his final months, ordering groceries online and rarely venturing beyond his property line. When they'd finally done a welfare check, they'd discovered him in his bedroom, looking peaceful but somehow diminished, as if something essential had simply left. The second day, curiosity overcame caution. I stood before the mirror in the main hallway, my hand gripping the corner of the black sheet. The fabric felt heavier than expected, almost textured, and when I pulled it away, the mirror underneath gleamed as if it had been polished just yesterday. That's when I first noticed the delay. I raised my hand in greeting to my reflection, expecting the usual synchronized response. Instead, my mirror self remained motionless for perhaps 2 seconds before slowly lifting his hand in return. The movement was precise, identical to mine, but displaced in time like a video call with poor connection. I told myself it was fatigue, stress, the mind playing tricks after months of unemployment, and the emotional weight of inheriting a dead man's secrets. I waved again, more deliberately this time, counting the seconds. 1, 2, and then my reflection followed suit, performing the exact gesture with that same unsettling delay. The rational part of my brain supplied explanations. Old mirrors sometimes created optical illusions. The lighting in the hallway was poor. I needed sleep, proper food, and probably therapy. But as I stood there, watching my delayed reflection copy my movements with mechanical precision, rational thought felt as fragile as spun glass. I uncovered the bathroom mirror next. This time, the delay stretched to nearly 4 seconds. My reflection would blink after I'd already closed and opened my eyes, would turn its head long after I'd looked away. The effect was hypnotic and deeply wrong, like watching a poorly dubbed foreign film where the actor's lips never quite matched the words. With each subsequent mirror I unveiled, the delay increased. The one in the kitchen lagged by 7 seconds. The ornate oval mirror in what must have been Uncle Bruce's study fell behind by 10. By the time I'd uncovered 6 mirrors, my reflection was trailing my movements by nearly half a minute. But it was the communication attempts that truly unnerved me. During those delayed moments, while I stood still and my reflection caught up, I began to notice subtle differences in its behavior. When my mirror self finally completed a gesture, it would sometimes pause before returning to neutral position, as if trying to catch my attention. Small movements that didn't correspond to anything I was doing. A slight tilt of the head, fingers tapping in an irregular pattern, lips moving soundlessly. On the third day, I realized my reflection was trying to speak. I positioned myself before the hallway mirror, the first one I'd uncovered, and waited through the now familiar 2-second delay. When my reflection caught up to my stillness, it began mouthing words with urgent precision. The same phrase, repeated over and over, its face bearing an expression of desperate concentration that I was certain wasn't mirrored on my own features. Reading lips had never been a skill of mine, but the message seemed to be, help him, or perhaps, help here. The movements were too quick, too frantic, and the delay made it impossible to ask for clarification in any meaningful way. That night, I dreamed of Uncle Bruce. He stood in a room filled with mirrors, each one reflecting a different moment in time. In some, he appeared as the man I remembered from childhood, gruff but kind, always smelling of coffee and machine oil. In others, he looked older, more haggard, as if each reflection had aged him years instead of seconds. The dream Bruce was trying to tell me something, pointing at the mirrors with increasing urgency, but no sound emerged from his moving lips. I woke with the absolute certainty that my uncle hadn't simply died in his sleep. He was trapped somewhere, and somehow, the mirrors were the key. The fourth day brought a discovery that shifted my understanding entirely. While searching through Uncle Bruce's desk for any documentation about the property, I found a journal hidden in the bottom drawer, wrapped in the same black fabric that had covered the mirrors. The entries began normally enough. Observations about retirement, complaints about his arthritis, mundane details about daily life. But as the dates progressed toward his disappearance, the tone grew increasingly agitated. The delay is getting worse. Started with just a fraction of a second, barely noticeable. Now it's almost a full minute on some of them. It's like watching myself from a great distance, an echo bouncing back from somewhere I can't reach. I've been trying to communicate with it, with myself. But the delay makes conversation impossible. Sometimes I catch it trying to tell me something during the lag time. Sometimes it looks scared. The old books in the basement mention something called temporal displacement of the soul. Sounds like nonsense, but I can't explain what's happening any other way. The reflection isn't just late. It's lost somewhere between now and then. The final entry, dated just 2 days before Uncle Bruce's body was found, contained only one line. I think I know how to fix this, but I might not come back from where I'm going. I spent that evening staring at myself in the hallway mirror, trying to understand what Uncle Bruce had discovered. My reflection now lagged by nearly 2 full minutes, long enough for me to walk away, get a drink of water, and return before my mirror self had finished whatever movement I'd started. During these extended delays, my reflection's behavior became increasingly erratic. It would gesture frantically at something beyond my view, point at objects that weren't there, and mouth words with such intensity that the tendons in its neck stood out like cables. On the 5th day, I uncovered the mirror in Uncle Bruce's bedroom. This one was different. Larger than the others, it was positioned directly across from the bed, and when I pulled away its covering, I found myself staring at a reflection that wasn't mine at all. Uncle Bruce looked back at me from the mirror's surface. Not as I remembered him, and not as he'd appeared in death, but somehow caught between the two, translucent and flickering like a candle flame in a draft. He was mouthing the same urgent words my own reflection had tried to communicate, and I could finally understand them clearly. Help me. I'm stuck. The delay on this mirror stretched to nearly 10 minutes. I could perform an entire sequence of actions, walking to the window, opening it, returning to the mirror, before Uncle Bruce's reflection would begin to mirror my first movement. But during those 10 minutes of lag time, he wasn't simply replaying my actions. He was actively trying to communicate, his ghostly image pleading for assistance I didn't know how to provide. I tried everything. I pressed my hands against the mirror's surface, feeling only cold glass. I spoke to him, knowing he couldn't hear me across whatever temporal void separated us. I even attempted to synchronize my movements with his delayed responses, hoping to establish some form of dialogue across time. Nothing worked. Uncle Bruce remained trapped in his reflection, caught in a loop of delayed responses that grew longer with each passing hour. The basement yielded more answers, though not the kind I'd hoped for. Among stacks of occult books and technical manuals, I found Uncle Bruce's research notes. Page after page of calculations, diagrams showing light refraction and temporal mechanics, and increasingly desperate theories about consciousness displacement. According to his notes, the mirrors weren't simply reflecting delayed images. They were trapping moments of consciousness, creating a temporal echo chamber where souls could become lost between seconds. The more mirrors one uncovered, the greater the delay became, until eventually the reflection would lag so far behind that it would exist in a completely separate time stream. Uncle Bruce had been experimenting with this phenomenon for months before his disappearance. His final experiment, according to his notes, involved intentionally entering the mirror realm to retrieve what he called lost time signatures, previous versions of himself that had become trapped during earlier experiments. The process had apparently required him to remain perfectly still while staring into the bedroom mirror, allowing his consciousness to follow his reflection into the delay. But something had gone wrong. Instead of retrieving his lost selves, he'd simply added another layer to the trap, becoming permanently displaced in the space between moments. As I read his final calculations, a terrible understanding dawned. The delay wasn't random, it was cumulative. Each mirror I'd uncovered had added to the total displacement, and my own reflection was now lagging by over 3 minutes across all the mirrors combined. If I continued this path, following Uncle Bruce's research to its logical conclusion, I would eventually lose my reflection entirely. But Uncle Bruce was still there, still trying to communicate from whatever temporal prison he'd stumbled into. His reflection had become clearer over the past few days, more solid, as if our proximity was somehow strengthening the connection between his trapped consciousness and the physical world. That night, I made my decision. I positioned myself before the bedroom mirror as Uncle Bruce's notes had described, focusing on my reflection while it slowly caught up to my stillness. When the delay period began, those precious minutes when my reflection was occupied with mimicking my past movements, I concentrated on stepping forward, not physically, but mentally, pushing my consciousness toward the glass surface. The sensation was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Not movement exactly, but a gradual separation, as if part of myself was being drawn away by an invisible current. The world around me began to take on a strange quality, not blurred, but somehow displaced, as if I were viewing it from just slightly the wrong angle. And then I was there, standing in the same room but not quite the same room, where Uncle Bruce waited with relief flooding his translucent features. He explained, his voice coming from a great distance, that this space existed in the gaps between moments, sustained by the accumulated temporal displacement of the mirrors. He'd been trying to return to his proper time stream for weeks, but had become lost in the maze of delayed reflections. The solution, he told me, was simple in theory, but dangerous in practice. We had to synchronize our movements perfectly, using the mirror as a bridge back to real time. But the process required both of us to move together, and any mistake would result in both our consciousnesses becoming permanently trapped in the reflection realm. We practiced for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes in real time. Small movements at first, raising a hand, taking a step, turning our heads in unison. Uncle Bruce's form became more solid with each synchronized action, while I felt myself becoming more translucent, as if our combined focus was slowly trading our positions in the temporal hierarchy. When we were ready, we approached the mirror together from the reflection side, our hands pressed against what felt like the surface of still water. The transition was jarring, a sensation of falling upward while the world rushed past in fragments of color and motion. I found myself lying on Uncle Bruce's bedroom floor, staring up at the ceiling with sunlight streaming through windows that had been dark when I'd begun the experiment. My reflection in the mirror moved in perfect synchronization with my body, no delay whatsoever. Uncle Bruce was gone. Not dead. Simply not there, as if he'd never existed at all. The bedroom looked different too, cleaner somehow, with personal effects I was certain I'd seen before now mysteriously absent. I searched the house for any trace of my uncle's presence and found none. No journal in the desk drawer, no research notes in the basement. Even the mirrors had changed. Instead of the 11 draped rectangles I'd discovered, I found only 7, and these had never been covered at all. The inheritance papers in my car still bore Uncle Bruce's name, but when I called the lawyer's office for clarification, they insisted I'd inherited the property from a great-aunt I'd never heard of, a woman named Barbara, who'd passed away peacefully in a nursing home. Even now, weeks later, I'm not entirely certain what happened in that farmhouse. The rational explanations are all there: stress, unemployment, isolation, and perhaps a minor psychological break triggered by grief and financial pressure. The mind is remarkably good at creating elaborate fantasies to cope with trauma, and inheriting a stranger's property could certainly qualify as traumatic. But sometimes, when I catch my reflection in a store window or bathroom mirror, I notice a slight delay, just a fraction of a second, barely perceptible unless I'm specifically watching for it. And during those brief moments, my reflection sometimes looks slightly different. Older perhaps, or simply more worn, as if it's carrying memories of experiences I can't quite recall. I've learned not to stare too long at mirrors, and I've certainly never covered them with black sheets. Because sometimes, in those moments of temporal displacement, I think I can see him. Uncle Bruce, or perhaps the version of myself that traded places with him, standing just at the edge of perception in a place where time moves differently. The delay is getting longer again. Not much, just a second or two more each week. But I've started noticing it, and sometimes late at night when I'm brushing my teeth or washing my face, I catch my reflection trying to tell me something during those brief gaps in synchronization. I can almost make out the words. They look suspiciously like, "Help me." Story 7. The call came at 3 in the morning, pulling me from uneasy dreams of fog-choked fields. Mrs. Henderson's voice crackled through the phone, tight with something between panic and exhaustion. Her horses were sick, she said, acting strange. Wouldn't eat, wouldn't sleep, just stood pressed against the barn walls like they were trying to push through solid wood. I'd been a veterinarian for 15 years, worked ranches from Colorado to Kansas, but I'd never heard fear quite like that in an old rancher's voice. Margaret Henderson had been raising horses longer than I'd been alive. If something spooked her, it was worth investigating. The drive to her property took 40 minutes through winding back roads that seemed to stretch longer in the pre-dawn darkness. My headlights carved narrow tunnels through air that grew thicker as I climbed toward her ridgetop farm. By the time I pulled into her gravel driveway, a peculiar mist had begun gathering in the hollows between hills, pooling like spilled milk in the pastures. Margaret met me at the truck, her weathered face drawn with fatigue. She led me toward the barn without much conversation, just pointed out how the horses had clustered against the eastern wall, all 7 of them pressed shoulder to shoulder, their eyes rolled white and showing. The sight sent an uncomfortable chill up my spine that had nothing to do with the morning air. Inside the barn, the smell hit me first. Not the usual mix of hay and manure and warm animal hide, but something else underneath, metallic and sharp, like the air before a lightning strike. The horses shifted nervously as we approached, their breathing quick and shallow. But what caught my attention wasn't their behavior. It was the braids. Hanging from each horse's mane were intricate plaits I knew Margaret hadn't put there. The weaving was too complex, too perfect, with a silvery sheen that didn't match the natural color of horsehair. As I reached toward the nearest gelding's neck, my fingers met something that made my breath catch. The braids were cold. Not just cool from the night air, but ice cold, and they seemed to shift slightly under my touch, like they were made of something denser than hair, something that moved independently of the horse's head. When I tried to examine one more closely, bringing it toward the barn's overhead light, it looked almost translucent, catching the illumination in a way that reminded me of captured moonbeams. Margaret watched me work with growing unease. She mentioned that she'd first noticed the braids 3 nights ago, right after a fog bank had rolled across her property, unlike any she'd seen before. The mist had clung to the barn like it was searching for something, she said, And when morning came, every horse wore these impossible plaits. I spent the next hour examining each animal. Physically, they appeared healthy. Heart rates normal, temperatures within range, no signs of injury or illness. But their behavior remained erratic, ears constantly flicking toward sounds I couldn't hear, nostrils flaring at scents that escaped my detection. And always, they pulled toward that eastern wall, as if something beyond it called to them. The strangest discovery came when I tried to remove one of the braids. As my fingers worked to loosen what I thought was an intricate knot, the entire plait seemed to resist, tightening around my hand with a grip that felt almost intentional. In that moment of struggle, I heard something that made my blood freeze. A sound like croaking, but with an unmistakable cadence of human speech. Low and guttural, rising from somewhere near my hands, as if the braid itself were trying to communicate. The words, if they were words, were indistinct, but they carried an urgency that made every nerve in my body recoil. I jerked my hand away, and the braiding immediately loosened, becoming ordinary looking again. Margaret stared at me with wide eyes, confirming she'd heard it too. We stood in the heavy silence that followed, both afraid to voice what we'd experienced. The examination concluded without answers. I prescribed mild sedatives for the horses and promised to return the following evening to check on them. But as I drove home through the dissipating morning mist, I couldn't shake the memory of that cold touch, or the feeling that something had been trying to speak through those impossible braids. The next day passed in a haze of routine calls, but my thoughts kept returning to Margaret's farm. I found myself researching unusual weather patterns, reading about atmospheric phenomena that might explain the strange mist. Nothing I discovered offered any reasonable explanation for what I'd encountered in that barn. As evening approached, I made the drive back to Henderson's property with growing apprehension. The horses showed some improvement from the sedatives, but the braids remained unchanged. If anything, they seemed more pronounced, catching the barn's light with an almost hypnotic shimmer. Margaret looked like she hadn't slept. She told me about the fog that had returned just before dawn, pressing against the barn walls like something alive. She'd watched from her kitchen window as tendrils of mist seemed to probe around the building's edges, searching for entry points. The entire phenomenon had lasted perhaps 20 minutes, then vanished with the first strong rays of sunlight. That second night, I decided to stay. I made myself a makeshift bed in the barn's tack room, positioning myself where I could observe both the horses and the eastern wall they seemed so drawn to. Margaret offered to keep me company, but I sensed this was something I needed to witness alone. The horses remained restless until sometime after midnight. Then, as if responding to a signal I couldn't perceive, they all fell silent simultaneously. The sudden quiet was more unnerving than their previous agitation. In the stillness, I became acutely aware of other sounds, the settling of old wood, the whisper of wind through gaps in the siding, and underneath it all, something that might have been breathing. The mist began forming around 2 a.m. At first, it was just wisps seeping through cracks in the barn's foundation, but within minutes it had thickened into something substantial. The fog didn't behave like any natural phenomenon I'd ever observed. Instead of drifting aimlessly, it moved with apparent purpose, flowing in streams toward specific locations, pooling in corners as if taking inventory of the space. As the mist grew denser, I began to hear the sounds. They started as whispers, too faint to make out individual words, but unmistakably vocal in nature. The whispers seemed to emanate from multiple points within the fog, creating an effect like overlapping conversations in a language I couldn't identify. Gradually, the sounds grew stronger, more insistent, and I began to distinguish what might have been words. "Passage," the voices seemed to say. "Passage. Through. Passage." The horses stood perfectly still now, their braided manes somehow more visible in the strange, luminescent mist. As I watched, the fog began to concentrate around each animal, and I realized with growing horror that the braids were responding, lifting slightly as if the mist were pulling at them. That's when I understood. The braids weren't decorations or even manifestations of some supernatural phenomenon. They were anchors, connections. The mist was using them to maintain contact with our physical world, and through them, It was making its request. Passage, the voices repeated, more clearly now. Through the door. Passage. My eyes were drawn to the barn's main entrance, where the fog seemed to be accumulating most heavily. Whatever these entities were, they wanted access to something beyond the barn, but every instinct screamed against granting that access. The wrongness I'd felt from the beginning intensified, a bone-deep certainty that opening that door would unleash something that should remain contained. The standoff continued until nearly dawn. The mist grew more agitated as the sky began to lighten, the voices becoming more urgent, almost pleading. I found myself taking steps toward the door, my hand reaching for the heavy latch, before some remaining thread of rational thought pulled me back. As the first rays of sunlight penetrated the barn's windows, the fog began its retreat. The voices faded to whispers, then to silence, and within minutes, only ordinary morning air remained. The horses relaxed, their braids once again appearing like nothing more than unusual hair ornaments. But I knew they'd return. Over the following weeks, I visited Margaret's farm every few days, ostensibly to check on the horses, but really to study the phenomenon. The pattern never varied. The mist would arrive in the early morning hours, the voices would make their request for passage, and with the sunrise, everything would return to normal. I researched obsessively, diving into folklore and meteorology, physics and psychology. Was I experiencing some form of shared hallucination with Margaret? Had exposure to some environmental toxin affected our perceptions? The rational explanations felt increasingly hollow as the encounters continued. The breakthrough came when I decided to document everything. I set up a video camera in the barn, positioned to capture both the horses and the area where the mist appeared most concentrated. The next morning, I reviewed the footage with trembling hands. For 4 hours, the camera showed nothing but sleeping horses in an empty barn. No mist, no voices, no supernatural braids lifting in ethereal currents. Just ordinary animals in an ordinary space. But I remembered every detail of what I'd experienced that night. The cold touch of the braids, the urgent whispers requesting passage, the overwhelming sense of something alien pressing against the boundaries of our world. Either the camera had malfunctioned in some impossible way, or my mind was creating experiences with a vividness that rivaled reality itself. The uncertainty became its own form of torture. During the day, surrounded by the familiar routine of my practice, I could almost convince myself that everything had been an elaborate hallucination brought on by stress and suggestion. But each night in that barn brought new encounters that felt absolutely real, each one reinforcing the reality of what I was experiencing. Margaret began showing signs of strain as well. She spoke less, moved more carefully, and I often caught her staring toward the barn with an expression of haunted anticipation. Whatever was happening affected her too, but we rarely discussed it directly. The experience felt too fragile for words, as if talking about it might somehow make it worse. The entities, if that's what they were, grew more persistent with each passing night. The requests for passage became demands. The whispers turned to urgent rustling that sounded almost like argument. I began to sense frustration in their communications, a growing impatience with my refusal to open the barn doors during their visitations. That's when I started considering Margaret's suggestion about the salt. She'd mentioned it weeks earlier, an old protection ritual her grandmother had taught her. Seal the windows and doors with lines of salt and certain things couldn't cross the threshold. It sounded like superstition, but at that point I was willing to try anything that might bring peace to both the horses and my increasingly fragmented peace of mind. The night I brought the salt to the barn, the atmosphere felt different from the moment the sun set. The horses seemed more agitated than usual, pulling at their braids in a way I'd never seen before. When the mist began forming, it appeared thicker, more aggressive, pressing against the barn's walls with what felt like genuine force. The voices that night weren't requests, they were commands. "Open," they demanded. "Open. Passage. Now." I stood in the center of the barn, torn between two impossible choices. I could scatter the salt along the entrances, potentially ending this phenomenon forever. Or I could walk to that door, lift the latch, and grant whatever these entities desired. Both options terrified me equally. As I held the container of salt, feeling its weight in my hands, I realized I'd reached the point where action was unavoidable. The middle ground of passive observation had disappeared. Whatever I chose in the next few moments would fundamentally change everything. The mist swirled around me. The voices grew more insistent, and in the distance I thought I heard Margaret's footsteps approaching through the pre-dawn darkness. Soon she'd be here to witness whatever decision I made. I looked at the salt, then at the door, then at the horses with their impossible braids lifting in currents of fog that might exist only in my mind. And I realized that the most terrifying possibility wasn't that any of this was real. It was that I'd never be certain either way. Story 8. The fluorescent lights in the Starlight Motel's front office buzzed with the persistence of trapped insects, casting everything in that sickly green pallor that made even healthy skin look corpse-like. I'd grown accustomed to it during my 6 months as the night clerk, though I suspected it was slowly driving me insane. The hum was constant, a low-frequency drone that seemed to burrow into my skull and nest there, making my teeth ache by morning. The phone rang at 2:47 a.m., same as it had every night for the past 2 weeks. I let it ring twice before picking up, knowing what I'd hear but hoping, always hoping, that tonight would be different. The receiver felt cold against my ear, colder than the December air seeping through the office's poorly sealed windows. Starlight Motel, this is David. Static crackled through the line, that familiar electric whisper that made my skin crawl. Then came the voice, distant and hollow, as if calling from the bottom of a well. Fisha, Fisha. The word meant nothing to me, but the way it was spoken, with such desperate urgency, made my stomach clench. I'd researched it online during my breaks, finding only that it meant token or chip in Portuguese. But this caller wasn't Portuguese. The accent was wrong, the pronunciation stilted, like someone reading phonetically from a script they didn't understand. "I'm sorry. There's no one here by that name," I said, the same response I'd given for 14 consecutive nights. "If you're looking for a guest, you'll need to." The line went dead. I set the receiver down with shaking hands, noting the time in the logbook. 2:47 a.m., extension 237, the same extension that, according to the motel's floor plans, didn't exist. Extensions ran from 201 to 235, corresponding to the 35 rooms. Room 236 had been removed from the building's layout sometime in the 1980s when they renovated the second floor, and 237 had never existed at all. I'd mentioned this to my supervisor, Mrs. Chen, during my first week of receiving the calls. She'd looked at me with that mixture of pity and suspicion that I'd grown familiar with from previous jobs, then suggested I might be confusing the numbers. When I showed her the logbook entries, she'd shrugged and told me old phone systems sometimes had glitches. Her dismissal had stung, but not as much as the way she'd started checking on me more frequently during her morning rounds. The soda machine in the corner coughed and wheezed, dispensing a Coke that no one had requested. The can clattered into the retrieval slot with metallic finality. I'd stopped drinking from that machine 3 weeks ago, after I'd noticed something strange about the coins in the change return. Walking over to check, I already knew what I'd find. 3 quarters sat in the small metal cup, each one bearing the same impossible date, 1974. I'd collected dozens of these coins now, keeping them in a coffee can under the front desk. Every quarter that came from that machine was from 1974, regardless of when it had been deposited. I'd tested it, feeding the machine with coins from my own pocket, a 2019 quarter, a 2023 penny, a 2020 dime. They all came back as 1974 quarters. The logical part of my mind insisted there had to be an explanation. Maybe the machine had been stocked with old quarters, some collector's hoard that had found its way into circulation. But that didn't explain how my exact change always returned as 3 1974 quarters, regardless of what I'd put in. I pocketed the coins and returned to my chair behind the front desk, trying to focus on the crossword puzzle I'd been working on. but the words swam before my eyes, the fluorescent lights seeming to pulse with each heartbeat. The office felt smaller somehow, the walls pressing inward with each passing minute. At 3:15, I decided to investigate the wiring again. The previous week, I'd traced the phone line for extension 237 through the building's utility spaces. It shouldn't have existed, but the wire was there, running through the walls like a nerve through tissue. I'd followed it from the main junction box, through the ceiling crawl space, down the exterior wall, and around to the back of the building, where it connected to a payphone that had been disconnected for over a decade. The payphone stood like a monument to obsolescence behind the motel, its metal housing pitted with rust and graffiti. The coin slots had been sealed with metal plates, the number pad was missing half its buttons, and the booth's plexiglass walls had been shattered long ago. But the phone itself remained, hanging from its armored cord like a hanged man's tongue, and it never rested in its cradle. I'd tried putting it back dozens of times, pressing it firmly into place and hearing the satisfying click of the mechanism engaging. But every time I returned, an hour later, a day later, sometimes just minutes later, the handset would be dangling free, swaying slightly in whatever breeze managed to find its way into that sheltered corner. Tonight, I brought a flashlight and a small toolkit, determined to solve this mystery once and for all. The back lot was darker than usual, the single security light having burned out the previous evening. My footsteps crunched on broken glass and scattered pebbles as I made my way to the payphone. The handset was hanging, as always. I picked it up, expecting to hear nothing, but instead found myself listening to a dial tone. Impossible. The phone had been disconnected. The utility company had confirmed it when I'd called to ask about the mysterious extension. There was no power to this unit, no connection to any network, yet the dial tone hummed in my ear, clear and strong. My hands moved without conscious thought, dialing the number for the motel's front desk. I watched through the building's rear windows as the phone began to ring in the office, the sound carrying through the thin walls and reaching me across the parking lot. But when I answered the call in the office, somehow moving faster than should have been possible, somehow being in two places at once, I heard only static. Standing in that back lot again, I tried to remember how I'd gotten there. The memory was fuzzy, dreamlike. Had I really been in two places simultaneously, or was my mind playing tricks on me? The night shift did strange things to perception, I knew. Sleep deprivation could cause hallucinations, false memories, temporal distortions, but the dial tone was still there. I hung up the phone and immediately picked it up again. The tone was gone, replaced by silence so complete it seemed to have weight. Then, faintly, I heard breathing on the other end. Slow, deliberate inhalations and exhalations, as if someone were trying to control their panic. "Hello?" I whispered into the mouthpiece. The breathing stopped. "Fisha," came the voice, clearer now than it had ever been through the office phone. "Fisha, Fisha, Fisha." It was my own voice. I dropped the handset and stumbled backward, my flashlight beam dancing wildly across the payphone's corroded surface. The handset swung back and forth on its cord, tapping against the metal housing with a rhythm like a heartbeat. Back in the office, I sat staring at the phone logs I'd been keeping. 14 nights of calls from extension 237. 14 entries showing the same time, 2:47 a.m. But looking at them now, I noticed something I'd missed before. The handwriting wasn't consistent. Some entries were in my neat, careful script. Others were in a looser hand. The letters slightly malformed as if written by someone unfamiliar with the alphabet. Or someone writing with their non-dominant hand. Or someone else entirely. I pulled out the coffee can full of 1974 quarters and examined them under the fluorescent lights. 47 coins, each one bearing the same date, the same mint mark. But their wear patterns were different. Some were pristine, as if freshly minted. Others were heavily worn, their edges smooth from decades of handling. How was that possible if they'd all come from the same machine over the past few weeks? The phone rang again at 4:23 a.m. This time, I didn't answer immediately. I let it ring 6 times while I stared at the caller ID display, which showed only internal and the impossible extension 237. On the seventh ring, I picked up. Starlight Motel. Why won't you give me the tokens? The voice was different now. Not the hollow echo I'd grown accustomed to, but something closer to normal human speech. Still my voice, but with subtle differences in inflection, pronunciation. Like listening to a recording of yourself played back at slightly the wrong speed. I don't understand what you're asking for, I said, though even as I spoke the words, I found myself looking at the coffee can full of quarters. The ficha, the tokens. You keep taking them, but you won't give them to me. Taking them from where? From the machine, from 1974. You keep taking them from 1974. The line went dead, leaving me staring at the receiver with a growing sense of dread. I walked to the soda machine and examined it more closely than I ever had before. The coin mechanism was older than the rest of the machine, a replacement part that didn't quite match the original design. A small metal plate was bolted to its side, and when I shined my phone's flashlight on it, I could just make out the engraved text. Serviced 1974. Coastal Payphone CO. The same company that had once operated the payphone behind the building. I spent the rest of my shift researching Coastal Payphone Company online, finding fragments of information scattered across forgotten corners of the internet. The company had been small, regional, servicing payphones and vending machines throughout the coastal areas of 3 states. They'd gone out of business in 1975, just a year after that service plate was installed. But the most unsettling discovery came in a digitized newspaper archive, a brief article from December 1974, reporting the disappearance of a Coastal Payphone Company technician named David Restrepo. He'd been working alone, servicing payphones at various motels along the coast. His van had been found in the parking lot of a motel. The article didn't specify which one, but David himself was never located. His picture showed a man in his 30s with dark hair and tired eyes. He could have been my brother. He could have been me. The final piece fell into place as I read the article's last paragraph. Restrepo was reportedly obsessed with collecting quarters from 1974, believing they held some special significance. Co-workers described him as increasingly paranoid in the weeks before his disappearance, claiming that he was being watched through the payphones he serviced. As my shift ended and the morning clerk arrived, I found myself standing in the back lot again, staring at the dangling handset. The sun was rising, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, but the shadows around the payphone seemed deeper than they should have been. I reached for the phone, and it reached for me. For a moment that lasted forever, I felt myself splitting. Part of me walking back toward the motel office, part of me picking up that impossible receiver, part of me existing in some space between 1974 and now, where time moved like cold honey and quarters fell like snow. The dial tone was waiting, patient as a held breath. And somewhere in that electronic whisper, I heard my own voice asking for tokens, for ficha, for some small payment that would allow me to make the call that would finally bring me home. The handset swayed in the morning breeze, and I understood that I had always been here, would always be here, catching quarters that fell through the cracks in time and feeding them to a machine that existed in the space between moments. In the distance, I could hear the office phone beginning to ring. It was 2:47 a.m. Story 9. The brass latches felt warm under my fingertips, warmer than they should have been considering the October chill that had settled over my apartment. I'd bought the toolbox that morning at a flea market in Brooklyn, drawn to its weathered mahogany, and the way the vendor's eyes had darted away when I'd asked about its history. Something about inherited estate pieces and a quick need to liquidate, he'd muttered, practically shoving the $20 bill into his pocket before turning to other customers. Now, sitting at my drafting table with the evening shadows stretching across my workspace, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd brought something more than antique tools into my home. The first latch released with a soft click that seemed to echo longer than it should have in my studio apartment. Inside, nestled in burgundy velvet compartments, lay an assortment of woodworking tools that looked like they'd been crafted by master hands decades ago. Chisels with handles worn smooth by countless hours of use, measuring instruments with brass fittings that caught the lamplight, and beneath it all, a collection of papers that made my breath catch. The sketches were unlike anything I'd seen in my 5 years as a furniture designer. Each drawing showed pieces that defied conventional understanding. Chairs that seemed to fold space around themselves, tables with surfaces that appeared to extend beyond their physical boundaries, cabinets with doors that opened onto impossible depths. The pencil work was exquisite, every line deliberate and confident, but the proportions were subtly wrong in ways that made my eyes water if I stared too long. At the bottom of the stack, I found what looked like architectural plans. My own apartment, drawn with perfect accuracy down to the placement of electrical outlets and the slight bow in the hardwood floor near the kitchen. But this version showed furniture I'd never seen, pieces that matched the impossible sketches from above. In the corner, written in spidery handwriting that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at it, were the words, "Complete before dawn," or "Forfeit the foundation." My rational mind supplied explanations. The previous owner had been a furniture designer too. The apartment plans were a coincidence. These Brooklyn walk-ups all had similar layouts. The writing was just an old man's reminder about some long-forgotten deadline. But my hands trembled as I fired up my CAD software, drawn by an inexplicable compulsion to recreate these impossible designs in digital form. I started with the simplest sketch, a 3-legged stool that seemed to support weight that wasn't there. The measurements were precise, noted in margins with the same shifting handwriting, and I found myself translating them into my software with mechanical precision. As the wireframe model took shape on my screen, the apartment seemed to grow quieter, as if the usual city sounds of traffic and neighbors had been muffled by invisible hands. That's when I heard the first knock. 3 measured raps against my front door, deliberate and somehow formal. I glanced at the clock. 11:47 p.m. Too late for casual visitors, too early for emergencies. I minimized the CAD program and approached the door, peering through the peephole into an empty hallway bathed in the sickly yellow glow of fluorescent lighting. The hallway was exactly as it should be, but something felt wrong about the silence that pressed against the door. I waited 5 minutes before returning to my computer, convincing myself it had been a neighbor's door or sound from the apartment below. But as soon as I reopened the CAD file and began working on the stool's impossible joinery, the knocking resumed. This time it was more insistent. 5 rapid knocks followed by a pause, then repeated. The pattern felt familiar, like a code I should recognize but couldn't quite place. Again, the hallway was empty when I checked, but now I noticed that the fluorescent light directly outside my door was flickering in rhythm with my heartbeat. Back at my computer, I found myself unable to stop working. The stool was nearly complete, its 3 legs somehow forming a stable base despite defying every principle of engineering I'd learned. My fingers moved across the keyboard with increasing urgency, adding details I didn't remember seeing in the original sketch. Grain patterns that spiraled into nauseating fractals, joinery that seemed to exist in more than 3 dimensions. The knocking had evolved into something else. Now it came in complex patterns that reminded me of delivery confirmations or pickup requests. The kind of sound furniture movers might make when arriving for a scheduled appointment. But between the knocks, I heard other sounds that made my skin crawl. The scrape of heavy objects being dragged across the hallway floor, the creak of dollies under impossible weight, hushed voices discussing measurements and logistics in words I couldn't quite make out. I checked the time. 2:15 a.m. Dawn was still hours away, but the compulsion to continue grew stronger with each passing minute. I opened the second sketch, a bookshelf that seemed to contain volumes that cast shadows extending far beyond their physical forms. The measurements were more complex now, requiring calculations that hurt my head to contemplate. But my hands kept moving, translating the impossible into digital reality with the kind of focused intensity I'd never experienced before. The sounds outside my door were constant now, footsteps that suggested multiple people, the rattle of equipment, occasional thuds that shook my walls slightly. But every time I checked the peephole, the hallway remained empty except for that persistently flickering light. I began to wonder if the sounds were coming from inside the walls themselves, as if my building was being retrofitted around me by invisible contractors working on impossible schedules. By 3:30, I'd completed 3 pieces, and the nature of the sounds had changed again. Now they seemed to be coming from multiple directions, not just the hallway but from the apartment above, below, and on either side. It was as if my entire building had become a construction site for furniture that existed only in digital form and fevered imagination. The scraping, knocking, and whispered consultations created a symphony of renovation that no one else seemed to hear. I tried calling my neighbor, Mrs. Chen, whose bedroom shared a wall with my workspace. The phone rang and rang before going to voicemail, but I could swear I heard it ringing faintly through the wall, as if her apartment was still there but somehow empty of everything that made it real. The fourth piece, a dining table with a surface that seemed to reflect rooms I'd never seen, required measurements that made my CAD software behave strangely. Lines wouldn't stay where I drew them, angles shifted when I wasn't looking directly at them, and the rendering engine kept calculating surface areas that were mathematically impossible. But I couldn't stop. The compulsion had become physical now, my fingers cramping from hours of precise work, but unable to pause for more than a few seconds. Outside my windows, the city had gone quiet in a way that felt wrong for New York, even at this hour. No sirens, no late-night traffic, no drunk college students stumbling home from bars. Just the soft, insistent sounds of furniture being arranged and rearranged in spaces that shouldn't exist. The clock read 4:45 a.m. when I realized what was happening to the apartment around me. The walls weren't quite where they used to be. The angle between my workstation and the kitchen had subtly shifted, creating a few extra inches of space that hadn't been there before. The ceiling seemed higher, and when I pressed my hand against the wall, it felt somehow less solid, as if the building itself was becoming negotiable. I pulled out the original architectural plans and felt my stomach lurch. In the version I held now, rooms had been erased and redrawn. My neighbors' apartments were marked with red X's, and note in that shifting handwriting read, "Foundations relocated pending completion of commission." The knocking had stopped, replaced by something worse, a patient silence that suggested invisible movers waiting just outside my door for me to finish their order. I could sense them there, perfectly still and utterly focused on the work I was doing. Every completed piece brought them closer to whatever conclusion they were waiting for. 3 pieces remained. The sky outside my windows was still black, but I could feel dawn approaching like a deadline I didn't understand. My fingers flew across the keyboard, creating a wardrobe that seemed to contain clothes for people who didn't exist, a mirror that reflected furniture I hadn't drawn yet, and finally, a chair that appeared to be sitting in multiple rooms simultaneously. As I rendered the final piece, the last impossibly complex joint of the chair's frame taking shape on my screen, the sounds outside my door changed one last time. Now they were the sounds of satisfaction, equipment being packed away, quiet congratulations being exchanged, footsteps moving with the purposeful rhythm of a job well done. The clock read 5:58 a.m. when I saved the final file. I sat back in my chair, exhausted and disoriented, waiting for whatever was supposed to happen next. The apartment felt different now. Not wrong, exactly, but changed in ways I couldn't quite articulate. The proportions were subtly off, the relationships between rooms no longer quite what they had been. When I looked out my windows, the building across the street was exactly as it should be, but I couldn't shake the feeling that if I were to walk outside and look back, my own building might not be where I left it. The brass toolbox sat open on my drafting table, its velvet compartments now empty except for a single sheet of paper I hadn't noticed before. In that same shifting handwriting, a simple message. Commission completed. Delivery scheduled for next new moon. I closed the toolbox and tried to convince myself that exhaustion and caffeine had played tricks on my mind. But when I checked my building's directory in the lobby an hour later, I found apartments that had never existed before, and noticed that several names I remembered were no longer listed. Mrs. Chen's apartment, according to the directory, had never been occupied. The furniture I'd designed in those impossible hours was gone from my computer, the files corrupted beyond recovery. But sometimes, late at night, I can still hear the sounds of invisible movers in my walls, arranging and rearranging pieces that exist somewhere between digital dreams and physical reality. and in the morning light that filters through my windows, the shadows of my familiar furniture sometimes form shapes that match the sketches I found in that brass toolbox. Sketches that I can no longer find, no matter how thoroughly I search. The brass latches are always warm now, even when the October chill settles over my apartment, and I've learned not to open them, because some commissions, once accepted, never truly end. Story 10. The alarm never went off. I woke at 4:17 a.m. anyway, my internal clock more reliable than any device when it came to fishing. The house felt different in those pre-dawn hours, heavier somehow, as if the darkness itself had weight. I dressed quietly, careful not to wake Sarah, though she'd been sleeping deeper lately, almost unnaturally so. The medication, her doctor had said, for the stress. Outside, the November air bit through my jacket with teeth sharper than I remembered from the previous morning. The drive to Millfield Reservoir took 23 minutes along back roads that seemed to stretch longer in the dark, each familiar landmark distorted by shadows that refused to hold their proper shapes. My headlights swept across trees that appeared to lean inward, creating a tunnel effect that made my chest tighten. The parking area was empty, of course. I preferred it that way. No competition for the good spots. No obligation to exchange pleasantries with other early risers. Just me, the water, and whatever lay beneath its surface. I gathered my gear from the trunk, the tackle box heavier than usual, as if the lures had multiplied overnight. The weight of my grandfather's old rod felt reassuring in my grip, a connection to something solid and real. The path down to the water's edge had been worn smooth by countless fishermen over the decades, but this morning it felt treacherous. Loose stones shifted under my boots with sounds too loud for the hour, each step echoing back from the water in ways that seemed wrong. The beam of my flashlight bounced erratically, casting wild shadows that moved independently of their sources. When I reached my usual spot, a small outcropping of rocks that jutted into the deeper water, I set down my gear and allowed myself a moment to appreciate the stillness. The reservoir stretched out before me, its surface like black glass, perfectly reflecting the few stars visible through the overcast sky. No wind disturbed the water, no insects buzzed. Even the usual sounds of nocturnal animals seemed muted, as if the world had wrapped itself in cotton. I began setting up my equipment with the practiced efficiency of someone who had performed these motions thousands of times. Thread the line, attach the sinker, choose the right lure for the conditions. This morning, I selected a silver spoon that had always brought me luck. Its surface dulled by years of use but still capable of catching what little light filtered down from above. As I prepared for my first cast, I caught sight of something in the water that made me pause. At first, I thought it was simply the reflection of clouds, but the sky was uniformly overcast with no breaks in the gray expanse. I leaned forward, squinting into the darkness, and my breath caught in my throat. 3 shapes moved beneath the surface, distinct and clearly defined despite the lack of light. They appeared to be human forms, feminine in their curves and movements, but translucent, visible only as disruptions in the water's perfect reflection of the sky above. As I watched, transfixed, they seemed to become more solid, more real, though still maintaining their ethereal quality. I rubbed my eyes, certain that fatigue was playing tricks on my vision. Sarah had been right about my sleeping habits lately. Too many early mornings, too much time spent alone by the water. When I looked again, the shapes were still there, clearer now, and I could make out individual features. Hair that flowed with currents that didn't exist on the surface. Faces that were beautiful in an otherworldly way. Eyes that seemed to look directly at me even from beneath the water. My hands shook as I raised the rod, though I told myself it was just the cold. The logical part of my mind insisted this was nothing more than an optical illusion, perhaps some unusual refraction of light from the distant highway, or maybe vegetation stirring in underwater currents. But the shapes moved with purpose, with intelligence, tracking my movements as I prepared to cast. I launched the lure into the water with more force than necessary, sending it arcing through the air in a perfect trajectory that would place it well beyond the mysterious shapes. But as the line sailed out, something impossible happened. The three forms in the water rose toward the surface, their translucent hands reaching upward, and I watched in disbelief as ethereal fingers closed around my fishing line. The rod nearly jerked from my grasp as the line went taut, not with the familiar weight of a fish, but with something else entirely. The tension was constant, unnatural, as if whatever held my line was testing its strength rather than trying to break free. I tried to reel in, but the mechanism resisted, the handle turning with difficulty against an invisible force. Through the water's surface, I could see the three shapes more clearly now. They had not risen completely to the top, but hovered just beneath, their forms rippling with the gentle movement of the water. Their hair moved in slow, hypnotic waves, and their eyes, those luminous, impossible eyes, remained fixed on mine. One of them held my fishing line in both hands, examining it with what appeared to be curiosity rather than alarm. I found myself leaning forward, drawn by their gaze, when a voice drifted across the water from the opposite shore. It was soft, melodious, and unmistakably female, though the words seemed to come from multiple directions at once. "Cross over," the voice said, or perhaps it was three voices speaking in perfect unison. "The fish are larger on this side. They wait for you in the deep places." I turned toward the source of the voice and saw them, three women standing on the far shore, perhaps 200 yards away. But that was impossible. I had been watching the water, and no one could have moved that quickly or quietly across the terrain. The figures were indistinct in the darkness, visible only as pale shapes against the tree line, but their postures mirrored those of the forms beneath the water. "Come to us," the voices continued, and now I was certain they came from across the water rather than from beneath it. "We have what you seek, the catch that will end all searching." My grip tightened on the rod as conflicting impulses warred within me. Every rational thought screamed that this was wrong, that I needed to leave immediately, pack my gear and drive home to the safety of familiar surroundings. But another part of me, a deeper part that I didn't fully understand, wanted to know more. The promise of the perfect catch, the fish that would justify all those early mornings and cold hours by the water, sang to something primal in my fisherman's soul. I looked down at the water again and saw that the three shapes had moved closer to my position. They floated just beneath the surface now, close enough that I could see the details of their faces with startling clarity. They were beautiful, yes, but their beauty was of a kind that didn't belong to the world above water. Their skin held a luminescence that had no earthly source, and their eyes reflected depths that seemed to extend far beyond the confines of the reservoir. The fishing line remained taut between us, a connection that felt increasingly significant. Through that thin strand of nylon, I could sense something of their nature, ancient, patient, and utterly alien to human understanding. They were not malevolent exactly, but neither were they benign. They simply were, existing in a space between elements, neither fully of the water, nor entirely separate from it. "The sun will rise soon," the voices from across the water said, and I realized with a start that the eastern horizon had begun to show the faintest hint of gray. Time had moved differently while I stood transfixed by the encounter. Hours might have passed, or perhaps only minutes. My sense of duration had become unreliable. "When dawn comes, the lake chooses," the voices continued. "Surface or depth, reflection or reality. Which will you be?" I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the November air. The implications of their words settled over me like a weight, and I began to understand that this was not merely an encounter, but a test, or perhaps an invitation to something far more permanent than I had initially realized. The shapes in the water began to move again, circling my position in a slow, hypnotic dance. My fishing line followed their movements, the rod bending and flexing as they guided it through the water. I tried to release the tension, to let go of the line entirely, but my hands seemed frozen in place, locked around the grip as if by some external force. Across the water, the three figures on the shore had begun to move as well, walking along the waterline in perfect synchronization with their underwater counterparts. Their movements were fluid, graceful in a way that suggested they were not entirely bound by the same physical laws that governed my own clumsy existence. "The others came before you," they said, and their voices now carried a note of something that might have been sadness. "They chose the depths. They found what they sought, but they could not return to tell of it." The eastern sky continued to lighten, and I could see more details of my surroundings now. The reservoir looked different in the approaching dawn, larger somehow, its boundaries less defined. The familiar landmarks I had used to navigate to this spot seemed to have shifted, and I couldn't quite locate the path that had brought me here. More disturbing was the realization that my equipment appeared different as well. The tackle box beside me seemed older, more weathered than I remembered. The surface of my grandfather's rod showed scratches and wear patterns that I was certain hadn't been there when I arrived. Even my clothing felt different against my skin, as if it had been worn by someone else for a very long time. "Choose quickly," the voices urged, and now there was definitely urgency in their tone. "The moment approaches when the choice will be made for you." I looked down at the water one final time, and what I saw there made my heart skip. The three shapes beneath the surface were no longer alone. Other forms had joined them, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, stretching down into the depths of the reservoir like an underwater constellation. They were all human in basic shape, but varied in their details, as if representing different eras, different styles of dress and appearance. Some looked recent, their forms still sharp and clearly defined. Others appeared ancient, their outlines blurred by what might have been centuries of submersion. All of them held fishing lines. The horror of understanding hit me like a physical blow. This place, this reservoir, was not simply home to mysterious entities. It was a collection point, a gathering place for those who had answered the same call that had brought me here. The voices across the water had not lied. Others had come before me, and they had indeed found what they sought. But the price of that discovery had been everything else. The first rays of actual sunlight broke across the horizon, painting the water's surface with streaks of gold and red. The moment the light touched the reservoir, everything changed. The shapes beneath the water began to fade, becoming translucent once again, and the voices from across the shore grew distant and indistinct. But the fishing line remained taut. I felt a tugging sensation, not just on the rod but on something deeper, something essential to my being. The lake was indeed choosing, and I could sense the pull toward the water growing stronger with each passing second. My feet moved forward without conscious direction, carrying me toward the edge of the rocks. With tremendous effort, I forced myself to stop, to resist the inexorable draw toward the depths. The rational part of my mind seized control long enough for me to consider my options, and I realized that there might be a way to break the connection without surrendering to it completely. I reached into my tackle box and pulled out my knife, the blade catching the morning light as I raised it toward the fishing line. But as I prepared to cut myself free, I hesitated. The line represented more than just a connection to whatever lay beneath the water. It was proof that this encounter had actually occurred, evidence that I had not simply imagined the entire experience. The tugging sensation increased, and I felt my resolve beginning to weaken. The voices from across the water had resumed their calling, though their words were now harder to make out in the growing daylight. The shapes beneath the surface continued to fade, but I could still see them watching, waiting for my decision. In the end, I made my choice not through courage or wisdom, but through simple, stubborn refusal to let go of the life I knew. I cut the line with a single swift motion, the blade parting the nylon with a sharp snap that seemed to echo across the entire reservoir. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The remaining shapes beneath the water scattered like disturbed fish, disappearing into the depths with fluid grace. The voices from across the shore fell silent, and the oppressive weight that had pressed down on me throughout the encounter lifted suddenly, leaving me gasping as if I'd been holding my breath for hours. I gathered my equipment with shaking hands, no longer caring about the early morning fishing opportunity I had originally sought. The tackle box felt normal again, and my grandfather's rod showed no signs of the mysterious wear I had noticed earlier. Even my clothing seemed to have returned to its familiar state. But as I turned to leave, I made the mistake of looking back at the water one final time. The reservoir had returned to its normal appearance, its surface once again reflecting the sky with perfect fidelity. However, just beneath that reflection, barely visible in the morning light, I could see my severed fishing line floating on the current. And wrapped around it, like fingers reluctant to let go, were 3 strands of hair that moved with their own rhythm, independent of the water's flow. I left the reservoir quickly, not daring to look back again, and drove home through a world that seemed somehow less solid than it had before. Sarah was awake when I arrived, standing in the kitchen with a cup of coffee and a concerned expression. "You're back early," she said, studying my face with the careful attention she had developed over recent months. "No luck?" I wanted to tell her everything, to share the impossible experience and seek reassurance that I had not lost my grip on reality entirely. But the words wouldn't come. How could I explain something that I wasn't certain had actually happened? How could I describe an encounter that left no evidence beyond my own shaken state and a growing certainty that I would never feel safe near deep water again? "No," I said finally, setting down my gear and accepting the coffee she offered. "No luck at all." But even as I spoke, I could feel the weight of 3 pairs of eyes watching me from somewhere far away, patient and eternal, waiting for me to return. Because they knew, as I was beginning to understand, that I would return. Perhaps not today, perhaps not next week, but eventually. The lake had made its choice after all. It had let me go this time, but not permanently. I was marked now, connected to something that existed in the spaces between elements, between the real and the impossible. And somewhere in the depths of Millfield Reservoir, my fishing line continued to drift with the current, carrying with it the promise of the perfect catch that would justify any price. The sun climbed higher in the sky, burning away the last traces of the morning mist, but I found no comfort in its warmth, because I knew that tomorrow morning, despite every rational thought and every instinct for self-preservation, I would wake at 4:17 a.m. and feel the irresistible urge to return to the water's edge. After all, the best fishing always happened just before dawn. Story 11. For the first time I heard the marbles, I thought it was rain. 3 days into owning the triplex on Meridian Street, I was cataloging furniture arrangements in my head when the sound started. A gentle rolling, like glass beads across hardwood, coming from somewhere above my bedroom ceiling. I paused, pen hovering over my notepad, and listened. The rolling continued for exactly 37 seconds. I counted. When it stopped, the silence felt heavier than before. I'd bought the place after 6 months of searching, drawn by its Art Deco facade and the surprising spaciousness of 3 full floors in downtown's historic district. The seller, Mrs. Caldwell, had been eager to close, too eager perhaps, but I attributed that to her recent widowhood and desire for a fresh start. The building inspection had been thorough. No structural issues, no water damage, no pest problems. Everything checked out perfectly, except for one small discrepancy I dismissed at the time. The architectural survey listed the building as 4 stories, while the city records showed 3. Clerical error, the realtor had assured me. These old buildings, the paperwork gets mixed up over the decades. Now, lying in my new bedroom on what should have been the top floor, I wondered about that 4th story. The rolling came again the next night, same time, 11:47 p.m., and lasted the same duration. I grabbed a flashlight and climbed the narrow staircase that led from my bedroom to what should have been the roof access. The door at the top was locked, painted the same pale green as the rest of the building's interior trim. I pressed my ear against it, but heard nothing beyond the usual urban symphony of distant traffic and air conditioning units. During the day, I called Caldwell Properties, the agency that had handled the sale. "I'm sorry, Mr. Harrison, but Mrs. Caldwell is no longer with us," the receptionist explained. "She relocated to Phoenix immediately after your closing. Is there something I can help you with?" I described the building's layout, mentioning the discrepancy between the survey and city records. The receptionist put me on hold for nearly 10 minutes before returning with a different story. Our records show 1247 Meridian as a 4-story building, Mr. Harrison. 3 residential floors and a 4th floor that's, let me see, listed as utility and storage access. You should have received those blueprints with your closing documents. I hadn't. When I asked her to email me a copy, she promised to look into it and get back to me within the week. That night, the marbles rolled for 42 seconds. I tried different real estate offices the next day, curious about their records. Meridian Realty had the building listed as a 3-story triplex with potential for expansion. Hartwell and Associates described it as a 4-story building with restricted access to upper level. Each agency seemed to have different blueprints, different square footage calculations, different histories for the same address. The discrepancies should have been frustrating, but instead they felt ominous, like pieces of a puzzle that had been deliberately scattered. On Friday night, the rolling lasted a full minute. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, counting the seconds and trying to identify the pattern of movement above. It wasn't random. The sound traveled in a specific path, from the far corner of what would be directly above my closet, across to the area above my bedroom door, then back again in a smooth arc, as if someone was pacing or rolling something back and forth with deliberate precision. I called a locksmith Saturday morning. "Old buildings like this," he said, examining the green door at the top of my stairs. "Sometimes they seal off areas for insurance reasons. Probably just storage up there, maybe some old HVAC equipment." The lock was newer than the door, he noted. Installed within the last 5 years, judging by the brass finish and the mechanism style. He quoted me $200 to open it, cash only, and suggested I verify with the city that I wasn't violating any building codes by accessing the space. I paid him, but as soon as the lock clicked open, he gathered his tools quickly and left, claiming he'd remembered another appointment. His hurried departure felt less like coincidence and more like escape. The door opened onto a narrow staircase that led up into darkness. I climbed slowly, flashlight beam dancing ahead of me, revealing walls covered in the same pale green paint, but somehow duller, as if the color had been drained by time or shadow. The stairs creaked under my weight with sounds that seemed too loud, too sharp for the small space. At the top, I found another door, this one unlocked. Beyond it lay a perfect replica of my bedroom below. Same dimensions, same window placement, same hardwood flooring. But the walls were bare, painted that same drained green, and the air felt thick and stale, like breath that had been held too long. In the center of the room sat a small pile of glass marbles, maybe 2 dozen, arranged in a neat circle on the floor. I stepped inside, and the floorboards groaned beneath me with a sound that resonated through the building's bones. The window looked out onto Meridian Street, but the view was wrong. The angle too steep, the perspective too high for a 4th floor that shouldn't exist. Through the glass, I could see the tops of buildings that should have been taller than mine, and beyond them, structures I didn't recognize despite having walked these streets for weeks during my house hunting. I knelt beside the marbles and noticed they were still warm, as if someone had been handling them moments before my arrival. When I touched one, it rolled away from my finger with more momentum than physics should have allowed, joining the others in a gentle spiral that reminded me of water circling a drain. The sound they made was exactly what I'd been hearing each night. I backed toward the door, but it had closed behind me. The handle turned freely, but the door wouldn't budge, as if it had sealed itself against the frame. Panic crept up my throat like smoke, and I pushed harder, throwing my shoulder against the painted wood. Nothing. The marbles continued their slow spiral on the floor, and as I watched them, the room began to feel smaller, the ceiling lower, the walls closer. My breathing grew shallow and quick, and I could hear my heartbeat echoing off the green-painted surfaces like a drum in a cavern. Then the elevator dinged. The sound came from somewhere beyond the far wall, impossible but unmistakable. The cheerful electronic note of an elevator arriving at its destination. I pressed my ear against the wall and heard the mechanical slide of opening doors, the pneumatic sigh of settling machinery. In the corner of the room, barely visible in the flashlight's peripheral glow, I noticed a narrow opening I hadn't seen before. Not a door, exactly, but a gap in the wall, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. The marbles had stopped rolling. The room was silent except for my ragged breathing and the distant hum of the elevator machinery. I approached the opening and found it led to a small alcove with 2 elevator doors. Both were open, revealing cars that looked decades newer than the building's exterior would suggest. The left car was brightly lit, its walls lined with mirrors that reflected infinitely, creating a tunnel of light that made my eyes water. The right car was darker, lit only by a single amber bulb that cast everything in the color of old honey. I chose the right elevator. The doors closed as soon as I stepped inside, and I realized there were no buttons on the control panel, just a small brass plaque that read, "Night service only." The elevator began to move, not up or down, but sideways, as if the building had extended itself horizontally into spaces that couldn't possibly exist. Through the amber light, I watched the floor indicator above the doors cycle through symbols instead of numbers. A circle, a triangle, a series of lines that looked almost like text in a language I didn't recognize. When the elevator finally stopped, the doors opened onto dawn. I stepped out onto a sidewalk that looked like Meridian Street but wasn't. The buildings were the same architectural style, the same height and proportions, but they had no doors. Windows lined their facades at regular intervals, all dark except for occasional glimpses of movement behind the glass, shadows that suggested occupants but never revealed them clearly. The sky was the pale gray of early morning, but there was no sun visible, just an even illumination that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The air smelled like copper and old paper, and when I tried to breathe deeply, it felt thin, insufficient. I walked down the sidewalk, looking for some way to orient myself, some landmark that would make sense of where I was. The street signs were in that same strange script I'd seen in the elevator, symbols that hurt to look at directly, as if they were vibrating at a frequency just beyond perception. From the windows above, I began to hear voices. They were speaking English, but backwards. Whole sentences reversed, syllables flipped, creating a rhythm that was almost musical but deeply unsettling. I caught fragments that resolved into meaning when I played them backwards in my head. Ni vail ebluoi nus, and mo roid niftanak woi. You'll be leaving soon. You can't find your home. I started walking faster, then running, but the street stretched on identically. Same doorless buildings, same dark windows, same backwards voices drifting down like a twisted lullaby. My footsteps echoed off the facades with a sound like breaking glass. And behind me, I heard the elevator ding again, then again, as if more cars were arriving to discharge passengers into this impossible neighborhood. When I finally stopped running, chest burning and legs trembling, I found myself in front of a building that looked exactly like my triplex on Meridian Street. Same Art Deco details, same pale green trim, same narrow windows. But there was no entrance, just blank wall where the front door should have been. I pressed my hands against the smooth surface and felt it vibrate gently, like a purring cat or a machine running just below the threshold of hearing. The vibration traveled up my arms and into my chest, syncing with my heartbeat until I couldn't tell where the building ended and I began. From somewhere above, I heard the familiar sound of marbles rolling across hardwood. Then I was back in the green room, gasping and sweating, the pile of marbles still spinning slowly on the floor. The door behind me stood open, revealing the staircase down to my bedroom. My flashlight had died, but pale morning light filtered through the window, showing me the city I recognized, the correct city, with doors and proper sky and buildings that followed the rules of architecture and physics. I stumbled down the stairs and into my bedroom, then kept going down to the main floor, out the front door, and onto the sidewalk. The morning air tasted like exhaust and coffee and normalcy. Traffic moved past in predictable patterns. People walked by carrying newspapers and briefcases and dogs on leashes. Everything was exactly as it should be. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't been back to the 4th floor since then, but I sealed the green door with a deadbolt and a chain lock. The marbles still roll every night at 11:47, lasting a little longer each time. Last night, they rolled for nearly 5 minutes. I've contacted 7 different real estate agencies about my building, and each one has different records, different blueprints. different stories about its history. Some say there's no fourth floor. Others insist there are 5 floors. One agency claimed the building was demolished in 1987, though I'm clearly living in it. The city planning office has no record of 1247 Meridian Street existing at all. I keep meaning to move, to put the place back on the market and find somewhere that makes sense. Somewhere that doesn't require me to question the fundamental reliability of space and time. But every morning, when I wake up in my correct 3-story triplex on the correctly numbered street in the correctly existing city, I feel like I've escaped something. An escape, I'm learning, can become its own kind of addiction. The marbles are rolling now as I write this. It's 11:47 p.m., and they've been going for 7 minutes and counting. Sometimes I think I can hear voices with them. Not backwards this time, but speaking in languages that sound familiar until I try to identify them, then slip away like water through cupped hands. I know I should leave. I know that whatever's happening here is growing stronger, more insistent, like something trying to call me back to that amber elevator, and the dawn that isn't dawn, and the voices that speak in reverse. But I also know that if I leave, I'll spend the rest of my life wondering if any of it was real, or if I simply lost my mind during those first few nights in a new place. Stress and sleep deprivation creating elaborate hallucinations to fill the gap between my expectations and reality. The marbles have been rolling for 11 minutes now. I think I'm going to go upstairs and unlock the green door. Not to go through it, just to prove to myself that it's still there, that the 4th floor exists, that I didn't imagine the whole thing, just to check. The marbles are calling, and I think I'm finally ready to answer. Story 12. The night shift at Mel's Gas & Go had always been quiet, but quiet in the way that made your skin crawl if you thought about it too long. The kind of quiet that pressed against your eardrums until you heard things that weren't there, or maybe things that were. I'd been working the graveyard shift for 3 months when it started. The fluorescent lights hummed their eternal song above the rows of snacks and energy drinks, casting everything in that sickly yellow glow that made even healthy people look like corpses. Outside, the courtyard lights created islands of harsh white in an ocean of darkness, illuminating the gas pumps like surgical tables. That's where I first saw him. He appeared between the pumps around 2:17 a.m. on a Tuesday, and I knew the exact time because I'd been watching the digital clock above the register, willing it to move faster. One moment the courtyard was empty except for moths committing suicide against the lights, and the next moment he was standing there. The man looked ordinary enough, average height, wearing what might have been a dark coat or jacket. But something about his posture was wrong, like he was carrying invisible weight on his shoulders. His head was tilted at an angle that suggested he was listening to something I couldn't hear. I waited for him to approach the pumps, to start filling a tank, to do anything that made sense. Instead, he just stood there in the cone of light, perfectly still. The security monitor showed him in grainy black and white, a motionless figure that could have been a mannequin if not for the slight sway of his coat in the night breeze. Then he opened his mouth. The sound that came out wasn't quite a scream. It was something else, something that seemed to bypass my ears and go straight to the primitive part of my brain that still remembered being prey. It was raw and desperate and utterly human, yet somehow wrong in every way that mattered. The sound stretched on impossibly long, rising and falling in waves that made my teeth ache. My hands were shaking as I reached for the phone to call the police, but before I could dial, the screaming stopped. The man was walking toward the station, his gait unnaturally smooth, like he was gliding rather than walking. The bell above the door chimed its cheerful note as he entered, and the temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. Up close, I could see his face was pale and drawn, with dark circles under eyes that didn't seem to focus on anything in particular. He moved to the counter with deliberate steps, and without saying a word, placed a small piece of paper in front of me. It was a raffle ticket, the old-fashioned kind you might find at a church carnival or school fundraiser. The paper was yellowed with age and covered in careful handwriting that looked like it had been done with a fountain pen. The words were simple enough. Mel's Gas & Go Summer Raffle, prize your own voice. I stared at the ticket, trying to process what I was seeing. We'd never had a summer raffle. Hell, Mel barely kept the place running with duct tape and determination. He wasn't organizing community events. When I looked up, the man was gone. The bell hadn't chimed, the door hadn't opened. He was simply no longer there. I stood in the empty store, fluorescent lights humming their mechanical lullaby, holding a raffle ticket that shouldn't exist. The rational part of my mind suggested I was overtired, that working too many graveyard shifts was making me see things. But the ticket was real enough. I could feel the slight roughness of the aged paper, smell the faint mustiness that clung to it. That's when curiosity got the better of me. I tore the ticket in half. The lights went out. Not just the store lights, everything. The courtyard, the pumps, the digital clock, even the red glow of the exit sign. The darkness was absolute and suffocating, pressing against me like a living thing. I couldn't see my own hands in front of my face. Then the radio started. It was an old transistor radio that Mel kept behind the counter for baseball games, but I knew it hadn't been on. Hell, I wasn't even sure it worked anymore. But now it crackled to life with a burst of static that resolved into a voice, tinny and distant through the decades-old speaker. Unit 47 responding to emergency call on Route 18, mile marker 23. Victim appears to be male, approximately 25 years old. Severe trauma to the throat and vocal cords. Victim is conscious but unable to speak. Time is 2:17 a.m. Date is August 15th, 1982. The transmission repeated over and over, the same words in the same flat professional tone. The ambulance call was from 1982, 41 years ago. But the time matched exactly when the screaming man had appeared. I fumbled in the darkness, trying to find my phone, a flashlight, anything. My hands shook as I groped along the counter, knocking over displays I couldn't see. The radio continued its endless loop, and with each repetition, the victim's age seemed to echo in my mind. 25 years old. I was 26. Just as panic began to truly set in, light flooded the station. The fluorescents flickered back to life. The pumps resumed their quiet hum, and the radio fell silent. Everything was exactly as it had been, except for one thing. The torn pieces of the raffle ticket were gone. I searched everywhere, checking under the counter, behind the register, even in the trash can. Nothing. It was as if the ticket had never existed. The rest of the shift passed in a haze of nervous energy and constant glancing at the security monitors. Every shadow looked like a man in a dark coat. Every customer who entered after sunrise seemed to watch me with knowing eyes. I told myself it was a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and too much caffeine. I almost convinced myself, too, until it happened again. 3 nights later, at exactly 2:17 a.m., he appeared between the pumps. Same posture, same wrong angle of his head, same terrible scream that seemed to claw its way out of his throat. And just like before, he glided into the store and placed another raffle ticket on the counter. This one was identical to the first, down to the careful handwriting and the prize that made no sense. Your own voice. I stared at the ticket, my hands trembling. Part of me wanted to grab it and tear it up immediately, to get the horrible waiting over with. But another part of me, the part that was still clinging to reason, whispered that maybe this time I should handle things differently. What do you want? I asked the empty air where the man had been standing. Silence. I picked up the ticket, feeling its aged paper between my fingers. The handwriting seemed to shift slightly in the fluorescent light, as if the ink was still wet. For a moment, I could swear I saw different words. Not your own voice, but your last voice. But when I blinked, it was back to the original message. This time, I didn't tear it. I folded it carefully and slipped it into my shirt pocket, next to my heart. The rest of the shift passed uneventfully, and when my replacement arrived at 6 a.m., I was still wearing the ticket like a talisman. I spent the day researching, digging through old newspaper archives and police records. What I found made my blood run cold. On August 15, 1982, there had indeed been an emergency call on Route 18. A young man had been found beside his broken-down car, his throat damaged in what the report described as an apparent freak accident. The victim had been taken to the hospital, where he'd eventually recovered, though he'd never spoken again. The man's name was David Kellner. He'd been 25 years old. The photo in the newspaper showed a face I recognized, though it was younger, healthier, with eyes that still held hope. It was the same man who'd been visiting my gas station, 41 years later, still unable to speak, still carrying raffle tickets that promised impossible prizes. That night, I came to work with a plan. I'd keep the ticket intact and see what happened. Maybe that would be enough to break whatever cycle this was. At 2:17 a.m., David appeared right on schedule. The scream that wasn't quite a scream echoed across the empty courtyard, and he glided toward the store with that unnatural smoothness. But when he reached the counter and saw me pull the folded ticket from my pocket, something changed. His eyes focused for the first time, really looked at me instead of through me. His mouth opened as if he was trying to speak, but only a soft rattling sound emerged, like wind through dry leaves. I held out the ticket, and he took it with hands that felt like ice. For a moment we stood there in the fluorescent-lit silence, two men separated by decades and circumstances, but connected by this strange ritual. Then he turned and walked back into the night, and I didn't see him again. For 2 weeks. I'd almost convinced myself it was over when he appeared again, but this time something was different. This time, there were two of them. David stood between the pumps as always, but beside him was another figure, younger, wearing a gas station uniform that looked suspiciously like mine. The second figure opened his mouth, and the scream that emerged was mine. My voice, my tone, but twisted into something agonized and desperate. I watched in horror as my doppelganger glided toward the store alongside David. They entered together, and both placed tickets on the counter. David's was the same as always, but the other ticket, written in handwriting I recognized as my own, bore a different prize, his voice back. I understood then, with the terrible clarity that comes in nightmares. The raffle wasn't random. It was an exchange. David had been trying to trade his voice, the one he'd lost in 1982, for someone else's. The tickets weren't prizes to be won. They were contracts to be signed, and I'd been chosen as the other party to the transaction. The two figures stood before me, waiting. David's eyes held a desperate pleading that 41 years of silence had carved into them. The other figure, the one wearing my face, watched with empty sockets where eyes should have been. I looked down at the tickets. If I tore David's, would the lights go out again? Would the radio play that ambulance call from 1982, adding my name to the report? And if I tore mine, would I be giving David what he wanted, and losing something I'd never fully appreciated until this moment? My hands shook as I reached for the tickets. Outside I could hear the faint sound of an ambulance siren in the distance, though whether it was coming or going I couldn't tell. The fluorescent lights hummed their eternal song, and somewhere in that mechanical harmony, I thought I could hear voices, whispers of all the words David had never been able to say. I picked up both tickets, feeling their weight, though paper should have no weight at all. David leaned forward, his mouth moving silently, forming words I would never hear. The figure wearing my face tilted its head at that same wrong angle, and when it opened its mouth, my own voice whispered back to me, "Make your choice." The sirens were getting louder now, and I realized with growing certainty that they were coming for me, that somewhere, in some other version of this night, I was already lying beside my broken-down car on Route 18, throat damaged in an apparent freak accident, unable to speak, while paramedics called in my description to a dispatcher who would file it away with all the other tragedies. I looked at the tickets one more time. David's promised, "Your own voice," and mine promised, his voice back. But prizes and promises aren't always what they seem, especially when they're written in the careful handwriting of someone who has had 41 years to practice getting the words exactly right. The fluorescent lights flickered once, twice, then steadied. The sirens were almost here now. And in my trembling hands, 2 raffle tickets waited for a decision that would determine which voice would break the silence, and which would join it forever. I tore them both. The lights went out, and in the darkness that followed, I heard something I'd never heard before. David Kellner's voice, young and strong and grateful, saying the first words he'd spoken since 1982. Thank you. But when the lights came back on and the sirens faded into the distance, I opened my mouth to call out to him, and nothing came out but the soft, rattling sound of wind through dry leaves. And somewhere in my pocket, I can feel the weight of a new raffle ticket, though I haven't dared to look at what prize it promises. Because I know that at 2:17 a.m. tomorrow, I'll be standing between the gas pumps, my head tilted at a wrong angle, listening to sounds only I can hear, waiting for someone else to make the choice I made. The cycle continues, and the prizes keep changing hands, and somewhere in the fluorescent-lit heart of Mel's Gas and Go, the raffle never really ends. Story 13. The first thing I noticed about the Meridian Arms wasn't the peeling wallpaper or the persistent smell of mildew that clung to every surface like a desperate memory. It was the hallway, how it seemed to stretch longer than physics should allow, how the overhead lights cast shadows that bent in directions that made my eyes water when I tried to follow them too closely. I'd been working real estate for 15 years, long enough to develop an immunity to most properties' quirks. Creaky floors, drafty windows, the occasional mouse skittering behind walls, occupational hazards that came with the territory. But as I walked toward apartment 4B with the brass key clutching cold against my palm, something felt fundamentally wrong about the rhythm of my footsteps. Creak, creak, creak. The floorboards announced each step with wooden protests that echoed down the narrow corridor. I counted them unconsciously, the way you might count sheep or heartbeats when sleep refuses to come. By the time I reached my door, my temporary door, I reminded myself, just until I could flip this property, I'd counted 9 distinct sounds. Then came the 10th. It originated from somewhere behind me, a mirror image of my final step, but delayed by perhaps half a second. When I turned, the hallway stretched empty in both directions, illuminated by those sickly fluorescent tubes that hummed with electrical malcontent. The sound of my own breathing seemed unnaturally loud in the silence that followed. I chalked it up to acoustic oddities. Old buildings were full of them, sound traveling through walls, bouncing off surfaces in unexpected ways. The human brain, always eager to find patterns where none existed, simply cataloged the delayed echo as significant when it was anything but. That first night, I unpacked my essentials with methodical efficiency. A decent mattress on the floor, a small table for my laptop, a coffee maker that had seen better decades. The apartment itself was surprisingly spacious for the price I'd paid, another red flag I'd chosen to ignore in favor of the potential profit margin. 3 bedrooms, hardwood floors throughout, windows that faced east toward a view of the city that would photograph beautifully for the listing. But as I settled into sleep, the building around me seemed to settle too, and not quietly. Pipes groaned within the walls like arthritic joints. Something, perhaps the radiator, clicked and hissed with irregular persistence. And somewhere, distant but definitely present, came the sound of footsteps in the hallway. 9 steps toward my door. A pause. Then one more, echoing from the opposite direction. I lay in the darkness, straining to listen, but the pattern didn't repeat. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me under, though my dreams were filled with corridors that stretched infinitely in both directions, populated by shadows that moved independently of any light source. The morning brought clarity and embarrassment in equal measure. Old buildings made noise. This was hardly a revelation. I spent the day cataloging the apartment's selling points and making notes about necessary repairs. The kitchen needed updating, the bathroom tiles showed their age, but the bones of the place were solid. With the right renovations, I could easily double my investment. It was while examining the living room's crown molding that I discovered the first chest. Not in the apartment. That would have been manageable, explainable. This chest sat in the hallway directly outside my door, positioned against the far wall as if it had always belonged there. It was perhaps 3 feet wide, made of what looked like old cedar, with brass corners that had tarnished to a mottled green. The wood bore scratches and dents that spoke of considerable age and use. When I lifted the lid, hinges protesting with a squeal that seemed to reverberate longer than it should have. I found nothing but empty space lined with faded burgundy velvet. The interior carried a scent I couldn't immediately place, something between old books and dried flowers, with an underlying note that reminded me uncomfortably of abandoned places. I knocked on the neighboring doors, thinking perhaps someone had simply placed the chest in the wrong location. Mrs. Chen from 4A claimed she'd never seen it before, her roomy eyes darting nervously between my face and the chest, as if she feared looking at it directly. The tenant in 4C didn't answer, though I could hear movement inside when I pressed my ear to the door. That night, the footsteps returned. 9 deliberate creaks as someone, or something, approached my door from the left side of the hallway, the familiar pause. Then the 10th sound, that impossible echo originating from the right, as if my visitor had somehow teleported to the opposite end of the corridor in the space between heartbeats. I pressed my eye to the peephole, but the hallway lay empty. The chest remained where I'd found it, an innocuous piece of furniture that nonetheless seemed to pulse with malevolent potential in the fluorescent lighting. Sleep came harder that second night. By the end of the first week, I'd grown accustomed to the routine. The evening footsteps had become as regular as a clockwork mechanism. 9 steps, pause, the 10th echo. During daylight hours, the hallway seemed perfectly normal. Other tenants passed by occasionally, their own footsteps creating easily explained sounds that bore no resemblance to my nightly visitor. But the chest remained, and no amount of casual questioning could uncover its origin or purpose. I began researching the building's history during my lunch breaks, diving into city records and newspaper archives with the dedication of someone who definitely wasn't becoming obsessed. The Meridian Arms had been built in 1924, originally intended as luxury housing for the city's growing professional class. Over the decades, it had changed hands multiple times, its status gradually declining until it reached its current state as affordable housing for those with limited options. The records mentioned nothing unusual. No mysterious deaths, no unexplained incidents, no reason why a chest would appear in hallways, or why footsteps would echo in impossible directions. Just the ordinary decay of time and neglect, played out in property values and maintenance reports. 3 weeks in, something changed. I'd grown so attuned to the nightly rhythm that its alteration jarred me from near sleep like an unexpected slap. The 9 steps proceeded as usual, each creak precisely timed, each sound exactly where I'd learned to expect it. But after the pause, instead of a single echoing 10th step, I heard 2. Step 10 from the right side of the hallway, as always. Then step 11, also from the right, as if my invisible visitor had continued walking away from my door. The next morning, a second chest had appeared. This one sat closer to my door, perhaps 10 feet from the first. Identical in construction and condition, it too contained nothing but empty velvet-lined space and that peculiar scent that made my sinuses burn if I inhaled too deeply. Mrs. Chen, when I cornered her by the mailboxes, claimed not to have seen the second chest appear. Her hands shook as she sorted through bills and advertisements, and she refused to meet my eyes when she insisted that the hallway looked exactly as it always had. I began staying awake to watch for whoever was placing these chests. Armed with a thermos of coffee and positioned by my peephole, I maintained surveillance from sunset until dawn. But exhaustion would inevitably claim me, and I'd wake to find myself sprawled on the floor, neck cramped and consciousness fuzzy, with no memory of having fallen asleep. The chests never appeared while I watched. They simply materialized during those lost hours when my attention wavered, as if they existed in the spaces between conscious observation. By the 4th week, the pattern had become unmistakable. 11 steps in the evening, 9 approaching, 2 echoing from the opposite direction, 3 chests in the hallway, arranged in a neat line against the far wall, like empty soldiers awaiting orders. I'd stopped trying to rent out the apartment. Every potential tenant who toured the space seemed to sense something wrong, though none could articulate exactly what. They'd walk through the rooms with growing discomfort, their conversations becoming stilted and their departures increasingly hurried. "It's just got a weird vibe," one young couple explained as they practically fled toward the stairwell. "Nothing we can put our finger on." I knew exactly what they meant. though I couldn't bring myself to admit it. The apartment felt watched, not haunted in any conventional sense. No cold spots or moving objects or whispered voices in empty rooms. Instead, it carried the persistent sensation of being observed by something that possessed infinite patience and unknowable intentions. The research led me to Francisco Meridian, not in any official records, but in a single newspaper clipping from 1926 that I discovered tucked between unrelated documents in the city archives. Francisco had been the building's original architect, a man whose innovative design had promised to revolutionize urban living. The article described him as brilliant, but reclusive, someone who'd poured his entire fortune into creating the perfect residential structure. The clipping mentioned that Francisco had taken residence in the building's penthouse, but there was no penthouse when I checked the blueprints. The building topped out at the 5th floor, with nothing but roof access above that. When I mentioned Francisco's name to Mrs. Chen, her reaction was immediate and violent. She dropped her mail, letters scattering across the lobby floor like frightened birds, and backed away from me with an expression of pure terror. "You don't talk about him," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "You don't say his name. That's how he knows you're listening." She fled before I could ask what she meant, leaving me alone with her scattered correspondence and a growing certainty that I was missing something crucial. The 5th week brought 12 steps, 9 approaching, 3 echoing from the opposite direction. 4 chests lined against the hallway wall, their empty interiors seeming to mock my inability to understand their purpose. The building's other tenants had begun avoiding the 4th floor entirely, taking the stairs to reach higher levels rather than walking past my door. I'd started hearing things during the day, whispers that might have been air moving through vents, shadows that shifted when I wasn't looking directly at them. The persistent feeling that someone stood just behind my shoulder no matter which direction I faced. My sleep had deteriorated to scattered fragments punctuated by dreams of endless hallways and rooms that rearranged themselves when I blinked. I'd wake with the taste of old cedar and dying flowers coating my tongue, as if I'd been breathing the air from inside those impossible chests. It was during one of these fractured sleep periods that I heard the voice, not spoken aloud, but somehow transmitted directly into my consciousness, like a radio signal tuned to the frequency of my thoughts. The words carried no emotion, no inflection, just a flat statement of fact that bypassed my ears entirely. The compass points north, the watch keeps no time, the mirror reflects nothing, the key opens no door. I woke with these phrases burning in my mind, their meaning as elusive as smoke, but their importance undeniable. Somewhere in these riddles lay the answer to Francisco's need, the solution that would stop the nightly progression before it reached whatever terrible conclusion awaited at 12 steps. The compass, the watch, the mirror, the key. 4 objects, 4 empty chests. I spent the 6th week searching. Antique shops, estate sales, online auctions, anywhere that might yield the specific items Francisco required. But how could I know which compass, which watch, which mirror, which key? The voice had provided no additional details, no specifications beyond the cryptic descriptions. Meanwhile, the steps continued their nightly advance. 13, 14, 15. More chests appeared with mechanical regularity, transforming the hallway into a gallery of empty receptacles that seemed to pulse with anticipation. Other tenants began moving out. The excuses were always practical: better job opportunities elsewhere, family obligations, lease renewals that coincidentally fell through. But I saw the truth in their hurried departures and refused eye contact. They sensed what I was beginning to understand, that something fundamental was building toward an inevitable conclusion, and proximity to me made them unwilling participants in whatever was coming. By the 7th week, I'd stopped leaving the apartment except for absolute necessities. Food deliveries were left outside my door, and I'd wait until the hallway was empty before retrieving them. The idea of encountering another person while 15 empty chests lined the corridor struck me as somehow obscene, like being caught in the middle of an intimate conversation with forces beyond human comprehension. 17 steps. 18. 19. The riddle haunted my waking hours. A compass that points north. But all compasses pointed north, didn't they? Unless Francisco meant something more specific, something that pointed to a particular north. A specific destination. A watch that keeps no time, broken perhaps or stopped at a significant moment. A mirror that reflects nothing, damaged beyond function, or something more abstract. A key that opens no door, maybe one that had lost its lock, or one intended for something that no longer existed. I found myself muttering these phrases like prayers, turning them over in my mind until the words lost all meaning. The building around me seemed to listen to these recitations, settling into unusual quiet whenever I spoke them aloud. It was Mrs. Chen who provided the first real clue, though she did so inadvertently. I encountered her in the lobby during one of my rare ventures downstairs, and she was clutching a small cloth bag against her chest like a talisman. When she saw me, her face went pale, but instead of fleeing as she usually did, she stepped closer with the desperate urgency of someone who could no longer contain a terrible secret. "He left things," she whispered, glancing around as if the walls themselves might be listening. "Before he disappeared. Personal effects. The management company boxed them up, put them in storage. Basement level, behind the boiler room." She thrust a small brass key into my hand, tarnished and warm from her grip, then hurried away without another word. But as she reached the stairwell, she turned back once more. "The mirror shows what was," she said. "The compass finds what's lost. The watch counts what remains. The key—" She paused, her expression growing distant. "The key remembers what it opened." Then she was gone, leaving me alone with a key that felt impossibly heavy for its size, and a certainty that Francisco's missing objects waited somewhere in the building's forgotten depths. 20 steps that night, 21, 22. Time was running out, though I still didn't understand what would happen when the progression reached its conclusion. The phrase about vacating another body echoed in my mind with increasing urgency, though its meaning remained frustratingly abstract. The basement required navigation through a maze of maintenance corridors that seemed designed to confuse rather than guide. Pipes ran along the ceiling in impossible configurations, and the air carried that same scent from the chests, cedar and dying flowers and something else, something that made my skin crawl with recognition. The storage room lay exactly where Mrs. Chen had indicated, behind the building's ancient boiler that wheezed and clanked like a dying mechanical beast. The brass key she'd given me fit perfectly into a lock that looked far newer than it should have, given the room's obvious age. Inside, cardboard boxes lined metal shelving units with methodical precision. Most bore dates and apartment numbers in faded ink, the accumulated detritus of tenants who'd moved on or passed away. But one box, positioned at eye level on the central shelf, bore only a single word written in careful script: Francisco. My hands shook as I opened it, though whether from excitement or dread, I couldn't say. Inside, wrapped in tissue paper that crumbled at my touch, lay the 4 objects I'd been seeking. The compass was made of brass and silver, its needle pointing steadily toward a direction that definitely wasn't magnetic north. When I held it up to catch the overhead light, the needle swung to indicate something beyond the storage room's walls, something that pulled with insistent certainty. The watch was gold, its hands frozen at 11:47. But as I lifted it from the box, I heard the faint sound of ticking, though the hands remained motionless. The sound was irregular, like a heartbeat with an arrhythmic condition. The mirror was small and round, its silver backing spotted with age. When I looked into it, my reflection was absent. Instead, it showed the storage room as it must have appeared decades ago, cleaner, newer, filled with different boxes arranged in different patterns. The key was ornate, far more complex than the simple brass one Mrs. Chen had given me. Its teeth were cut in patterns that seemed almost decorative, and it was warm to the touch despite the basement's chill. 23 steps that night, 24, 25. I placed the objects in the first 4 chests with a sense of ceremony that felt entirely appropriate. The compass in the first, its needle immediately beginning to spin wildly before settling into a new position. The watch in the second, its phantom ticking growing audible even through the closed lid. The mirror in the third, its surface now reflecting something I couldn't see from my angle, but that cast strange light patterns on the hallway ceiling. The key in the fourth, where it seemed to pulse with warmth like a living thing. But still the steps continued. 26, 27, 28. 8 chests remained empty, lined against the wall like open mouths waiting to be fed. I'd solved only part of Francisco's riddle, satisfied only the beginning of his need. The voice didn't return to provide additional clues, leaving me to puzzle out the remaining requirements through increasingly frantic research and speculation. 29 steps, 30, 31. Time was accelerating toward something I couldn't prevent and didn't understand. The building around me seemed to hold its breath, maintenance sounds diminishing to absolute silence, as if the structure itself was focusing all its attention on the approaching culmination. I stopped sleeping entirely, spending my nights positioned by the peephole to watch for any change, any sign that might indicate what Francisco required beyond the 4 objects I'd already provided. But the hallway offered no additional clues, just the steady accumulation of empty chests and the nightly progression of impossible footsteps. During my research, I'd discovered that Francisco Meridian hadn't simply disappeared from the building. He'd vanished entirely, leaving no trace in any record after 1926. No death certificate, no forwarding address, no mention in any subsequent document. It was as if he'd simply ceased to exist, leaving behind only architectural plans and a single newspaper clipping that documented his brief moment of public recognition. But what if he hadn't left? What if Francisco had remained in the building all along, trapped somehow between existence and absence, counting down towards some predetermined conclusion that required specific objects to achieve specific purposes? 32 steps, 33, 34. The voice returned on the 34th night, just as clear and emotionless as before. The tenant must choose. Francisco's door opens both ways. Vacancy requires occupancy. The lease has no escape clause. I understood then, with horrible clarity, what was being asked of me. Francisco wasn't seeking objects to complete some supernatural ritual. He was preparing for a transaction. The empty chests weren't receptacles for his missing possessions, but spaces being cleared for something else entirely. My possessions, my life, my body. The building had been Francisco's masterpiece, his perfect creation designed to trap souls between floors, between states of being. He'd been the first occupant of his own prison, and he'd spent nearly a century learning how to engineer his escape. All he needed was someone willing to take his place, someone who'd been gradually prepared through weeks of exposure to accept the transition. The 35th night brought a choice I couldn't avoid. As the footsteps approached, 35 deliberate creaks announcing Francisco's proximity to whatever threshold awaited at 36, I realized I had 3 options. I could flee, pack my belongings and abandon the building, leave Francisco to find another tenant, another victim to manipulate through this elaborate courtship of possession. But the compass in the first chest had begun pointing directly at my heart, and I suspected that Francisco's reach now extended beyond the building's walls. I could resist, refuse to participate in the final night's events, lock my door and wait to see what Francisco would do when his countdown reached its conclusion without my cooperation. But the empty chests seemed to pulse with anticipation, and I feared that resistance might only delay the inevitable while making the eventual outcome far worse. Or I could submit, accept that I'd been chosen for reasons I couldn't understand, allow Francisco to complete whatever process he'd been building toward. At least then I'd finally understand what lay behind the impossible geometry of the Meridian arms, what secret knowledge justified the growing weight of dread that had been accumulating in my chest, like sediment in a slow-moving river. 35 steps in the hallway, 11 empty chests waiting to be filled. One more night until Francisco's patient countdown reached its conclusion. I spent the hours before dawn sitting on my temporary mattress, staring at the door that separated me from whatever waited in the hallway. The building had fallen into absolute silence, as if every other resident had somehow disappeared or fallen into supernatural sleep. Only my own breathing and heartbeat marked the passage of time. As the sun rose on what I suspected would be my final morning as myself, I made my choice. Francisco had waited nearly a century for this moment. The least I could do was meet him halfway. After all, I'd always been good at reading between the lines of a lease agreement, and some contracts once signed couldn't be broken. The 36th night was about to begin. Story 14. and the notification sound pierced through my sleep like a needle through fabric, sharp and unforgiving. My phone screen blazed in the darkness. 3:17 a.m., motion detected at front door. I'd installed Safeguard Pro 3 weeks ago after my laptop disappeared from my dorm room while I was in the shower. The app was supposed to photograph anyone who touched my door handle, sending alerts directly to my phone. Simple security for a simple problem. What I got was something far more complicated. The photo loaded slowly, pixels assembling like puzzle pieces in the dim glow of my screen. A blurred figure stood at my door, but the angle was wrong. Too low, too close. It took several seconds of squinting before I realized what I was looking at. The back of someone's neck, dark hair falling just past the collar of what looked like my own gray hoodie. My blood went cold. The timestamp read 3:17 a.m., just moments ago. I was in bed. I had been asleep. Yet there I was, photographed from behind, standing at my own door. I stumbled across my cramped dorm room, nearly tripping over the pile of textbooks I'd abandoned earlier. The hallway beyond my door was empty, fluorescent lights humming their eternal electric lullaby. No footsteps echoed from the stairwell. No doors clicked shut in the distance. The building held its breath around me, waiting. Back in my room, I examined the photo again. The quality was poor, grainy, and out of focus, but the clothing was unmistakable. I pulled my gray hoodie from the chair where I'd draped it hours earlier, still warm from my body heat, still smelling like the pizza I'd eaten for dinner. The next morning arrived gray and unwelcoming, filtering through my single window like dirty water. I'd barely slept, checking my phone every few minutes for new notifications that never came. During my anthropology lecture, Professor Martinez's voice seemed to drift from somewhere far away, her words about folklore and collective unconscious blending into white noise. All I could think about was that photograph, that impossible angle, that familiar silhouette. I approached campus security after lunch, my stomach churning with anxiety and cheap cafeteria coffee. Officer Hendricks, a middle-aged man with kind eyes and skeptical expression, listened patiently as I explained the situation. Could be a glitch, he suggested, pulling up the building's security footage on his computer. These apps aren't always reliable. Sometimes they trigger from movement in adjacent rooms, weird lighting, even vibrations from the HVAC system. The official footage showed my hallway at 3:17 a.m. Empty, completely and utterly empty. No figures, no movement. Nothing but the steady glow of emergency lighting casting long shadows across institutional carpeting. See? False alarm. Hendricks smiled reassuringly. Your app probably malfunctioned. Maybe delete and reinstall it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that deleting the app would be like closing my eyes in a dark room full of predators. Whatever was happening, Safeguard Pro was my only window into it. That night, I positioned myself strategically. Laptop open, phone charged, and volume turned up. Energy drinks lined up like soldiers on my desk. I would stay awake. I would catch whatever, or whoever, was triggering these impossible photographs. The hours crawled by with agonizing slowness. I read the same paragraph of my economics textbook 17 times without absorbing a single word. Every sound in the building seemed amplified. The elevator's mechanical groaning, footsteps from floors above, the intermittent buzz of the ice machine down the hall. My eyes burned from staring at my phone screen, waiting for that inevitable notification. At 2:45 a.m., my eyelids grew heavy despite the caffeine coursing through my system. I pinched my arms, splashed cold water on my face, even stood up and did jumping jacks in the narrow space between my bed and desk. Nothing worked. My body betrayed me, pulling me down into unwilling sleep. In my dream, I stood at my door, my hand reaching for the handle with dream logic inevitability. The metal was cold against my palm, colder than it should have been, as if winter itself lived inside the mechanism. When I turned it, the door opened not onto the familiar hallway but into a vast expanse of darkness that seemed to breathe. Wind rushed through the opening, carrying with it the scent of distant places. Pine forests and frozen lakes, abandoned houses and forgotten graveyards. It was a wind that had traveled far to reach me, gathering stories and secrets along the way. As it swept past me into my room, I heard it clearly. A whisper so soft it might have been my imagination, words formed from moving air and midnight cold. "Thank you." I jerked awake to the sound of my phone buzzing against the desk. 3:17 a.m., another notification, another photograph. This time, the image was slightly clearer. Same gray hoodie, same dark hair, but the figure stood differently, more relaxed, as if it belonged there, as if it had always belonged there. The timestamp was exact. 3:17 a.m., while I had been deep in that impossible dream. For 3 more nights, the pattern repeated itself. I would try desperately to stay awake, only to succumb to sleep at the crucial moment. Each time I dreamed of opening the door to that endless darkness, feeling that grateful wind rush past me, hearing those whispered words of appreciation. And each morning brought a new photograph, each one a little clearer than the last. The images began to change. The figure's posture became more confident, more familiar. Its hand rested on the doorframe as if claiming ownership. In one photo, I could swear I saw the edge of a smile reflected in the door's small window, though the face remained carefully hidden from the camera's view. My academic performance plummeted. Dark circles shadowed my eyes like bruises, and my hands developed a persistent tremor from too much caffeine and too little real sleep. My roommate Mike started avoiding me, claiming I talked in my sleep about doors and wind and things that watched from hallways. "You look like hell, man," he said one afternoon, packing his textbooks into a backpack. "Maybe you should talk to someone at the counseling center." But how could I explain that every night at 3:17 a.m., something wearing my clothes stood at my door? How could I describe the way my dreams had become more vivid than my waking hours, more real than the classroom lectures and dining hall conversations that filled my days? I began researching sleep disorders, dissociative episodes, anything that might explain the photographs. Sleepwalking seemed the most logical explanation, but sleepwalkers didn't typically operate smartphones or trigger motion-activated cameras. The building's security footage continued to show empty hallways at 3:17 a.m., as if my presence existed in some space between reality and imagination. The breakthrough came during my 4th week of documentation. I had filled a notebook with timestamps, weather conditions, my diet and emotional state for each incident. Patterns emerged like constellations in chaos. The clearer photographs corresponded with nights when I felt most isolated, most disconnected from the waking world. The blurrier images came after days of normal social interaction, as if human connections somehow diluted whatever force was creating these nocturnal visits. On the 28th night, I tried a different approach. Instead of fighting sleep, I embraced it. I lay down at 2:30 a.m., closed my eyes, and let my consciousness drift toward that liminal space between sleeping and waking. I wanted to experience the transition, to feel myself move from observer to participant in these midnight mysteries. The sensation was unlike anything I had ever experienced. It felt like sinking through layers of reality, each one slightly different from the last. In one layer, I was still lying in my bed, safe and still. In another, I stood and walked to the door with movements that felt both voluntary and predetermined. In yet another, I was both the photographer and the photographed, watching myself from multiple impossible angles. When I reached for the door handle, I felt the familiar shock of cold metal, but this time I resisted the urge to turn it. Instead, I pressed my palm against the wood and listened. From the other side came a sound like breathing, slow and patient. Waiting. "I know you're there," I whispered to the door. The breathing stopped. For a long moment, silence filled the space like water rising in a sealed room. Then came a soft scratching, as if fingernails were being dragged across wood. 3 short scratches, then 3 long ones, then 3 short again. SOS in Morse code. My phone buzzed against my leg. Without removing my hand from the door, I checked the notification. 3:17 a.m. exactly. But this time there was no photograph. Instead, the app displayed an error message. Unable to capture image. Camera obstruction detected. I snatched my hand away from the door as if it had caught fire. The scratching stopped immediately, leaving only the familiar hum of fluorescent lights and the distant whisper of the building's ventilation system. When I opened my eyes, not remembering when I had closed them, I was standing in my room, one hand on the door, my phone glowing in the other. The security footage for that night showed the same empty hallway as always, but at 3:17:03 a.m., something strange occurred. The camera's view flickered, just for a moment, as if something had passed in front of the lens, something the electronic eyes couldn't quite process or record. Over the following days, I found myself avoiding my room during evening hours, spending time in the library or common areas until exhaustion forced me back. But 3:17 a.m. always found me, whether I was sleeping in my bed or dozing in a study carrel. The photographs continued, each one showing a figure that looked increasingly like me, yet somehow wasn't me at all. The final revelation came not through investigation or analysis, but through accident. While organizing my desk drawer, I discovered a receipt from the campus bookstore dated 3 days before I'd purchased my phone. The receipt was for Safeguard Pro, the same security app I thought I'd discovered and installed myself weeks later. My hands shook as I checked my phone's purchase history. According to the records, I had downloaded Safeguard Pro at 3:17 a.m. on the same night my laptop had disappeared. The same night I thought someone had broken into my room while I showered. The same night this entire mystery had begun. But I had no memory of downloading any app that night. I had been asleep, dreaming of cold wind and grateful whispers, dreaming of doors opening onto infinite darkness. Now, as I write this account, my phone sits silent on the desk beside me. The app icon glows softly in the darkness, its small camera symbol watching me like an electronic eye. Outside my window, the campus sleeps under a blanket of stars and artificial light. It's 3:16 a.m. In 60 seconds, my phone will buzz with a notification. A photograph will appear, showing a figure in gray clothing standing at my door. The figure will look like me, move like me, wear my clothes and inhabit my space. But it won't be me. Not the me that thinks and fears and wonders about the nature of reality. It will be the me that opens doors in dreams, the me that welcomes cold wind and grateful whispers, the me that exists in the gap between sleeping and waking, between documented reality and impossible truth, the me that installed an app to photograph itself. The buzzing starts now. The photograph loads. This time, for the first time, the figure is facing the camera. Its face is my face, but its eyes hold knowledge I don't remember acquiring. Behind it, the door stands open, revealing not the familiar hallway, but an expanse of darkness that seems to beckon. In the photograph, I'm smiling, but here, sitting at my desk, I feel only the cold wind beginning to seep under my door, carrying with it the whispered promise of gratitude for services I don't remember providing. The app chimes once more. Motion detected. This time, I don't need to look at the photograph to know what it shows. I can feel myself standing at the door, hand on the handle, preparing to let the grateful darkness in once more. I can feel the satisfaction of a ritual completed, a bargain honored, a door opened when it should remain closed. And in this moment, sitting here writing these words, I finally understand that I am both the watcher and the watched, the photographer and the photographed, the one who locks the door and the one who opens it. The wind grows stronger now, seeping through cracks in reality I never knew existed. Soon, I know, I will stand and walk to the door. I will turn the handle with hands that remember this action from countless repetitions. I will step aside as something vast and cold flows past me into the waking world. And in the morning, I will wake with no memory of any of this, checking my phone for the mysterious photograph that will confirm what my sleeping self already knows. Some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed again. The grateful wind whispers my name now, calling me home to a place I've never been but somehow remember perfectly. It's 3:17 a.m. Time to answer the door. Story 15. The smell hit me first. Sweet rot mixed with something else. Something that made my stomach clench before my brain could identify it. I'd been working construction for 15 years and wood didn't smell like that when it went bad. This was different, personal. Mrs. Henderson had called me 3 weeks ago about rebuilding her deck. Simple job, she'd said. The old one had collapsed during a winter storm, taking part of the railing down the hillside. Insurance would cover it, and she just wanted something sturdy to replace what had been there for decades. I quoted her fare, shook her weathered hand, and figured I'd knock it out in a week. That was before I saw the wood. The lumber yard had delivered everything Tuesday morning. Pressure-treated pine, galvanized bolts, composite decking boards that cost more than my first truck. Quality materials that should last 20 years minimum. I'd stacked them neat and clean on the concrete foundation, covered them with a tarp, and left feeling good about the job ahead. Wednesday morning I pulled back that tarp and nearly gagged. Every single board had turned, not weathered or water damaged. That would take months of exposure. These had gone soft and dark overnight, like fruit left too long in summer heat. When I pressed my thumb into one of the 2x8s, it gave way with a wet sound that made my teeth ache. I called the lumberyard, demanded they replace the shipment. Frank, the manager, drove out personally to see what I was talking about. We stood there looking at perfectly good lumber while I tried to explain what I'd seen that morning. The boards were solid again, dry and straight as when they'd been delivered. Frank gave me the look I'd seen before, the one that said maybe I'd been working too hard. Maybe I needed to cut back on the evening beers. He left shaking his head, and I spent the rest of the day wondering if I was losing my mind. Thursday, I started the job anyway. The foundation work went smooth. Mrs. Henderson had lived in this house since the 70s, and whoever built the original deck knew what they were doing. The concrete footings were still solid, level, ready for new construction. I worked methodically, measuring twice and cutting once like my father taught me, trying to ignore the way the woods behind the house seemed to press closer every time I looked up. The hillside dropped steep behind Mrs. Henderson's property, thick with oak and maple that hadn't been logged in generations. Old growth trees with trunks wider than my chest, their canopy so dense that even at midday, shadows pooled between their roots like standing water. Some of those trees near the house had strips of blue fabric tied around their trunks, weathered ribbons that fluttered in the breeze like distress signals. I asked Mrs. Henderson about them when she brought me coffee that afternoon. She paused in the doorway, cup halfway to my hands, and her face went carefully blank. "Markers," she said finally, "so I know which ones to keep." "Keep for what?" But she'd already turned back toward the kitchen, leaving me with lukewarm coffee and the feeling that I'd asked the wrong question. That night, I dreamed about small feet running across fresh sawdust. Friday morning brought the second shipment of lumber, and I watched it like a man guarding gold. Every hour I'd walk the perimeter, checking the boards, running my hands along their surfaces. They stayed solid through the day, and I managed to frame out the basic structure before evening. Progress felt good. Normal. I covered everything with a heavy tarp and weighted the edges with concrete blocks. Whatever was happening to the wood, moisture, insects, some kind of fungal attack I'd never encountered, I wasn't giving it another chance. Saturday, the tarp was moving. Not from wind. The morning air hung still and heavy, summer heat already building though the sun had barely cleared the tree line. But something underneath that canvas was shifting, making the blue plastic ripple and bulge like breathing. My hands shook as I pulled back the covering, expecting the worst. The lumber looked fine, dry, straight, ready for work. But the sawdust scattered across the deck surface told a different story. Footprints. Small ones, like a child had been dancing on the fresh-cut boards while I slept. They traced patterns through the sawdust, circling the support posts, following the outline of where the railing would go. Perfect impressions, each toe clearly defined, as if someone had pressed their feet deep into powder and lifted them away without disturbing the edges. I stared at those prints until my eyes watered, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Mrs. Henderson lived alone. Her nearest neighbors were half a mile through the woods, even if some kid had wandered onto the property, which was impossible given the terrain. How had they gotten under the tarp without moving the concrete blocks? I grabbed my shop vacuum and sucked up every trace of sawdust, then went back to work. but I couldn't stop looking at the clean boards. Couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from the shadows between the trees. The railing posts went up that afternoon. I'd planned to use standard lumber for the uprights, but Mrs. Henderson insisted I cut them from the marked trees, the ones with blue ribbons. She stood at my shoulder while I worked, her presence making the hair on my neck stand up. "Those trees have been here longer than the house," she said, voice barely above a whisper. "They remember things." "Remember what?" "What happened here before." She wouldn't say more, just watched me cut the posts from heartwood so dark it was almost black. The sawdust from those trees came out red, like old blood mixed with earth. It stuck to my boots, stained my hands, and no amount of washing would get it completely clean. That evening, I left my tools locked in the truck and went home early. Sunday, I decided to work through the weekend, eager to finish and move on to something normal. The morning started well enough, coffee strong, weather cool, lumber still solid. I made good progress on the decking boards, working methodically from one end to the other. It was during my lunch break that I noticed the scratches, long gouges in the wood underneath where I'd been working, like fingernails dragged across the surface. Fresh scratches, cutting through the sawdust and into the grain itself. I knelt down and ran my fingers along the marks, feeling the splintered edges where something had clawed deep enough to bite. The scratches formed letters, not clean, carved letters, desperate, ragged marks that spoke of panic and pain. Most were too shallow or damaged to read, but one word came through clear enough to make my blood freeze. Help. I sat back on my heels, mind racing. Someone was messing with me. Had to be. Some kid from town, maybe, playing pranks on the new construction. But even as I thought it, I knew it wasn't true. Those scratches went deep, and the wood around them was stained dark with something I didn't want to identify. I covered them with the next decking board and kept working. The afternoon stretched long and strange. Every sound from the woods made me jump. Branches creaking, leaves rustling, what might have been footsteps on thick carpet of fallen oak leaves. Twice I thought I heard crying, soft and distant, coming from somewhere in the trees. But when I stopped to listen, there was only silence and the weight of being watched. By evening, I'd finished most of the decking. The job was nearly done, just the railing caps and some finish work left. I should have felt satisfied, but all I wanted was to get off that hillside and never come back. I spread the tarp one more time, weighted it down, and loaded my tools. Mrs. Henderson watched from her kitchen window as I drove away, her face pale as paper in the porch light. Monday morning, I almost didn't go back. I sat in my truck at the bottom of her driveway for 10 minutes, hands gripping the steering wheel, trying to talk myself into finishing the job. The smart thing would be to call Mrs. Henderson, make some excuse, recommend another contractor, but I needed the money, and more than that, I needed to prove to myself that I wasn't losing my mind. The tarp had been shredded. Long tears ran across the blue plastic-like claw marks, exposing the lumber underneath. But it wasn't the damage that made my stomach drop. It was the sound coming from beneath the remaining scraps of covering. Scratching. Slow, deliberate, like fingernails dragging across wood grain. I approached carefully, every instinct screaming at me to run. The scratching stopped as I got closer, but I could feel something waiting underneath, holding its breath. When I grabbed the edge of the tarp and pulled it back, my hands were shaking so hard I could barely grip the plastic. The lumber was rotting again. Not just soft this time, actively decomposing, covered in a gray fungus that pulsed with its own sick rhythm. The smell hit me like a physical blow. Sweet corruption mixed with something else. Something that reminded me of playground equipment and summer afternoons and things I didn't want to remember. But worse than the rot, worse than the smell, were the footprints. They covered every surface, overlapping and chaotic, as if someone had been running in circles across the decking. Small prints, child-sized, pressed deep into wood that should have been too hard to take impressions. Some of them were filled with that gray fungus. Others leaked dark fluid that stained the boards like old wounds. And in the center of it all, Carved deep into what had been the finest piece of decking was a message. "We want to come up." I stumbled backward, nearly falling off the foundation. The scratching started again, louder now, coming from multiple directions. Not just from the rotting lumber, from underneath the deck, from the hillside, from the trees themselves. A symphony of desperate clawing that seemed to echo from the earth itself. Mrs. Henderson appeared at my shoulder so suddenly I cried out. I hadn't heard her approach, hadn't seen her leave the house. She just materialized beside me like a ghost, her eyes fixed on the ruined lumber. "You shouldn't have used the unmarked wood," she said softly. "What are you talking about?" "For the foundation, the original deck. It wasn't built from the marked trees." Her voice carried the weight of decades, of secrets kept too long. Some things need to stay buried. The scratching grew louder, more urgent. I could see the decking boards actually moving now, bulging upward as if something underneath was pushing against them. The rotted wood began to crack, splitting along the grain with sounds like breaking bones. "What's down there?" I whispered. Mrs. Henderson didn't answer. She just turned and walked back toward the house, leaving me alone with whatever was trying to claw its way up from beneath the deck. I ran, left my tools, my materials, my professional reputation, just got in my truck and drove until my hands stopped shaking and the scratching faded from my ears. I never went back to finish the job, never returned Mrs. Henderson's calls, never told anyone what I'd seen, but sometimes late at night when the wind picks up and the house settles around me, I still hear it. That desperate scratching, getting closer, getting louder, as if something that's been buried too long is finally learning how to dig. And I wonder if maybe, just maybe, I should have used the marked trees for everything, the ones that remember how to hold things down. Story 16. The needle exchange closes at midnight, but the real work begins after. That's when the shadows grow longer and the desperate emerge from places daylight won't touch. I've been walking these streets for 3 years now, carrying clean supplies and naloxone in a worn messenger bag, watching for the telltale signs, the glassy stare, the erratic movements, the way someone's pupils can swallow their entire iris like twin black holes. But tonight feels different. Tonight, the air carries a weight that settles in my chest like wet concrete. I first notice him outside the abandoned Walgreens on Crenshaw, a tall figure with that distinctive sway of someone riding a particularly potent wave. His pupils are so dilated they look like oil spills, reflecting the sickly orange glow of the streetlights. Nothing unusual there. What catches my attention is how he moves when I move, stops when I stop, maintains that exact distance of 12 feet like we're connected by an invisible tether. The October wind carries the smell of rotting leaves and something else, something medicinal and sharp that makes my sinuses burn. I adjust my bag and continue down the block, checking over my shoulder. He follows, matching my pace with an uncanny precision that makes my skin crawl. When I pause to hand sanitizer bottles to Maria under the overpass, he pauses too, swaying slightly but never breaking that measured distance. His clothes are indistinct, dark fabric that seems to absorb light rather than reflect it. In the gaps between streetlights, he becomes little more than a suggestion, a human-shaped absence that my peripheral vision struggles to hold on to. But those eyes, those pupils remain constant, twin voids that seem to track my every movement with an intelligence that contradicts his apparent intoxication. I finish with Maria and head toward the park where Jake usually sets up his small camp. The figure follows, his footsteps creating an echo that arrives just a fraction of a second after my own, like a badly synced audio track. The dissonance is maddening. I find myself unconsciously adjusting my stride, trying to break the rhythm. But he adapts instantly, maintaining that perfect shadow of my movements. By the time I reach the park, my hands are trembling. Not from cold, the October night is mild, but from something deeper, something primal that recognizes predation even when the mind can't categorize it. I decide to test my theory. Abruptly, I veer left toward the broken fountain. He mirrors the movement exactly. I stop, pretend to check my phone. He stops, swaying in place like kelp in an ocean current. That's when I notice something that makes my blood feel carbonated with fear. He has no shadow. Not in the way someone might lack a shadow in poor lighting. This is different. The streetlights above us are bright enough to cast sharp, defined shadows from every fence post, every trash can, every blade of grass. My own shadow stretches behind me, a familiar dark silhouette that moves as I move. But where his shadow should be, there's nothing. The ground beneath him remains stubbornly illuminated, as if he were made of glass. I blink hard, certain I'm seeing things wrong. Maybe it's the angle, maybe it's... But then I see where his shadow went. He's using mine. My single shadow has become doubled, thickened, like two transparencies laid atop each other. The shape is wrong, too tall, too angular, with proportions that don't match my own body. As I watch in horror, the borrowed shadow moves independently for just a moment, gesturing in a way I'm not gesturing, before snapping back to mimic my own movements. I need to get back to the van, back to the team. My radio crackles with Sarah's voice checking in, but the sound seems to come from very far away. I key the mic with shaking fingers and report my location, requesting backup for what I describe as an unusual situation. How do you explain that someone is stealing your shadow without sounding like you finally succumb to the job's psychological toll? The walk back to our staging area takes forever. Every few steps I glance back, and he's always there, maintaining that perfect distance. Those oil-slick pupils fixed on me with an intensity that makes my skin feel too tight. The borrowed shadow writhes beneath him like something alive, occasionally separating from my own, before merging back together with a motion that defies every law of physics I understand. When I finally reach the van, I'm practically hyperventilating. Sarah and Marcus are sorting supplies, their movements efficient and familiar, normal, real. I want to grab them both and demand they look at the figure still standing at the edge of the light, still watching, still borrowing pieces of darkness that don't belong to him. But when I turn to point him out, he's gone. Not gone. Shifted. He's moved to intercept a different team member, Jenny, who's heading out for her round. I watch in horror as she begins her route, completely unaware that she's acquired a 12-foot shadow that moves with its own agenda. Her radio chatter is normal, professional, but I can see from here that her shadow has that same doubled thickness, that same wrong proportion. I try to warn them, but my explanation comes out fragmented and manic. Marcus suggests I take a break, maybe call it a night. Sarah's concerned expression tells me I look as unhinged as I sound. How do you convince someone that shadows can be stolen when you can barely believe it yourself? We decide to conduct an experiment. At 4 a.m., when the streets are at their emptiest and the shadows are at their longest, we position ourselves in the parking lot behind the community center. Sarah and Marcus set up a circle of high-powered flashlights, creating a zone of overlapping illumination so bright it turns the asphalt nearly white. No shadows can exist in that space. It's basic physics. I stand in the center and wait. He appears within minutes, drawn by some invisible signal. Those pupil-void eyes lock onto mine from the edge of the light, and I can see his confusion as he encounters the shadowless zone. He paces the perimeter like a caged animal, agitation building in his movements. Without shadows to borrow, he becomes more distinct, more solid, and somehow more wrong. His skin has a waxy quality that reflects the harsh light in unnatural ways. His proportions are almost right, but not quite. Arms slightly too long, fingers that seem to have too many joints. When he opens his mouth, I can see that his teeth are all the same size and shape, like someone who's never seen real teeth trying to approximate them. For 30 minutes, he circles our light trap, unable to enter, unable to leave. I begin to think we've solved the problem when he suddenly goes very still. His head tilts to one side with a mechanical precision, and those black hole pupils fix on something beyond our circle. In the distance, someone has lit a trash barrel fire. I watch in growing dread as he approaches the dancing flames, and somehow, impossibly, begins to wrap himself in the flickering light like a cloak. The orange glow doesn't illuminate him. Instead, it seems to seep into his skin, absorbed and contained. When he turns back toward our circle, he's clothed in stolen firelight, and our harsh flashlight beams suddenly seem dimmer, less effective. He steps into our trap without hesitation now, wearing light instead of shadow, but maintaining that same impossible presence. The borrowed flames dance across his skin in patterns that have nothing to do with how fire actually moves. When he raises his arms, the light streams from his fingers like luminous water. Sarah and Marcus see him now, finally, undeniably present in our bright circle. But their expressions aren't fear or confusion. They're looking at me with growing concern, asking who I'm talking to, wondering why I'm staring at empty air and breathing like I've run a marathon. I point directly at him, standing not 5 feet away, wrapped in stolen firelight and wearing that same uncanny attention like a mask. They follow my gaze and see nothing. Their radio chatter grows worried, discussing possible signs of exhaustion-induced hallucination, the psychological toll of long-term volunteer work, the need for professional evaluation. But I can feel the heat radiating from his borrowed flames. I can smell the acrid smoke that clings to his impossible skin. When he reaches toward me with fingers that trail ribbons of orange light, I stumble backward so fast I nearly fall. That's when I understand the true horror. He's not just borrowing shadows and firelight. He's borrowing reality itself. The boundaries between what is and what isn't have become negotiable in his presence. He exists in the spaces between certainty, feeding on the doubt he creates, growing more solid as my sanity becomes less reliable. The team radios for a psychiatric evaluation. Standard protocol for volunteers showing signs of breakdown. I don't resist when they suggest I sit in the van, when they recommend I take a leave of absence, when they speak about me in the careful tones reserved for people who've finally cracked under pressure. Because here's what I can't tell them, what I can barely admit to myself. As they pack up the flashlights and prepare to leave, I catch my reflection in the van's side mirror. In the growing dawn light, my shadow has returned to normal, singular, properly proportioned, moving in sync with my body. But my eyes, my pupils have expanded to swallow my irises completely, turning them into twin black voids that reflect everything and reveal nothing. I reach up to touch my face, and in the mirror, I watch my shadow remain perfectly still. The team is discussing my situation in hushed voices, making plans for my replacement, scheduling interventions. They can't see what I've become, what he's made me become by borrowing pieces of my reality, until the distinction between observer and observed disappeared entirely. I look toward the spot where he was standing, where he might still be standing, where he will always be standing in that space between certainty and doubt. The question isn't whether he's real or a product of psychological breakdown. The question is whether there's any meaningful difference. As the van starts up and we drive away from the brightening streets, I press my face to the window and watch my reflection carefully. Sometimes my shadow moves correctly. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes I'm not sure which version is the real one, or if reality has become a luxury I can no longer afford. The radio crackles with morning shift reports. Normal voices discussing normal problems with normal solutions. I listen to them with my borrowed pupils and wonder how long it will be before one of them notices their shadow growing thick and wrong, before they start seeing figures in their peripheral vision who maintain perfect distances and impossible gazes. I wonder if they'll believe their own eyes when it happens, or if they'll do what reasonable people do when confronted with the unreasonable. I wonder if it matters. Outside, the sun climbs higher, shortening all shadows to small, controllable pools of darkness. But night always returns, and with it, the spaces between certainty where anything might be borrowing pieces of reality, wearing them like clothes that don't quite fit. I close my oil-dark eyes and try to remember what my real shadow looked like, before I learned that some things can be borrowed without ever being returned. Story 17. The first call came at 3:17 a.m., exactly 1 week after Jennifer packed the last of her belongings into cardboard boxes that still sat unopened in my hallway. The shrill ring of the landline cut through the dense silence of the house like a scalpel through skin, dragging me from the restless half-sleep that had become my nightly companion since the divorce papers were signed. I stumbled through the darkness, my bare feet finding every creaking floorboard between the bedroom and kitchen, where the ancient rotary phone hung on the wall like a relic from another century. Jennifer had always wanted to replace it, but I'd insisted on keeping it. One of those small, stupid battles that couples fight when they're already drowning. The receiver felt cold against my ear, heavier than I remembered. Static whispered through the line, punctuated by the distant sound of breathing that wasn't quite human. Too deliberate, too measured, like someone counting seconds between inhales. Then came the voice, barely more than a whisper. Gender indeterminate. Return to the attic. The line went dead before I could respond, leaving me standing in my underwear in the kitchen, holding a phone that suddenly felt like it weighed 50 pounds. I told myself it was a wrong number, some drunk dialing random digits, but my hands shook as I hung up the receiver. The second call came 3 nights later, same time, same voice, same message. Return to the attic. This time I tried to respond, demanding to know who was calling, what they wanted, but the words disappeared into dead air as if the phone line were a black hole swallowing sound itself. By the 5th call, I'd stopped trying to speak. I would simply stand there, listening to the breathing, waiting for those 4 words that had begun to colonize my thoughts during waking hours. Return to the attic. The voice never changed pitch or tone, never added inflection or emphasis. It was as constant as a metronome, as inevitable as sunrise. I began leaving my teaching position at the high school early, rushing home to check the attic, though I couldn't explain why. The space above my bedroom had been sealed off years ago, accessible only through a small trapdoor that required a ladder to reach. Jennifer and I had used it for storage during our brief marriage. Christmas decorations, old textbooks, boxes of photographs from better times. Nothing mysterious. Nothing that would warrant midnight phone calls from strangers. But as I climbed that ladder each afternoon, flashlight trembling in my grip, I began to notice changes. The dust patterns seemed different, as if something had been moving through the space. Boxes appeared to have shifted positions, though I was certain I hadn't touched them since Jennifer left. Most disturbing of all, I could swear the space felt smaller each time I looked, as if the walls were gradually contracting. The calls continued nightly. By the 3rd week, I'd developed a routine around them. I would be in bed by 3 a.m., fully clothed, waiting. The anticipation was worse than the actual calls. My body would tense at 3:15, muscles coiling like springs, every nerve ending alive with electric anxiety. When the phone finally rang, there was almost relief in answering it. Return to the attic. I started responding, even though I knew it was futile. Sometimes I would plead with the voice, asking what it wanted, why it had chosen me. Other times I would grow angry, shouting demands and threats into the receiver. The voice never wavered, never acknowledged my words. It simply delivered its message and disappeared, leaving me more isolated than before. It was during the 4th week that I decided to trace the phone line. The rational part of my mind, the part that had earned me a master's degree in education, that had successfully taught hundreds of students over the years, insisted there had to be a logical explanation. Phone lines had to originate somewhere, connect to something physical and mundane. I started in the basement, following the thick black cable as it snaked through the foundation, along the walls, and up through a hole drilled decades ago by some long-dead electrician. The line continued through the interior walls of the house, and I found myself punching holes in the drywall to trace its path, leaving my home looking like a crime scene. The trail led outside, where the cable emerged from the house near the kitchen window and stretched across the backyard. This was where logic began to fracture. Instead of connecting to the telephone pole at the street, where every phone line in the neighborhood terminated, mine continued in the opposite direction, toward the back fence. I followed it through the neighbor's yard under cover of darkness, grateful that Mrs. Henderson had been in the nursing home since spring. The cable passed through her property and into the narrow alley that ran behind our block, a forgotten strip of cracked asphalt where residents put their garbage cans and teenagers occasionally gathered to smoke stolen cigarettes. There, hanging from a makeshift pole cobbled together from rusted metal and what looked like pieces of old fence posts, was a payphone. Not the modern kind you might find at a gas station, but an ancient gray rotary model that belonged in a museum. The phone cord disappeared into a tangle of other lines, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, stretching in every direction like the web of some massive spider. The phone was ringing when I found it. I approached slowly, my footsteps echoing off the brick walls of the surrounding houses. The ringing seemed impossibly loud in the confined space of the alley, and I wondered how none of the neighbors had ever complained about the noise. Perhaps they couldn't hear it. Perhaps it only rang for me. My hand hovered over the receiver for long moments before I finally lifted it to my ear. The familiar breathing filled the line, but this time it seemed to come from multiple sources, as if a crowd of people were all breathing in perfect synchronization. Then came the voice, but different now. Not the whisper I'd grown accustomed to, but my own voice, played back to me with crystalline clarity. Return to the attic. I dropped the phone and ran. Back home, I climbed to the attic immediately, no longer caring about the late hour or the neighbors who might hear me moving around. The space had definitely grown smaller. Where once I could stand upright in the center, I now had to hunch over to avoid hitting my head on the rafters. The walls seemed to press inward and the air felt thick, oppressive, like breathing soup. That's when I heard them. Footsteps on the roof directly above my head. Slow, deliberate steps that traced the outline of the attic space, pausing occasionally as if the walker were listening for something below. Each footfall sent small showers of dust down from the ceiling, and the old wooden beams groaned under the weight. I held my breath and listened. The footsteps formed a pattern, circling the perimeter of the attic 3 times, before stopping directly over where I crouched. Then came a voice from above, muffled by the roof, but clearly audible. More space. The words sent ice through my veins. Not return to the attic, but more space. As if whatever was up there needed room to expand, to grow, to accommodate something larger than what already existed. I scrambled down from the attic and spent the rest of the night researching the history of my house, diving into county records and old newspaper archives online. What I found chilled me more than the mysterious phone calls or the footsteps on the roof. The house had been built in 1952 by a man named Harold Brennan, a carpenter who'd lost his wife in a car accident shortly after they'd purchased the lot. According to the records, Brennan had lived alone in the house for 37 years, making constant modifications and additions. Neighbors reported that he worked on the house obsessively, particularly the attic, which he expanded and modified almost monthly. Brennan had disappeared in 1989. Police found no signs of struggle, no indication of where he might have gone. The house had sat empty for 3 years before being sold to the first in a series of owners, none of whom stayed longer than 18 months. Jennifer and I had been the longest residents in decades. The records mentioned that several previous owners had reported strange phone calls, unexplained noises, and the persistent feeling that the house was somehow watching them. One family had abandoned the property in the middle of the night, leaving most of their belongings behind. But it was the final detail that made my blood freeze. Harold Brennan had been a teacher at the local high school. He'd taught shop class in the same building where I now worked, in the same room that had become my classroom after the woodworking program was discontinued. I began to understand then what the voice meant by return to the attic. It wasn't asking me to go up there. It was asking me to come back, as if I'd been there before, as if I belonged there. The thought terrified me, but it also felt disturbingly right, like a key turning in a lock I hadn't known existed. The calls intensified after my discovery. Instead of once per night, the phone began ringing every hour after midnight. Each time the message was the same: return to the attic. But now I could hear something else in the background, the sound of tools, hammering and sawing, as if construction work were taking place wherever the caller was speaking from. I stopped going to work. I couldn't concentrate on lesson plans or student papers when every spare moment was consumed by thoughts of the attic, the phone calls, the footsteps on the roof. I called in sick day after day until the principal stopped accepting my excuses and placed me on administrative leave. With nowhere else to go and nothing else to occupy my mind, I became obsessed with the attic space. I measured it daily, documenting the gradual reduction in size. What had started as an 8 by 12 foot room was now closer to 6 by 10, the walls moving inward by fractions of inches each day. The ceiling was lower too, forcing me to crawl rather than crouch. But the most disturbing change was in the contents. The boxes of Christmas decorations and old photographs were still there, but they seemed different somehow. When I opened them, I found items I didn't remember storing. Old tools that looked handmade, blueprints for house modifications drawn in pencil on yellowed paper, and photographs of the attic in various stages of construction. In one photograph, I could see a man working in the space, his back to the camera. He wore work clothes and had the broad shoulders of someone accustomed to physical labor. Something about his posture seemed familiar, though I was certain I'd never seen the image before. The footsteps on the roof became more frequent and more aggressive. Sometimes they would pace back and forth for hours, and I began to hear other sounds. Scraping, as if something were being dragged across the shingles, and occasionally a rhythmic pounding that seemed to shake the entire house. I started sleeping in the living room, as far from the attic as possible, but the sounds followed me. They seemed to come from inside the walls themselves, traveling through the wooden frame of the house like a message being passed along a telephone line. The phrase, "more space," began appearing in my dreams, written on chalkboards, whispered by students, carved into the surface of my desk at school. I would wake with the words on my lips, as if I'd been saying them in my sleep. It was during one of these restless nights that I finally understood what was happening. I wasn't being haunted by Harold Brennan, I was becoming him. The attic wasn't shrinking, I was expanding into it, my consciousness filling the space bit by bit, claiming territory that had once belonged to someone else. The phone calls weren't coming from outside the house. They were coming from within me, from some part of my mind that had always known this place, that had always belonged here. The voice that said, "Return to the attic," was my own voice, calling to me across time, across the thin barrier between what was real and what was memory. I began to remember things I'd never experienced. The satisfaction of driving nails into wood, the smell of sawdust and paint, the feeling of creating something permanent and lasting. I remembered losing someone I loved, someone whose absence left a void so profound that the only way to fill it was to build, to expand, to create more space for the emptiness to occupy. The footsteps on the roof were my own footsteps, taken by feet I hadn't yet learned to use. The construction sounds were my future work, the modifications I would make to accommodate the growing hunger for space that consumed me more each day. I understood now why the previous owners had left so quickly. They had felt it too, the pull toward the attic, the gradual dissolution of the boundary between self and house. But they had fought it, had run from it before it could complete its work. I wouldn't run. I couldn't run. The house needed me, and I needed it. The attic was calling me home, not to the place I lived, but to the place I had always belonged. The phone rang at 3:17 a.m., as it had every night for weeks. But this time, when I answered, I heard my own voice speaking words I didn't remember saying. Return to the attic. I hung up the phone and walked slowly through the dark house, past the holes I'd punched in the walls while tracing the phone line, past the boxes Jennifer had left behind, past the remnants of a life I was gradually forgetting. The ladder to the attic was already down, waiting for me. I climbed up through the trapdoor and into the space above, which was now barely large enough to contain my body. The walls pressed against my shoulders, the ceiling brushed the top of my head, and the floorboards creaked under my weight. But it felt right. It felt like home. I pulled the trapdoor closed behind me and settled into the cramped space, surrounded by tools I was learning to remember and blueprints for expansions I would soon begin. Outside, I could hear my own footsteps on the roof above, pacing back and forth as they planned the next phase of construction. The phone in the alley would ring tomorrow night, and the night after that, and every night until the next teacher found their way to this house, this room, This perfect, expanding space where memory and reality converged. There was so much work to do, so much space to create. The house was hungry, and I finally understood what it needed to be fed. In the darkness of the attic, I smiled and picked up the hammer that had been waiting in my hand all along. Story 18. The house came with a laundry kit, that's what the realtor called it. A complete set of appliances, still in their original packaging, stacked in the basement like oversized Christmas presents we'd never asked for. Sarah thought it was a blessing. I thought it was strange. Who leaves behind $1,000 worth of pristine washing machines and dryers? But we were newlyweds operating on a shoestring budget, and strange blessings were still blessings. So I spent that first weekend assembling everything in the narrow basement laundry room, my back aching from crouching in the low-ceilinged space. The manual was in 3 languages, none of which seemed to match the actual machine I was installing. That's when I found it. While pushing the washing machine against the back wall, my palm pressed against what felt like a seam in the wood paneling. The pressure caused a section to shift inward with a soft click, revealing a narrow opening barely wide enough for a person to crawl through. "Sarah," I called upstairs, my voice echoing strangely in the confined space. "You need to see this." She descended the creaky stairs with cautious steps, her bare feet silent on the concrete. When I showed her the hidden panel, her reaction wasn't what I expected. Instead of curiosity or concern, her face went pale, and she took a step backward. "We should seal it," she said immediately. "Whatever it is, we should just seal it up and forget about it." But I was already on my hands and knees, peering into the darkness beyond. Cool air flowed from the opening, carrying a scent I couldn't place. Something clean yet stale, like fabric softener mixed with dust. I grabbed my phone's flashlight and crawled inside. The space opened into a room identical to our bedroom upstairs. Same dimensions, same layout, same hardwood floors. But everything was inverted, as if viewed through a peculiar mirror. Where our walls were painted sage green, these were coral. Where our curtains hung in deep navy, these were bright yellow. Our white bedspread had become black, and our black dresser had become white. Most unsettling were the clothes. Hanging in the closet were exact replicas of our wardrobe, but in complementary colors. Sarah's red sweater hung in bright green. My blue jeans had become orange. Every piece of clothing we owned had its color wheel opposite waiting in this impossible room. Sarah refused to enter. She stood at the opening, arms wrapped around herself, insisting we call someone, though she couldn't say who. The police? A contractor? The previous owners? I crawled back and forth between the rooms, documenting everything with my phone, my rational mind struggling to process what I was seeing. That night, we sealed the panel with duct tape and moved the washing machine back into position. But sealing it didn't stop the dreams. I dreamed of walking through our bedroom, but everything felt wrong. The colors seemed too vivid, almost aggressive in their intensity. I would reach for my familiar blue shirt and find my hand closing around fabric the color of sunset. In these dreams, Sarah moved beside me, but when I turned to look at her, her features were slightly off. Her brown eyes had become green, her dark hair had lightened to auburn. I woke the first morning wearing an orange t-shirt I'd never seen before. It fit perfectly, felt exactly like the blue one I'd worn to bed, but the color made my skin look sallow and strange. Sarah emerged from our walk-in closet wearing a yellow dress that mimicked the cut and fabric of her favorite navy one. We stared at each other across the bedroom, neither wanting to voice what we both understood. Sarah's hands trembled as she touched the unfamiliar fabric. "We need to check," I said finally. Downstairs, the washing machine had shifted slightly. Not much, maybe an inch, but enough to reveal the edge of the panel. The duct tape hung in loose strips, as if it had been carefully removed and hastily reapplied. I moved the machine again and crawled into the hidden room. Our clothing hung in the closet exactly as before, but 2 items were missing: a blue t-shirt and a navy dress. In their places hung the orange shirt and yellow dress we were wearing. The rational part of my mind offered explanations. We were sleepwalking. We had somehow confused our laundry. We were both experiencing the same stress-induced hallucination, but rationality felt thin and unconvincing in the face of the impossible room. Over the following days, the exchanges became more frequent. I would sleep in white pajamas and wake in black ones. Sarah's burgundy robe became lime green overnight. We stopped talking about it, as if silence could make it less real. Instead, we focused on sealing the gaps, any place where air might flow between the rooms. I caulked every seam I could find in the basement. Sarah weather-stripped the windows upstairs. We installed draft stoppers under doors and sealed electrical outlets with foam gaskets. The house became airtight, stuffy, but still the clothes changed. The transformations weren't random. They followed patterns I began to obsess over, mapping color relationships in notebooks I hid from Sarah. Complementary colors, triadic schemes, split complementary combinations. There was a logic to it, a system that suggested intelligence behind the exchanges. But it was the temperature that truly unsettled me. Every morning, the clothes we woke wearing were cold. Not cool, but genuinely cold, as if they'd been stored in a refrigerator. The fabric would warm against our skin throughout the day, but those first moments of contact sent chills deep into our bones. Sarah began avoiding the basement entirely. She would start loads of laundry and ask me to move them to the dryer. She stopped coming downstairs after dark, claiming she could hear sounds, soft footsteps, the whisper of fabric against fabric, the barely audible creak of hangers swaying. I heard them too, but I told myself they were settling sounds, the expansion and contraction of wood and metal in our old house. Houses made noise. That was normal. What wasn't normal was how the sound seemed to mirror our movements above. When Sarah walked across our bedroom floor, I would hear corresponding footsteps below. When she opened our closet door, I would hear the soft squeak of hinges from the basement. The breaking point came on a Tuesday morning in our third week in the house. I woke wearing clothes I'd never seen before, a purple sweater and green slacks that felt familiar but looked alien. Sarah was gone. Her side of the bed was cold, the covers thrown back as if she'd left in a hurry. I found her in the kitchen, still in her nightgown, staring at the basement door. Her face was white, her hands shaking as she gripped a cup of coffee. "I went down there," she whispered without looking at me. In the middle of the night, I had to know. My stomach dropped. "What did you see?" Someone was in the room, wearing my clothes, my real clothes, but it wasn't me. It looked like me, but the wrong colors, like a negative of a photograph. Her voice broke. It saw me looking and waved. It waved at me with my own hand. I wanted to tell her it was a dream, a hallucination, anything but what she was describing. But I could see my own growing paranoia reflected in her eyes. We were both losing our grip on what was real. That day, I bought industrial-grade sealant and spent hours filling every crack, every gap, every possible pathway for air to flow between our world and whatever lay beneath. I sealed the hidden panel with expanding foam and placed the washing machine on rubber mats to prevent it from shifting. For 3 days, our clothes remained unchanged. Sarah's relief was palpable. She hummed while cooking dinner and laughed at television shows for the first time since we'd moved in. I wanted to share her optimism, but something felt wrong. The house was too quiet now, too still. The absence of the subtle sounds from below felt more ominous than their presence had. On the 4th night, I woke to find Sarah's side of the bed empty again. This time, I didn't find her in the kitchen. I searched every room, calling her name in increasingly panicked whispers. Finally, I heard her voice, faint and distant, seeming to come from the walls themselves. Following the sound, I traced it to the basement. The washing machine had moved again, not just shifted, but completely displaced, sitting in the center of the room at an impossible angle. The hidden panel gaped open like a wound. Sarah's voice was coming from inside. I grabbed a flashlight and crawled through the opening. The replica bedroom was darker than before, lit only by a strange, cold glow that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. Sarah stood in front of the mirror, but her reflection was wrong. Where she wore her white nightgown, the reflection showed black fabric, Where her hair appeared brown in the dim light, the reflection showed blonde. "Sarah," I called softly. She turned, but the movement felt delayed, as if she were moving through thick water. Her smile was her own, but something in her eyes was different, a recognition mixed with confusion, as if she were seeing me for the first time. "I understand now," she said, her voice echoing strangely in the confined space. "This is where the originals live. We've been wearing the copies all along." I reached for her hand, but my fingers passed through empty air. She was there but not there, solid but somehow not entirely present. The cold in the room was intense now, seeping through my skin and settling in my bones. "Sarah, we need to leave. Now." But she shook her head, still smiling that strange, distant smile. "The wind stopped. Can't you feel it? When you sealed everything, you trapped us here. The cold air was the only way back, and now it can't flow." The realization hit me like ice water. The drafts, the cold air flowing between the spaces. It hadn't been bringing the duplicate clothes to us. It had been our only connection to our real world. By sealing every gap, every pathway for air to move, I had severed the link entirely. I lunged forward, trying to grab Sarah to pull her back through the opening. My hands closed on fabric that felt real but looked wrong, and for a moment I could see both versions of her simultaneously. The Sarah in white and the Sarah in black, occupying the same space but existing in different realities. Then the cold intensified, and I was alone in the impossible room. The mirror showed my reflection wearing clothes I'd never owned, in colors that hurt to look at. Around me, the walls seemed to pulse with that cold, unnatural light. I crawled back through the opening into our basement, gasping for warm air. But even as I moved the washing machine back into place and began frantically searching for something to unseal the gaps I'd so carefully filled, a terrible certainty settled over me. Every piece of clothing in our closet upstairs would be the wrong color now. Every mirror in the house would show a reflection that didn't quite match. And somewhere below, in a room that couldn't exist but did, Sarah was learning to live in the spaces between realities, wearing colors that belonged to someone else. I sit here now, writing this account, wearing a red shirt that should be blue, and jeans that should be any color but this violent orange. The drafts have returned. I've unsealed everything I can find, but they bring only cold air now, never warmth, never the promise of return. Sometimes late at night I hear Sarah moving in the room below, the soft whisper of fabric, the creak of floorboards that mirror our bedroom above. When I look in the mirror, I can almost see her standing behind me, wearing the right colors at last. But I've learned not to turn around, because every time I do, I see only empty space where she should be, and I remember that I'm the one wearing the wrong colors now. I'm the one who doesn't belong. The question that keeps me awake isn't whether the room is real or if I'm losing my mind. The question is whether it matters. Whether the distinction between reality and madness has any meaning when you're living in the wrong version of your own life. The cold drafts continue to blow through the gaps I've reopened, carrying whispers that might be wind or might be voices. And I wait, wearing clothes that feel like mine but look like someone else's, for the morning when I might wake up in the right colors again, or for the night when I stop waking up at all. Outside, the wind picks up, rattling windows and doors, seeking every unsealed crack in our careful prison. I listen to its song and wonder if Sarah can hear it too, from wherever the originals go and the copies take their place. The washing machine hums in the basement below, a sound that could be mechanical or could be breathing. I don't go down to check anymore. I've learned that some questions are more dangerous than their answers. And in the morning, I know, I'll wake wearing different colors entirely, one step further from the person I used to be. Story 19. The notification chimed at 2:47 a.m., cutting through the silence of my cramped dorm room like a blade through skin. Sarah's profile picture glowed on my phone screen, auburn hair catching golden light, green eyes that seemed to hold secrets I desperately wanted to uncover. We'd been messaging for 3 weeks, our conversations growing increasingly intimate, increasingly urgent. "Want to meet tonight? I know a place." Renovated motel on Route 9, very private. I should have questioned the timing, the location, the way she'd avoided video calls despite my suggestions. But loneliness had been my companion for months, and Sarah's words carried a promise that made rational thought impossible. My fingers moved across the screen before my mind could intervene. I'll be there in an hour. The drive through the October night felt surreal, as if I were moving through thick glass. Streetlights created amber pools that my headlights couldn't quite penetrate, and the radio played nothing but static no matter which station I tried. Route 9 stretched ahead like a black ribbon, unmarked by other cars or signs of civilization. The Sleepy Inn motel materialized from the darkness with an abruptness that made me brake harder than necessary. The neon sign flickered erratically, casting the building in intermittent red light that made the white exterior appear to pulse like exposed flesh. Only 3 cars sat in the parking lot, their shapes indistinct in the shadows between the stuttering illumination. Sarah waited by the office exactly as she'd appeared in her photos. Same auburn hair, same green eyes that now seemed to reflect the neon like a cat's. She smiled when she saw me, but something about the expression felt rehearsed, like she'd practiced it in a mirror. "You found it," she said, her voice carrying a slight accent I couldn't place. Hadn't noticed during our brief phone conversations. She gestured toward the building with painted nails that appeared black in the red light. "I already got us a room, number 237. The office door stood open behind her, revealing nothing but darkness beyond the threshold. No desk clerk visible, no sounds of late-night television or radio, just an empty space that seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it. "Isn't someone supposed to be working?" I asked, but Sarah was already walking toward the stairs, her heels clicking against concrete in a rhythm that echoed strangely off the building's walls. "They trust their guests here," she called over her shoulder. "Very private establishment." Room 237 sat at the end of the second-floor balcony, isolated from the other units by what appeared to be an unusually long stretch of walkway. Sarah produced a key, an old-fashioned brass one, rather than the plastic cards most motels used, and turned it in the lock with practiced ease. The door swung open to reveal a space that made my breath catch in my throat. Every surface bore the same pattern, an intricate design of interlocking spirals and geometric shapes in deep burgundy and gold. The wallpaper, the curtains, even the bedspread displayed this hypnotic motif with perfect alignment, creating the illusion that the room existed as a single, seamless entity. The pattern seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at it, peripheral vision catching movement that vanished the moment I focused. "Impressive renovation," Sarah murmured, stepping inside with fluid grace. They really paid attention to detail. I followed her, noting how the door closed behind us with a soft click that seemed to echo longer than physics should allow. The room felt larger than it had appeared from outside, stretching away from the entrance in dimensions that didn't quite make sense. But what truly unsettled me was the absence of windows. Where windows should have been, floor-to-ceiling mirrors reflected the room back at us. But the reflections showed something impossible, a long corridor extending beyond the glass, lined with doors that receded into darkness. In that reflected space, I could see figures moving, shadows that maintained human proportions, but lacked the substance of actual people. "The view's interesting," I said, approaching one of the mirrors. My reflection approached from the other side, but something about its movement seemed delayed, as if it were following rather than mimicking my actions. Sarah laughed, a sound like wind chimes in a storm. "Everything here is designed to provide a unique experience." I reached toward the mirror's surface, expecting to touch cold glass. Instead, my fingers encountered something that yielded slightly, like the surface tension of deep water. The reflection of my hand moved differently than my actual hand, pressing back against mine with pressure that felt disturbingly warm. "What kind of place is this?" I whispered, pulling my hand away. When I turned, Sarah stood directly behind me, closer than she'd been a moment before. Her green eyes had darkened to the color of deep forest shadow, and her smile revealed teeth that seemed too sharp, too numerous. "The kind of place where people can explore their deeper nature," she said, "where boundaries become flexible." The pattern on the walls began to pulse with subtle rhythm, like a heartbeat made visible. I found myself studying its complexity, noting how certain spirals connected while others remained isolated, how geometric shapes nested within larger designs in ways that hurt to contemplate directly. The burgundy seemed darker now, approaching the color of dried blood, while the gold elements brightened to an almost metallic sheen. "I need some air," I said, moving toward the door. "Maybe we could go get coffee, talk somewhere more." The door handle wouldn't turn. I tried again, applying more pressure, but the brass fixture remained immobile. No amount of force seemed to affect it. Not locked, but simply unresponsive, as if it had become decorative rather than functional. "The door's stuck," I announced, fighting the edge of panic creeping into my voice. Sarah seated herself on the bed, the pattern of the bedspread making her form difficult to focus on properly. "Doors open when they're supposed to open." I examined the handle more closely, running my fingers around its edges, searching for some mechanism I might have missed. The brass felt warm, almost feverish, and bore the same spiraling pattern that covered everything else in the room. As I studied it, I noticed something that made my stomach clench. The pattern wasn't simply painted or engraved on the handle. It seemed to exist beneath the surface, visible through the metal as if the brass were transparent. Behind me, Sarah's voice had taken on a sing-song quality. "Every pattern tells a story. Every spiral leads somewhere. Some lead out, some lead deeper in." I pressed my ear to the door, listening for sounds from the corridor beyond. Other guests, traffic, anything that might indicate a world existing outside this increasingly claustrophobic space. Instead, I heard only silence so complete it seemed to have weight, pressing against my eardrums like water pressure. The mirrors drew my attention again. In their reflected corridors, the shadows had moved closer. What had been indistinct shapes in the distance now clearly resembled human forms, standing just beyond the glass and watching. Their faces remained unclear, but I could feel their attention like cold breath against my skin. One of the shadows raised its hand and placed it against the glass from the other side. I moved to the corresponding mirror and pressed my palm against the surface, expecting to meet its touch. Instead, my hand passed through what should have been solid glass, encountering nothing but empty air beyond. "That's impossible," I breathed, pulling my hand back quickly. The shadow figure stepped closer, and I could see that its face was my own, but older, drawn, marked by exhaustion and something that might have been fear. It mouthed words I couldn't hear, pointing urgently at something behind me. I spun around to find the room had changed. The single door had multiplied into 5 identical entrances, each bearing the same brass handle with its impossible internal pattern. They were arranged along the wall at regular intervals, but the wall itself seemed to have expanded to accommodate them, stretching the room's dimensions beyond what the building's exterior could possibly contain. "Which one leads out?" I asked Sarah, but when I looked toward the bed, she was gone. The pattern on the walls pulsed faster now, the spirals seeming to rotate while the geometric shapes shifted positions. I realized with growing horror that I could no longer remember which door I'd originally entered through. They all looked identical, down to microscopic details in the brass fittings and the way light fell across their surfaces. I approached the leftmost door and grasped its handle. The brass burned against my palm, but I forced myself to turn it. The door opened to reveal not a corridor, but another room identical to the one I occupied. Same pattern, same mirrors, same 5 doors. In that reflected space, I could see another version of myself standing at an identical door, looking back at me with desperate recognition. The second door revealed the same impossible duplication, as did the third and fourth. Each opened onto a room that seemed to exist parallel to mine, each containing another version of myself trapped in the same geometric puzzle. Only one door remained. I studied the pattern on the walls more carefully, forcing myself to trace individual spirals despite the way they seemed to writhe under direct observation. There had to be logic here, some sequence or code hidden within the design. Sarah had said the pattern told a story. Perhaps it also contained instructions. The spirals weren't random. Following them with my finger, I discovered they formed a path through the geometric shapes, connecting certain elements while bypassing others. Some spirals led to dead ends, terminating in isolated loops. But one, a single thread of burgundy that appeared and disappeared beneath the overlapping gold elements, traced a route from the entrance wall to the mirror wall and back again. The mirror wall. I approached the reflective surface where I'd first seen the corridor, where my hand had passed through solid glass. The shadow figure, my older, more exhausted self, still waited on the other side. This time, when I looked closely, I could see he stood not in a corridor, but in a room that mirrored mine exactly, down to the pattern on the walls. But his pattern was reversed. Where my spirals curved clockwise, his moved counterclockwise. Where my geometric shapes pointed upward, his pointed down. He was trapped in the negative space of my prison, the inverse of my maze. I pressed both hands against the mirror's surface and felt it yield like water. The glass stretched around my arms as I leaned forward, reaching toward my reflection. Our fingers touched in the space between worlds, and I felt a shock of recognition that went deeper than sight. He wasn't just my reflection. He was me. From a timeline where I'd made a different choice, where I'd turned a different handle, traced a different spiral, followed a different path through the pattern. The doors don't lead out, I whispered to myself, finally understanding. They lead to other patterns. Every choice created another room, another maze, another version of myself trapped in geometric possibility. The true exit wasn't through any door. It was through the mirrors, through the space between patterns where inverse met inverse and canceled out. I pulled myself through the yielding glass, feeling reality bend around me like heated plastic. For a moment, I existed in both rooms simultaneously, my consciousness split between the spiral and its reflection. Then something snapped, and I found myself standing in empty air above Route 9, watching the Sleepy Inn motel dissolve into mist below me. I landed hard on the asphalt, my car keys cutting into my palm where I'd been clutching them. The motel was gone, leaving nothing but an empty lot overgrown with weeds that rustled in the October wind. My phone showed 3:15 a.m., only 28 minutes since I'd sent my reply to Sarah. But when I checked my messages, our entire conversation had vanished. Her profile no longer existed in the app. According to my phone's history, I'd been texting no one, replying to empty air. I drove home through streets that seemed too bright, too normal, too convincingly real. Back in my dorm room, I tried to sleep. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw the pattern. Spirals within spirals. Paths that led everywhere and nowhere. A geometric maze that existed just beneath the surface of ordinary reality. 3 weeks later, I received another notification. A different app this time, a different name, but the same auburn hair and green eyes stared back at me from the screen. Want to meet tonight? I know a place. My finger hovered over the keyboard. In the reflection of my phone's screen, I could see my face, older now, marked by exhaustion and something that might have been fear. Behind me, just visible in the black surface of my window, spiral patterns shifted in the darkness between streetlights. The notification chimed again. Renovated motel on Route 9. Very private. I stared at the message, watching the words blur and reform into the familiar burgundy and gold pattern. Somewhere in the distance, I could hear the sound of wind chimes in a storm, growing steadily closer. My reflection in the phone screen mouthed a single word, run. But my fingers were already moving across the keyboard, typing words I couldn't remember deciding to send, following a spiral that led everywhere and nowhere, deeper into a pattern that existed just beneath the surface of every choice I'd ever made. I'll be there in an hour. Story 20. The Greyhound station, at 2:47 a.m., resembled a purgatory of fluorescent lighting and stale coffee. I clutched my ticket to Denver, watching the last stragglers board the interstate bus through rain-streaked windows. The attendant's voice crackled over the intercom, announcing final boarding for Route 76 West, and I shuffled toward the door with my duffel bag, my sneakers squeaking against the polished floor. The driver nodded as I climbed aboard, a heavy-set man with graying temples and hands that gripped the steering wheel like he was wrestling something into submission. Most seats were empty, just a handful of night travelers scattered throughout the dimly lit cabin. I chose a window seat halfway back, settling into the worn fabric that smelled of disinfectant and 1,000 previous journeys. As we pulled away from the station, the city lights began to blur into streaks of amber and white. The engine hummed its familiar diesel lullaby, and I pressed my forehead against the cool glass, watching the urban landscape give way to stretches of farmland and forest. Sleep beckoned, but something about the driver's posture kept me alert. The way his shoulders hunched forward, the constant adjustment of his rearview mirror, the subtle shake of his head as if responding to an invisible presence. That's when I first heard it. The voice emerged from the overhead speakers, tinny and distorted like a radio transmission breaking through static. The driver was speaking to someone, his tone sharp with frustration. I couldn't make out all the words, but fragments drifted back. Told you the route was clear, and not supposed to be here. His voice carried the weight of an argument, but I saw no radio handset, no Bluetooth device, nothing to explain who he was addressing. I glanced around the cabin. The other passengers seemed oblivious, lost in their own worlds of sleep or smartphones. A woman near the front dozed against her window, her breath fogging the glass. An elderly man 2 rows ahead read a paperback novel under a small light. None of them appeared to notice the driver's one-sided conversation. The bus hit a pothole, jolting us all slightly. As we bounced back onto smooth asphalt, a different voice emerged from the speakers, mechanical, artificial, like a GPS navigation system, recalculating route. I sat up straighter. The timing seemed too precise to be coincidental. The driver's voice resumed immediately after, more agitated now. No, that's not right. We're staying on 76. I know this road better than your damn satellites. Another bump, this one from what felt like debris on the highway. Again, the mechanical response, recalculating route. The driver's hands tightened on the wheel. I could see the tension in his knuckles from my seat, the way his shoulders hunched higher. He muttered something under his breath that the speakers didn't catch, but his agitation was palpable. For the next hour, this pattern continued with unsettling regularity. Every significant bump, pothole, or rough patch of road triggered that same electronic voice, recalculating route. And each time the driver would respond with increasing frustration, arguing with what seemed to be empty air about directions, routes, and destinations that made no sense for our journey to Denver. The strangest part was how none of the other passengers reacted. They continued sleeping, reading, staring out their windows as if nothing unusual was happening. I began to wonder if I was the only one hearing this bizarre exchange, but the voices came clearly through the overhead speakers. There was no way they could be in my head. Around 4 a.m., curiosity got the better of me. The next time we hit a rough patch of road, I pressed my palms firmly against my ears, creating a seal that muffled most external sounds. The bus smoothed out immediately. Not just the ride quality, everything. The subtle vibrations through the floor, the minor creaks and groans of the chassis, even the diesel engine's rumble seemed to stabilize into a perfect mechanical purr. I lowered my hands, and instantly the roughness returned. The bus lurched slightly as we hit what felt like a series of small bumps, and the familiar electronic voice announced, recalculating route. This time I paid closer attention to the driver's response. His words came through more clearly now that I was focused. You're trying to take us off the main highway again. I won't do it. These people have families waiting for them. My blood chilled. He was talking about us, the passengers. But who was he talking to? I experimented for the next several miles, covering and uncovering my ears. The pattern held. With my ears blocked, the ride was glass smooth. Without the seal, we seemed to be traveling over increasingly rough terrain. The correlation was so precise it felt intentional, as if the road itself was responding to my ability to hear whatever was happening in the driver's compartment. By 5 a.m., Fatigue and confusion were wearing me down. The sky outside was beginning to lighten with the first hints of dawn, but something was wrong with the landscape. We should have been traveling through Colorado's eastern plains by now, but instead, I saw rolling hills shrouded in an unseasonable fog. The road signs were either missing or too weathered to read, and the mile markers seemed to be counting backward. The driver's conversations had become more frequent and more urgent. He spoke of passengers who weren't supposed to be on the bus, of a route that kept changing without his permission, of a destination that wasn't on any official schedule. The mechanical voice responded to every bump with its relentless mantra, recalculating route. I tried to rationalize what I was experiencing. Perhaps the driver had some kind of mental condition, talking to himself through stress or exhaustion. Maybe the GPS voice was just a coincidence, an automated system responding to road conditions. But the precision of the timing, the way my ability to hear seemed directly linked to the bus's performance. None of it had a logical explanation. The fog outside grew thicker as we climbed into what should have been flat prairie land. Our headlights carved weak tunnels through the gray murk, and I realized I hadn't seen another vehicle for over an hour. No traffic in either direction, no signs of human habitation, just endless curves through a landscape that seemed increasingly alien. I considered waking the other passengers, asking if they were hearing what I was hearing, but something held me back. Their peaceful sleep seemed too perfect, too undisturbed. The woman near the front hadn't changed position in hours, her breath no longer fogging the window despite the cool air that had begun seeping into the cabin. The elderly man still held his book open to the same page, his eyes moving in a reading pattern that never progressed. The bus began to climb steeper grades, engine straining against what the driver's GPS insisted didn't exist. Through the fog, I caught glimpses of scenery that belonged nowhere near the interstate highway system. Dense forests of trees too tall and too close together, rocky outcroppings that jutted from the earth at impossible angles, and always that thick gray fog that seemed to swallow our headlights. "This isn't right," the driver's voice came through clearly now, tinged with something approaching panic. "The map says we're still on 76, but this isn't 76. This isn't anywhere." The mechanical voice responded to a particularly severe pothole, recalculating route. "Stop recalculating," the driver shouted. "There is no route. We're driving through nothing." I pressed my palms against my ears again, desperate for the smooth ride that had provided some comfort earlier. The bus did level out, but something else changed too. The fog outside didn't dissipate, but it seemed to thin slightly, and through it I could see other vehicles on the road, cars and trucks moving in both directions, their headlights and taillights creating normal patterns of highway traffic. But when I lowered my hands, the traffic vanished. We were alone again, climbing through impossible terrain while the GPS voice continued its maddening litany with every bump, recalculating route. The sun should have been fully up by now, but the fog blocked most of the light, creating a perpetual twilight that made it impossible to judge time or distance. My phone had lost all signal hours ago, the screen showing only no service where bars used to indicate connectivity to the outside world. The driver's monologue had become a stream of consciousness, fragments of frustration and fear bleeding through the speakers. "Not supposed to end like this. Told them the route was too dangerous. Passengers don't know where they're really going. Keep recalculating, but there's nowhere left to calculate." With each mile, the landscape became more surreal. Through the fog, I glimpsed structures that couldn't possibly exist. Bridges spanning empty valleys, road signs written in symbols I didn't recognize, exit ramps that curved up into the gray nothing and disappeared. The other passengers remained in their strange, suspended state, and I began to wonder if I was the only one truly awake on this bus. The mechanical voice had evolved too, its responses becoming more elaborate. Recalculating route. Alternative path suggested. Warning. Destination uncertain. "I know the destination is uncertain," the driver screamed. "I've been trying to tell you that for hours. We're not going to Denver. We're not going anywhere that exists." I found myself caught in a terrible choice. With my ears covered, I could see glimpses of normal highway travel, other vehicles, familiar landscape. But I could also hear my own heartbeat growing more erratic, my breathing becoming labored, as if the act of blocking sound was slowly suffocating me. With my ears uncovered, the nightmarish journey continued, but at least I could breathe normally and hear what might be crucial information about our situation. As we crested another impossible hill, the fog began to part slightly. Ahead I could see what looked like a town, lights twinkling through the gray murk, the suggestion of buildings and streets. But as we drew closer, I realized the lights weren't moving. No traffic, no people, just static illumination like a photograph of a place that might once have been real. The driver's voice had dropped to a whisper, "End of the line. This is where the route always ends, no matter how many times they recalculate." The bus began to slow, and I felt a growing certainty that whatever was about to happen would answer all my questions in ways I wasn't prepared to understand. The mechanical voice spoke one final time, but its message was different now. Destination reached. Route complete. Thank you for traveling with us. The engine fell silent. The other passengers began to stir for the first time in hours, stretching and gathering their belongings as if this were any normal arrival at any normal destination. Through the fog-shrouded windows I could see the outline of what might have been a bus station, its lights warm and welcoming in the gray dawn. But I kept my hands pressed firmly against my ears, holding on to the last connection to whatever reality I'd left behind when I boarded this bus. As long as I couldn't hear the voices, couldn't hear the final exchange between the driver and whatever had been guiding our route through the impossible landscape, there was still a chance that everything I'd experienced was just a product of exhaustion and imagination. The other passengers filed off the bus in orderly silence. The woman from the front seat passed my row without acknowledging my presence, her eyes focused on some distant point beyond the windows. The elderly man tucked his unread book into a coat pocket and shuffled toward the exit, his movements mechanical and precise. Soon, I was alone with the driver, who sat motionless in his seat, hands still gripping the wheel. Through the speakers, I could hear him breathing, slow, measured breaths like someone who had finally stopped running from something that had been chasing him for a very long time. I knew I should leave the bus, should follow the others into whatever awaited us in this fog-shrouded place that claimed to be our destination. But I also knew that the moment I removed my hands from my ears, the moment I allowed myself to hear whatever final truth was waiting in the driver's compartment, everything I thought I understood about the journey would change forever. Outside, the fog continued to swirl around the empty station, and somewhere in the distance, I could hear the faint sound of another bus pulling away, its engine carrying new passengers toward destinations that existed only in the space between one route calculation and the next. My arms were growing tired, but I kept my ears covered, listening only to my own heartbeat, and the silence that might be the only thing standing between me and whatever route the voices had really been calculating all along. Story 21. The first time it happened, I convinced myself it was a glitch. I'd been hunched over my controller for hours, methodically working through Silent Grove, a survival horror game from 1997 that most collectors considered a holy grail. The CRT monitor cast its familiar blue glow across my basement workshop, where dozens of vintage consoles lined the shelves like silent sentinels. The storm outside had been building all evening, sending occasional flickers through the overhead bulb and making the shadows dance across my collection. I remember glancing at the clock on my phone, 2:02 a.m., just as I triggered the save sequence. The protagonist stood in the abandoned hospital corridor, fluorescent lights humming their electronic funeral dirge overhead. I'd been playing for 6 straight hours, my eyes burning from the pixelated glow, my neck cramping from the hunched position I always adopted when deep in a gaming session. The save completed with its familiar chime, and I leaned back in my chair, letting out a long exhale. That's when I noticed him, standing directly behind my character, close enough that their sprites nearly overlapped, was another figure. Identical in every way to my protagonist, down to the same faded denim jacket and scuffed boots. The duplicate stood perfectly still, no idle animation, No breathing cycle, just frozen in place like a glitched shadow. I rubbed my eyes and blamed fatigue. Rare games often had undocumented bugs, especially ones that had been sitting in someone's attic for 25 years before finding their way to my collection. I reloaded the save file, expecting the anomaly to disappear. It didn't. The duplicate remained exactly where it had been, a motionless sentinel standing at my character's shoulder. When I moved forward, it followed with perfect synchronization, always maintaining that same unsettling proximity. When I turned left, it mirrored the movement precisely. When I stopped, it stopped, but it never appeared in the reflection of windows or mirrors within the game world, only in direct view, always lingering just at the edge of the camera's perspective. I spent the next hour testing various theories. Loading earlier saves showed the figure appearing only in files created after 2 a.m. Earlier saves were clean, normal, solitary. I checked online forums, scoured documentation, even dug through the game's crude instruction manual with its photocopied pages and hand-drawn maps. Nothing mentioned a companion character or multiplayer mode. The rational part of my mind, the part that had methodically cataloged over 300 vintage games and could troubleshoot hardware issues with surgical precision, insisted this was simply corrupted data. Old cartridges were notorious for developing bit rot, causing strange visual artifacts and behavioral anomalies. I'd seen games spawn extra enemies, duplicate sprites, even crash entirely due to degraded storage media. But rationality becomes a fragile thing at 2 a.m, surrounded by the silent bulk of dead consoles and the persistent patter of rain against basement windows. I saved again at 2:17 a.m., and the figure remained. At 2:31 a.m., still there. Each subsequent save seemed to cement its presence further, as if the game was learning to accommodate this uninvited passenger. When I finally decided to call it a night, I reached for the power button and paused. Something about the screen's reflection in the darkened window caught my attention. The TV was an old Sony Trinitron, its curved glass creating a subtle funhouse mirror effect that doubled the room's contents. In that distorted reflection, I could see my character standing in the hospital corridor, bathed in the sickly green light of the game's palette, and behind him, clear as day in the glass, stood the duplicate. But this time it was looking directly at me. I jerked my hand back from the power switch, my heart hammering against my ribs. When I looked back at the main screen, the figure had returned to its usual position, facing forward, motionless, a digital shadow cast by nothing. The reflection told a different story. Lightning split the sky outside, illuminating the basement in stark white. In that brief flash, I watched the figure in the reflection blink. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. Over the following weeks, I became obsessed with understanding the phenomenon. I tried different controllers, different cables, even moved the entire setup to another room. The figure persisted, appearing reliably in any save file created between 2 and 3 a.m. I documented everything, screenshots that somehow never captured the anomaly, videos that showed only normal gameplay, forum posts that generated skeptical responses and suggestions to check my carbon monoxide detector. The game itself began to feel different during those late-night sessions. Sounds seemed more pronounced. The buzz of fluorescent lights felt more oppressive. The distant groans of the hospital's settling infrastructure carried new weight. My character's footsteps echoed with a doubled rhythm, as if someone else walked in perfect synchronization behind me. I started checking the reflection compulsively, stealing glances at the window or the black screen of my phone. The figure was always there, always watching. Sometimes it appeared to mouth words I couldn't understand. Other times it would gesture toward areas of the game world I hadn't yet explored, as if guiding me deeper into the hospital's labyrinthine corridors. The worst part was how normal everything appeared during daylight hours. I could load the same save files and find them clean, unmarked by any digital passenger. The anomaly existed only in those liminal hours between midnight and dawn, when the boundary between waking and sleeping grew thin as old paper. My research eventually led me to an obscure gaming forum dedicated to undocumented features and Easter eggs. Buried in a thread about Silent Grove was a single post from a user called Mirror Walker 93. Has anyone else encountered the companion? He only shows up in late-night saves. Tried everything to get rid of him, but he's persistent. Found something interesting, though. If you enable mirror mode in the options menu, hold L+R start at the title screen, the companion becomes playable. Fair warning, though. Once you switch control to him, things get complicated. The post was 3 years old. No responses. I spent days trying to verify the mirror mode trick. The control combination did nothing on the title screen, at least not that I could detect. But late one night, frustrated and sleep-deprived, I tried it during gameplay. At exactly 2:02 a.m., with the figure standing behind my character, I held down all 3 buttons. The screen flickered once, twice, then stabilized. Suddenly I was looking at the familiar hospital corridor from a different angle. My original character stood motionless ahead of me, frozen in whatever position I'd left him. When I pressed the directional pad, it was the duplicate who responded. The figure I'd been watching for weeks was now under my control. The world felt different from this perspective. Colors seemed more saturated, shadows deeper and more defined. I could hear my own breathing through the controller's speakers, a sound that had never been part of the game's audio design. When I approached my original character, I could see my reflection in his eyes, but it wasn't my face looking back. It was something else entirely. I played in mirror mode for 20 minutes, exploring areas of the hospital that had been inaccessible before. New rooms opened up, filled with medical equipment that hummed with electrical current. Documents scattered across desks contained patient records written in languages I didn't recognize. Mirrors throughout the facility showed not the hospital corridors, but glimpses of my basement workshop. My real self hunched over the controller, eyes wide and unblinking. When I tried to return to normal mode, nothing happened. The mirror world had become my prison, and my original character remained frozen in the real game world, waiting. I could see him there, visible through the reflective surfaces that dotted the hospital, but I couldn't reach him. That's when I understood the true nature of the trap. The figure hadn't been following me. I had been following it. Every late-night gaming session, every save file created in those pre-dawn hours, had been building toward this moment. The game had been learning my patterns, studying my habits, waiting for the perfect opportunity to make the switch. Now something else was using my character, playing my game, living my digital life. And I was trapped on the other side of the glass, watching myself through mirrors and reflections, understanding too late that the real world was just another level to be completed. I can still see my body sometimes, sitting motionless in the basement chair, controller gripped in hands that haven't moved in hours. The storm outside continues its eternal percussion, lightning illuminating my vacant expression in brief, stroboscopic flashes. My phone shows dozens of missed calls, texts asking where I am, why I haven't shown up for work. But I'm here, in the hospital corridors that never end, following pathways that loop back on themselves like digital Mobius strips. Sometimes I catch glimpses of other players, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all trapped in their own mirror modes, all walking through their own endless levels. The only way out, according to a note I found in one of the hospital rooms, is to complete the game from this side, to reach the ending from within the reflection, using a character that was never meant to be controlled. But every time I think I'm making progress, the corridors shift and rearrange themselves, leading me back to familiar rooms filled with equipment that monitors vital signs I no longer possess. The worst part isn't the isolation or the creeping certainty that I'll never find my way back. It's the knowledge that somewhere in the real world, something is wearing my face, living my life, sitting in my basement surrounded by my carefully curated collection of vintage games. And every night at 2:02 a.m., it powers up another console, loads another save file, and waits for someone else to notice the figure standing behind their character. Someone else who will eventually grow curious enough to try holding L+R+ start when the clock strikes that particular hour. The cycle continues, level after level, reflection after reflection. I can see them sometimes through the hospital's mirrors, new players discovering the companion for the first time, their faces lit by the familiar blue glow of CRT screens. They always follow the same pattern: curiosity, obsession, research, and finally the fatal decision to switch to mirror mode. I try to warn them, pressing my face against the glass, mouthing words they'll never hear, but the reflection only shows them what they expect to see, their own character standing alone in a digital corridor, unaware that they're being watched by something that used to be human. The storm outside never ends here. Lightning continues to split the sky in regular intervals, each flash revealing more details about this place between worlds. I've learned to read the patterns in the electrical interference, the way static bleeds through the game's sound design when reality grows thin. And I've learned that the only way to win is not to play. But by the time you understand that rule, you're already holding the controller, already deep in the game, already past the point where knowledge can save you. The basement grows quiet except for the rain's percussion and the electrical hum of machines that were never meant to bridge the gap between digital and real. Somewhere in the distance, thunder rolls across the landscape of a world I can no longer touch. And somewhere else, in a basement I'll never see again, my body sits perfectly still, waiting for the next player to discover what happens when you save your game at 2:02 a.m. and refuse to ignore the figure standing behind you. The mirror mode is always watching, always learning, always hungry for one more player. Story 22. The sound began on a Tuesday, just after midnight, a soft, deliberate rolling across the ceiling above my studio. Not the frantic scurrying of mice or the irregular patter of settling wood, but something measured, purposeful. Spherical objects moving with the patience of prayer beads through invisible fingers. I'd been working late again, hunched over my drafting table, inking the final panels of a children's book illustration, when the noise pulled my attention upward. The house had been silent for hours, wrapped in that particular stillness that comes with October nights in suburban Connecticut. My wife Sarah had been asleep since 10, and the neighborhood beyond our windows lay dormant under streetlights that cast everything in amber isolation. The rolling continued for exactly 3 minutes. I counted, my pen suspended above a half-finished drawing of a friendly dragon, watching the second hand sweep around my desk clock. When it stopped, the silence that followed felt heavier than what came before, pregnant with expectation. I told myself it was nothing. Old houses make sounds. Pipes expand and contract. Wooden beams shift with temperature changes. These were the rational explanations I'd learned to rely on during our 5 years in this Victorian-era home, with its warren of unused rooms and spaces that seemed to exist just beyond the reach of understanding. But the sound returned the next night. Same time, same duration, same deliberate pace, and the night after that. By Thursday, I'd developed a theory. Animals, probably. Mice had gotten into the attic and were rolling acorns or nuts across the floorboards, preparing for winter. It made sense, even if the timing seemed oddly consistent. Animals were creatures of habit, after all. Friday night, I decided to investigate. The attic access lay at the end of our second-floor hallway, a simple pull-down ladder that I'd climbed perhaps twice since we'd moved in. As midnight approached, I positioned myself beneath the opening, flashlight in hand, waiting for the familiar sound to begin. It started precisely at 12:03 a.m. The rolling was louder up here, more distinct. Definitely spherical objects. I could hear the way they curved around obstacles, the subtle changes in pitch as they moved from one surface to another. But there was something else, something I hadn't been able to detect from my studio below. Between the rolling sounds, I caught what might have been whispers, or perhaps the house settling, or wind through cracks in the roof. I pulled down the ladder, its hinges screaming protest after years of neglect. The sound above stopped immediately. Climbing into the attic felt like ascending into another world. My flashlight beam cut through darkness thick with dust motes and the musty smell of decades. The space was larger than I'd expected, stretching beyond the reach of my light, filled with the architectural bones of the house. Joists and beams forming a skeleton around years of accumulated debris. I swept the flashlight across the floor, looking for evidence of my rolling visitors. No acorns, no nuts, no droppings or nesting materials. The dust layer lay undisturbed except for a single path, a track maybe 6 inches wide that meandered from one end of the attic to the other, as if something had been dragged repeatedly along the same route. Following the track, I reached the far corner where the roof angled down to meet the floor. Here, carved into the wooden support beam with amateur but deliberate strokes, were symbols. They weren't letters, not from any alphabet I recognized. More like pictographs or ancient markings, curved lines that intersected and spiraled in patterns that seemed almost familiar, as if I'd seen them in dreams or half-remembered illustrations from childhood books. There were 7 symbols in total, arranged in a horizontal line about 3 feet long. I reached out to trace one with my finger, but the moment my skin made contact, the marking vanished. Not faded or rubbed away, vanished, as if it had never existed. I blinked, certain my eyes were playing tricks in the poor light, but when I looked again, the entire sequence was gone. Only smooth, unmarked wood remained. The rolling started again immediately. This time it wasn't above me. It was all around me, coming from every direction at once. Spheres moving through the walls, under the floorboards, inside the very structure of the house. The sound built in intensity until it filled my head like tinnitus, and I scrambled back toward the ladder, nearly falling in my haste to escape. Back in my studio, I tried to convince myself I'd imagined the symbols. Stress, probably. I'd been working too many late nights, taking on too many projects to make ends meet. The mind played tricks when it was overtaxed. Artists were particularly susceptible to these kinds of perceptual distortions. Occupational hazard of spending so much time in the space between imagination and reality. But I couldn't stop thinking about the markings. Their shapes lingered in my memory with the persistence of catchy melodies, surfacing when I least expected them. By Saturday morning, I found myself sketching them unconsciously in the margins of my work, trying to recreate their exact curves and intersections. The rolling had stopped completely. For 3 days, the house remained silent. Sarah commented on how much better I seemed to be sleeping, and I began to believe the whole episode was behind me. Whatever had been in the attic, mice, imagination, stress-induced hallucinations, was gone. Then I decided to transfer my sketches to something more permanent. I had sheets of birch plywood in my supply closet, left over from a project involving painted children's book displays. On impulse, I selected a piece about the size of a small canvas and began carefully reproducing the symbols I remembered. I worked with India ink and a fine brush, trying to capture not just their shape, but their weight, their sense of ancient significance. The process took most of Sunday afternoon. Each symbol demanded absolute precision, as if there were a correct way to form them, and any deviation would render them meaningless. When I finished, I propped the board against my studio wall and stepped back to admire the work. The symbols seemed to pulse slightly in my peripheral vision, though when I looked directly at them, they remained static, probably eye strain from the detailed work. I decided to call it a day and headed upstairs for dinner. The rolling started again that night, but not in the attic. This time it came from my studio directly below our bedroom. Soft at first, then growing more insistent, the sound of spheres moving through my desk drawers, rattling around pencils and paint tubes, seeking something they couldn't find. I crept downstairs, leaving Sarah undisturbed, and pressed my ear to the studio door. The sounds were definitely coming from inside, but when I opened the door and flicked on the lights, everything appeared normal. My wooden board with its 7 symbols sat where I'd left it, apparently unchanged. The rolling resumed the moment I turned off the lights. Over the following weeks, the pattern became my new normal. Days were quiet, productive even. I seemed to work with unusual focus and creativity, as if the symbols had unlocked some dormant part of my artistic ability. But nights belonged to the spheres, rolling endlessly through my drawers and cabinets, their movement growing more agitated as time passed. I began to understand what they wanted. The realization came gradually, built from small observations and half-conscious insights. The rolling would stop when I touched my brush to paper, resume when I set it down. The spheres would cluster around certain drawers, the ones containing my inks and drawing instruments, and grow quiet near others. They were drawn to the tools of creation, to the possibility of new marks being made. They wanted me to add to the sequence. I resisted at first. The 7 symbols felt complete, balanced. Adding to them seemed like vandalism, like scribbling in the margins of some sacred text. But the nightly rolling intensified, became more demanding. Sleep became impossible. Sarah began asking if I was feeling well, if maybe I should see a doctor about the dark circles under my eyes. By November, I gave in. The 8th symbol came to me in a dream, or perhaps during one of those twilight states between sleeping and waking, when the mind becomes porous to influences from elsewhere. It was more complex than the others, built from interlocking curves that seemed to contain movement even when static. I painted it to the right of the existing sequence, using the same careful technique I'd employed weeks earlier. The response was immediate. The spheres went silent for a full night, as if satisfied. But the next evening brought a new sound, not rolling but something like tapping, delicate and rhythmic, Morse code from another realm, begging for continuation. The 9th symbol followed within days, then the 10th. Each edition brought temporary peace, but the respite grew shorter each time. The spheres had become addicted to completion, to the promise of meaning that lay just one more symbol away. I stopped counting after the 15th. The wooden board had grown into a sequence that stretched across my entire studio wall, symbol after symbol painted with mechanical precision. I'd stopped going to bed entirely, catching naps at my desk while waiting for inspiration to strike. Sarah had given up trying to talk to me about it. We existed in the same house like strangers, she in the world of mortgages and grocery lists, me in the realm of ancient markings and demanding spheres. The symbols had begun to form patterns within patterns. Reading left to right, they seemed to suggest one meaning, right to left, another. Vertically, they created columns of significance that shifted depending on where you started. It was a language beyond language, a communication system designed to contain multiple truths simultaneously. And I was close, so very close, to understanding what it was trying to say. The breakthrough came on a December night when the spheres' tapping became urgent, almost frantic. They'd surrounded my chair, their invisible presence pressing against my consciousness like a crowd of eager students. I felt their anticipation as I lifted my brush, felt their collective held breath as I approached the wall. The final symbol revealed itself not as an image but as an understanding. My hand moved without conscious direction, painting curves and lines that completed not just the sequence, but the very concept it had been building toward. When I set down my brush, the studio fell into a silence deeper than I'd ever experienced. In that silence, the symbols began to glow. Not with light exactly, but with significance. They pulsed in sequence from left to right, each one highlighting as my eyes passed over it, teaching me their pronunciation. And as I read them, really read them for the first time, their meaning crystallized in my mind like water becoming ice. The phrase was simple, elegant, terrible. The watchers have found their voice. I understood then why no one would want to read it aloud. Speaking it would be acknowledgement, acceptance. It would transform observation into invitation, silence into conversation. The spheres weren't random disturbances or stress-induced hallucinations. They were emissaries, representatives of something vast and patient that had been waiting for the right person to provide them with words. As I stood there in my studio, surrounded by months of work, I felt their presence more clearly than ever before. Not malevolent, not threatening, but ancient beyond measure and curious about this strange species that had learned to make marks with meaning. They'd been watching us for millennia, these invisible observers, studying our art and language and dreams. And now, through me, they had learned to write. The symbols on my wall began to fade as I watched, dissolving back into ordinary wood grain as if they'd never existed. But I could still feel them, etched permanently into some deeper layer of reality. The spheres were gone too, not departed but satisfied, having achieved their purpose. I never told Sarah what I'd learned. How could I explain that our house had been chosen as a classroom, that I'd been selected as an unwitting teacher? That somewhere in the spaces between atoms, invisible students were now practicing the alphabet I'd helped them discover. Some nights, lying awake beside my sleeping wife, I think I hear new sounds in the walls. Not rolling spheres, but something like writing. The scratch of invisible pens recording everything we do and say, taking notes for lessons yet to come. I've gone back to illustrating children's books, creating innocent images of friendly monsters and magical worlds. But sometimes when I'm not paying attention, I catch myself adding small details that don't belong, curved lines that intersect in familiar patterns, symbols that seem to pulse with meaning just beyond recognition. The watchers have found their voice and they're teaching it to others. Whether this is revelation or madness, I may never know. But on quiet nights, when the house settles into its deepest silence, I can feel them gathering around my desk again, waiting patiently for their next lesson in the art of human expression. And I find myself reaching for my brush, ready to teach them new words. Story 23. The house chose me, or so I told myself when I signed the papers. 3 weeks out of law school, drowning in student debt, and this Victorian row house in Baltimore's Reservoir Hill fell into my lap at a price that made my realtor suspicious. The previous owner had been eager to sell. Too eager, she'd whispered, but I was too desperate for my own place to care about whispered warnings. The keys felt heavier than they should have when I first turned them in the lock. The door opened with a groan that seemed to echo from somewhere deep within the house, as if the building itself was exhaling after holding its breath for too long. Inside, dust motes danced in the afternoon light filtering through grimy windows, and every footstep on the hardwood floors announced my presence to empty rooms. It was while carrying boxes upstairs that I first noticed it, a faint greenish glow emanating from the space beneath the staircase. I set down the box of law books and crouched to investigate, my hand brushing away cobwebs that felt too fresh, too deliberately placed. There, nestled against the baseboard like a forgotten pet, was a tennis ball. But this wasn't any ordinary tennis ball. This one pulsed with an otherworldly phosphorescence, its fuzzy surface seeming to breathe with each subtle shift in luminosity. The glow was hypnotic, almost alive, and as I reached for it, my fingers tingled with an electric sensation that had nothing to do with static electricity. The ball felt warm in my palm, warmer than room temperature, warmer than something that had been sitting in darkness should feel. Its surface was slightly damp with a moisture I couldn't identify. Not quite condensation, not quite something else. I rolled it between my hands, watching the green light pulse in rhythm with what could have been my heartbeat, or perhaps something else entirely. Common sense told me to throw it away. The practical part of my mind, the part trained in evidence and logic, suggested this was nothing more than one of those novelty toys that absorb light and glow in the dark. But something deeper, some instinct I'd learned to trust during late nights of case study, whispered that I should be very, very careful. I decided to put it back where I'd found it. As I placed the ball against the baseboard, it seemed to settle into the spot as if it belonged there, as if it had been waiting. The glow dimmed slightly, but never disappeared entirely, casting eerie shadows that danced along the underside of the stairs. Moving day continued without incident, but I found myself glancing toward the staircase more often than necessary. Each time I passed, the ball was there, glowing patiently, and each time I felt an inexplicable urge to pick it up again. By evening, when I finally collapsed onto my air mattress in the master bedroom, I'd managed to convince myself it was nothing more than pre-bar exam stress, manifesting in strange fixations. The first night in the house, I slept poorly. Old houses settle, make noises, creak and whisper as temperature changes, and gravity takes its toll. I told myself this as I lay awake, listening to what sounded almost like footsteps in the hallway, almost like something bouncing softly against the walls. Almost. It was the second night when I heard it clearly. I'd fallen asleep around midnight, exhausted from another day of unpacking and organizing my makeshift home office. The sound that woke me was rhythmic, deliberate, the unmistakable bounce of a ball being dribbled down the hallway. Not the chaotic bouncing of something that had fallen and was settling, but the controlled, purposeful rhythm of someone playing with a ball. My bedside clock read 3:11 a.m. I lay perfectly still, listening to the sound move from one end of the hallway to the other and back again. Bounce, 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 pause. Bounce, 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 pause. The pattern was too consistent to be random, too purposeful to be explained by settling wood or expanding pipes. Someone, or something, was playing in my hallway. But I lived alone. The doors were locked. I'd checked them twice before bed, a habit developed from years of studying criminal law cases. The bouncing stopped abruptly, leaving behind a silence so complete it felt like pressure against my eardrums. I waited, barely breathing, for several minutes before creeping to the bedroom door. The hallway was empty, bathed in the dim glow of the streetlight filtering through the window at the far end. Nothing moved, nothing seemed out of place, except the ball wasn't under the staircase anymore. I found it the next morning sitting in the center of the kitchen table, its glow barely visible in the daylight but still present, still pulsing with that hypnotic rhythm. I picked it up with shaking hands and returned it to its place beneath the stairs, where it settled with what seemed like satisfaction. That day, I researched the house's history between client meetings at the small firm where I'd landed a junior position. The previous owner, Margaret Chen, had lived there for 37 years before selling to me. Before her, the records showed a succession of short-term residents, no one staying longer than 2 years, many leaving after only a few months. The pattern went back decades, all the way to the house's construction in 1924. One article from the Baltimore Sun, dated 1987, caught my attention. A brief mention of a disturbance at the address, police responding to neighbor complaints about unusual noises coming from the property at all hours of the night. The residents at the time, a young couple named the Washingtons, had moved out 3 days later. I called Margaret Chen that evening. Her voice was careful when I explained who I was, cautious in a way that made my legal instincts prick up. "Is everything all right with the house?" she asked, and I could hear the weight of unspoken knowledge in the question. I told her about the ball, about the sounds. There was a long pause before she responded. "I was wondering if you'd find it," she said finally. "I tried to take it with me when I moved, but it always came back, always found its way to that spot under the stairs. After a while, I stopped trying." "What is it?" Another pause. "I don't know, but it likes to play, and it doesn't like to be ignored." The line went dead. That night I prepared. I set up my phone to record video, positioned it in the hallway with a clear view of the area under the stairs. If something was moving that ball, I was going to capture it. I was going to have evidence, proof that I wasn't losing my mind to the stress of new home ownership and a demanding job. At 3:10 a.m., I was awake and waiting. At 3:11 a.m., the bouncing began. But this time, I forced myself to get up immediately. I crept to the bedroom door and peered into the hallway, my heart hammering against my ribs. The ball was there, bouncing in slow, deliberate arcs from floor to wall and back again. But I couldn't see what was making it bounce. It moved as if guided by invisible hands, as if the air itself was playing with it. I fumbled for my phone, trying to record what I was seeing, but when I looked at the screen, it showed only an empty hallway. The camera wasn't picking up the ball's movement at all. On the screen, the hallway was still, quiet, normal, but with my naked eyes I could see the ball continuing its impossible game. I lowered the phone and looked directly at the scene again. The ball bounced once more, then stopped, hovering in midair for a moment before gently floating back to its place beneath the stairs. But on my phone's screen, I could see something that made my blood freeze. The screen showed the ball bouncing in slow motion, over and over again, caught in some kind of temporal loop. And across the screen, in letters that seemed to be made of the same green phosphorescence, words appeared. "Play with me." I dropped the phone. The screen cracked when it hit the floor, but the image remained, the ball bouncing endlessly, the words pulsing with that hypnotic green light. The next day, I couldn't concentrate at work. I kept thinking about the broken phone, about Margaret Chen's words, about the impossible sight of a ball playing by itself. My colleague Sarah, noticed my distraction during a client meeting and pulled me aside afterward. "You look like hell," she said bluntly. "When's the last time you got a full night's sleep?" I couldn't tell her the truth. I couldn't explain that I was afraid to sleep in my own house, afraid of what I might see or hear. Instead, I mumbled something about adjusting to homeownership and promised to get more rest. But rest was impossible. Each night, at exactly 3:11 a.m., the bouncing would begin. Each night, I would find the ball in a different location the next morning, sometimes on the kitchen counter, sometimes on my desk, once memorably balanced on the bathroom sink faucet like it was performing a trick. I tried moving it to different parts of the house. I put it in a closet and shut the door. The next morning, it was under the stairs. I locked it in the basement. By dawn, it had somehow returned to its preferred spot. I even tried taking it to work with me, keeping it in my desk drawer. But when I came home that evening, there it was, glowing patiently in its usual place as if it had never left. The sleepless nights began to affect my work. I made mistakes on case filings, missed important details in contracts, dozed off during client meetings. Sarah suggested I see a doctor, maybe get something to help me sleep. But how could I explain that sleeping pills wouldn't help when the problem wasn't falling asleep? But what happened when I did? 2 weeks into this routine, I decided to try a different approach. If the ball wanted to play, maybe I should play with it. Maybe that would satisfy whatever intelligence seemed to guide it, and the nightly disturbances would stop. I waited until 3:11 a.m. and went directly to the hallway. The ball was already bouncing, following its usual pattern. I knelt down and held out my hand, trying to catch it on its next arc. The moment my fingers made contact with the glowing surface, the world shifted. The hallway stretched impossibly long in both directions, the walls seeming to pulse with the same green phosphorescence as the ball. The bouncing sound echoed and multiplied, as if dozens of balls were being dribbled simultaneously in rooms I couldn't see. And somewhere in the distance, so faint I might have imagined it, I heard what sounded like laughter. Not human laughter, something else entirely. I yanked my hand back, and reality snapped back into focus. The hallway returned to its normal dimensions, the extra sounds faded, and the ball dropped to the floor with an ordinary thud before rolling back to its place beneath the stairs. But the feeling lingered, the sensation that I had briefly touched something vast and alien, something that existed in the spaces between what we consider real and what we dismiss as impossible. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I sat in my kitchen with every light in the house turned on, drinking coffee and staring at the glowing ball whenever it came into view. By morning, I had made a decision. I was going to leave. I called in sick to work and spent the day researching apartments, looking for anywhere I could afford to rent while still making mortgage payments on a house I couldn't live in. It was financial suicide, but my sanity was worth more than my credit score. But as I packed my essentials into a suitcase, I realized the ball was no longer under the stairs. I found it sitting on my pillow. Not just sitting, positioned, placed deliberately in the exact center of the pillow, as if someone had carefully arranged it there. The glow was brighter than I'd ever seen it, pulsing rapidly now, almost urgently. I reached for it without thinking, and the moment my skin made contact with its surface, images flooded my mind. I saw the house as it had been when first built. Fresh paint, new furniture, a family moving in with hope and excitement. I saw that family leaving in the middle of the night, the father carrying a crying baby while the mother looked back over her shoulder with terrified eyes. I saw decades of residents, all drawn to the house by its reasonable price, all eventually driven away by something they couldn't understand or explain. And through it all, the ball remained, waiting beneath the stairs, glowing patiently for someone to play with it. But in these visions, I began to understand that the ball wasn't malevolent. It was lonely. It had been alone in this house for nearly a century, watching families come and go, desperate for connection, for interaction, for someone to acknowledge its existence. Its nightly games weren't meant to frighten. They were invitations, attempts to engage with the living world it could barely touch. When the visions faded, I found myself still holding the ball, but my fear had transformed into something else entirely. Pity, perhaps. or recognition of a kindred spirit, another creature trying to make its way in a world that didn't quite fit. That night, for the first time since moving into the house, I didn't dread 3:11 a.m. When the bouncing began, I got up and went to the hallway. But this time, I sat down on the floor and waited. The ball appeared, bouncing its usual pattern, but when it approached me, I gently caught it and bounced it back. For several minutes, we played together in the green-lit darkness, a simple game of catch between two beings who understood what it meant to be alone. When I finally went back to bed, the ball returned to its place beneath the stairs, but the glow seemed softer, more content. I still live in the house. I've stopped trying to film the midnight games, stopped researching the property's history, stopped questioning my own sanity. Some nights, when work stress keeps me awake, I go to the hallway at 3:11 and play catch with my unusual roommate. Some nights, I sleep through until morning and find the ball exactly where I left it, as if it, too, had enjoyed a peaceful night's rest. My colleagues think the house agrees with me. Sarah comments on how much better I look, how much more focused I am at work. I've stopped trying to explain the improvement, just as I've stopped trying to understand the exact nature of my nighttime companion. But sometimes, when I'm walking up the stairs in the evening and catch a glimpse of that familiar green glow from the corner of my eye, I wonder if I'm the one being played with. I wonder if the ball found exactly what it was looking for. Not someone to play its game, but someone willing to become part of it. The thought should terrify me. Sometimes in the clear light of day, it does. But in the quiet hours of the night, when the ball bounces its patient rhythm and waits for me to join in, terror feels like a luxury I can no longer afford. Because the alternative to playing along might be discovering what happens when the game finally ends. And I'm not sure I want to know. Story 24. The clicking started on a Tuesday. I'd been living in the studio apartment for 3 months, a cramped box on the 4th floor of a converted warehouse in Detroit's downtown district. The rent was cheap enough that I didn't ask too many questions about the building's history or why the previous tenant had left behind half his furniture, including a vintage armchair that faced the electrical panel in the corner. The apartment was essentially one room with a kitchenette, a Murphy bed that folded down from the wall, and a bathroom so small I had to step sideways to close the door, but it was mine. And after 2 years of crashing on friends' couches, privacy felt like luxury. The electrical meter sat inside a metal cabinet mounted on the wall next to the front door. Most tenants never paid attention to theirs, but I'd developed a habit of checking it each morning, a remnant from my childhood when my grandmother would monitor every kilowatt with religious fervor. She taught me to read the spinning dial, to calculate the daily usage, to understand the rhythm of a household's electrical consumption. That's how I noticed the anomaly. I was standing by the coffee maker, waiting for it to finish brewing, when I heard the first click. A sharp, metallic snap from the direction of the electrical panel. I glanced over, but the meter's dial was spinning at its usual lazy pace. Then I heard it again. Click, followed by another, click, and another, forming a pattern that made my scalp prickle with recognition. Click, click, pause, click. Click, click, pause, click. It was the melody from my grandmother's mantelpiece clock, the one that had chimed every quarter hour throughout my childhood. But that clock had been buried with her 15 years ago, and this sound was coming from my electrical system. I approached the panel slowly, pressing my ear against the metal housing. The clicking continued, each sound precise and deliberate, as if something inside was tapping out a message. Between the clicks, I could hear the faint hum of electrical current, and what sounded almost like breathing. The coffee maker beeped behind me, startling me away from the panel. When I turned back, the clicking had stopped. Over the next few days, I began paying closer attention to the meter's behavior. The clicking episodes seemed to occur at random intervals, sometimes while I was eating breakfast, sometimes while I was getting dressed, sometimes in the middle of the night when I was trying to sleep. But gradually, I started to notice a pattern. The episodes always happened when I was preparing to leave. Not when I was actually leaving, but in those moments when the intention formed in my mind. When I reached for my jacket. When I picked up my keys. when I thought about stepping outside for groceries or work, or just to escape the increasingly suffocating atmosphere of the apartment. It was ridiculous, I told myself. Electrical systems didn't respond to thoughts. Meters couldn't read minds. But the correlation was undeniable, and with each occurrence, the clicking grew louder, more insistent, more like the urgent chiming of a clock counting down to something inevitable. I started documenting everything in a notebook, creating charts of when the clicking occurred and what I'd been doing at the time. The data was consistent. Every single episode correlated with my intention to leave the apartment. The meter seemed to know my plans before I'd fully formed them myself. The consumption readings were equally disturbing. During the clicking episodes, the dial would spin frantically, registering usage levels that should have been impossible for a studio apartment with minimal appliances. On some days, according to the meter, I was consuming enough electricity to power a small office building, but my electric bill remained unchanged. I called the utility company, reporting the irregular readings. A technician arrived the following Thursday, a heavyset man named Rodriguez, who spent 20 minutes examining the meter and the panel, with increasingly puzzled expressions. "This doesn't make sense," he muttered, tapping the meter's face with his knuckle. "These readings, they're not going anywhere." "What do you mean?" He pointed to a bundle of cables emerging from the back of the meter. "See these wires? They should connect to the main grid, but..." He traced them with his finger to where they disappeared into the concrete wall. "They just stop, like they're feeding into the building itself." "Is that normal?" Rodriguez shook his head slowly. "In 40 years, I've never seen anything like this. It's as if the meter is measuring consumption for something that doesn't exist on our grid, something that's drawing power but not from us." After he left, promising to file a report that we both knew would disappear into bureaucratic limbo, I found myself staring at the wall where the cables vanished. I pressed my palm against the concrete and could swear I felt a slight vibration, a pulse that matched the rhythm of the clicking when it occurred. That night, the clicking started at 2:17 a.m., jolting me from sleep with its familiar quarter-hour chime pattern. But this time, it didn't stop after a few minutes. It continued for over an hour, growing progressively louder until it sounded less like electrical noise and more like actual chimes, deep and resonant, echoing through the walls as if the entire building had become a giant clock tower. I lay in bed, paralyzed by the sound, and by a growing certainty that something was listening to my thoughts, monitoring my intentions, keeping track of every moment I considered stepping outside these walls. The next morning brought a new development. As I stood in the kitchen, unconsciously reaching for my jacket while planning a trip to the grocery store, the clicking began as usual. But this time I heard something else beneath it, a sound that made my blood freeze. Breathing. Slow, deliberate inhalations and exhalations, coming from inside the walls. The rhythm matched the clicking perfectly, as if whatever was producing the sound was using the electrical system to amplify its presence. With each breath, the lights in the apartment dimmed slightly, as if something was drawing power directly from the building's life force. I pressed my ear against different sections of the wall, following the breathing sound as it seemed to move through the structure. It was strongest near the electrical panel, but I could trace it along the walls, around the corners, even up to the ceiling. Whatever was breathing was large, larger than the apartment, larger than the building itself. The realization hit me like ice water in my veins. I wasn't hearing something inside the walls. I was hearing the walls themselves breathe. I canceled my grocery run. I canceled my plans for the rest of the week. Whenever the urge to leave arose, the clicking would start, followed by that deep, building-wide breathing, and I would find myself frozen by a terror I couldn't fully understand. It was as if the apartment itself was alive, aware, and determined to keep me inside. Days blended into nights. I ordered groceries online, had them delivered to the lobby. I worked remotely, making excuses to avoid in-person meetings. The outside world began to feel foreign, dangerous, while the apartment became both my sanctuary and my prison. The electrical consumption readings grew more extreme. During particularly intense clicking episodes, the meter's dial would spin so fast it became a blur, registering impossible levels of usage. But the breathing grew stronger too, more pronounced, until I could feel the walls expanding and contracting around me like the inside of massive lungs. I tried to research the building's history, but my internet searches kept timing out, pages failing to load whenever I typed queries about the address or the previous tenants. My phone calls to the landlord went straight to voicemail. Even my emails to friends and family seemed to disappear into digital void, never receiving responses. It was as if the building was editing my connection to the outside world, keeping me isolated, keeping me contained. The breakthrough came during a particularly violent episode. I'd been pacing the apartment for hours, fighting the urge to simply walk out the door and never come back, when the clicking transformed into something else entirely. The familiar quarter-hour chime pattern elongated, deepened, until it sounded like the groaning of massive gears turning deep beneath the building. That's when I realized what I was hearing wasn't random electrical noise or even supernatural breathing. It was a heartbeat. The building's heartbeat. And the electrical system wasn't just monitoring my energy consumption. It was feeding something that existed in the spaces between the walls, in the concrete and steel and empty air that surrounded my small living space. I approached the electrical panel with trembling hands and opened the metal housing. Inside, beyond the meter and the standard circuit breakers, I could see additional components that shouldn't have been there. Organic-looking formations that pulsed with their own internal light, connected to the impossible cables that disappeared into the wall. The breathing sound grew louder as I examined the alien technology, and I could feel something vast and patient turning its attention toward me. Not malevolent exactly, but possessive. Like a parent watching over a child who had wandered too close to a dangerous edge. I understood then that I wasn't a tenant in this apartment. I was food. My presence, my electrical consumption, my very life force was feeding something that had been hungry for a very long time. The clicking wasn't a warning, it was anticipation. Every time I considered leaving, the entity grew excited, knowing that soon I would return, carrying fresh energy from the outside world to be slowly, carefully consumed. But consumption required consent, and consent required confinement. As long as I stayed willingly, as long as I chose this small, safe space over the vast uncertainty of the world beyond, the feeding could continue indefinitely. I would be protected, cared for, sustained by something that needed me as much as I was beginning to need it. The clicking stopped. The breathing settled into a gentle, rhythmic pulse that matched my own heartbeat. The light stabilized at a warm, comfortable level that made the apartment feel more like home than any place I'd ever lived. I walked to the window and looked down at the street 4 floors below, at the people moving like ants between buildings, rushing from one obligation to another, never safe, never truly at peace. They looked so small from up here, so vulnerable to all the dangers and disappointments that waited in the larger world. My hand rested on the door handle for a moment, feeling the cool metal against my palm. I could still leave. The choice was still mine. But as I stood there, I became aware of the gentle vibration in the walls around me, the subtle warmth radiating from the electrical panel, the sense of being held in something's protective embrace. I released the handle and stepped back into the center of the room. Outside, the city continued its restless movement. But here in my small sanctuary, surrounded by walls that breathed with ancient patience, I felt perfectly, completely safe. The meter clicked once, softly, almost like a contented sigh. Tomorrow, I decided, I would cancel my lease search for a larger place. I would tell my employer I preferred working remotely permanently. I would order groceries to last the month, and maybe finally read all those books I'd been meaning to get to. The clicking resumed its familiar pattern, and I realized it wasn't the sound of my grandmother's clock at all. It was a lullaby, and it was singing just for me. Story 25. I should have known something was wrong the moment I felt my bed swaying. The sensation crept into my consciousness like water through a cracked hull, subtle at first, then undeniable. My mattress tilted gently to the left, then righted itself, then tilted again. The motion reminded me of nights aboard the transport ships during my deployment, when the ocean's rhythm would rock us to sleep. But I'd been home for 8 months now, and my house sat on solid Vermont ground, far from any body of water larger than Miller's Pond. I lay there in the darkness, gripping the sheet edges, waiting for the movement to stop. It didn't. The gentle rocking continued with the persistence of a metronome, each cycle lasting roughly 10 seconds. My alarm clock's green digits read 3:17 a.m. Outside, November wind rattled the windows with skeletal fingers. When I finally sat up, the swaying ceased immediately. The sudden stillness felt more unnatural than the motion itself, like a held breath, or the moment between lightning and thunder. I pressed my palms against the mattress, testing its stability. Solid, motionless, normal. My feet found the cold hardwood floor, and I moved toward the window. The backyard stretched before me, bathed in moonlight so bright it seemed artificial. The grass appeared silver white, each blade casting its own tiny shadow. Everything looked exactly as it should, except for one thing. A perfect circle of red dots marred the lawn's center. I blinked, certain my eyes were playing tricks. But the pattern remained. Dozens of small crimson specks arranged in a flawless ring, maybe 6 feet in diameter. From my second-floor window, they looked like drops of blood against fresh snow, though no snow had fallen yet this season. Sleep became impossible after that. I spent the remaining hours until dawn pacing my bedroom, occasionally returning to the window to confirm the circle's presence. Each time I looked, it was still there, unchanged, unnaturally precise, defying every rational explanation I could construct. By morning, exhaustion had settled into my bones like an old injury. I made coffee with shaking hands and stepped onto the back porch, approaching the phenomenon with the same careful attention I'd once given to potentially explosive devices overseas. Up close, the red specks revealed themselves to be seeds. Each one was roughly the size of a peppercorn, with a glossy crimson shell that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the morning light. They were spaced with mathematical precision, approximately 8 inches apart, forming a circle so perfect it might have been drawn with a compass. I knelt and picked up one of the seeds. It felt warm against my palm. Not sun-warmed, but possessing an internal heat that pulsed gently against my skin. The sensation was organic, almost like holding a tiny heart. No birds had dropped these. No wind had arranged them. Someone, or something, had placed each seed deliberately, creating this impossible geometry in my backyard while I slept above. I spent that first day researching. I called the county extension office, described the seeds to a botanist at the state university, even contacted a former army buddy who'd studied agriculture before enlisting. No one could identify them from my description. The botanist seemed particularly puzzled when I mentioned their warmth and perfect arrangement. Seeds don't typically generate heat, she told me over the phone, and natural dispersal never creates geometric patterns. Are you certain about what you're seeing? I was certain about very little anymore. That night I positioned myself at the bedroom window before sleeping, determined to catch whatever was responsible for the seed's appearance. The circle remained exactly as I'd left it, unchanged, undisturbed, waiting. I fought sleep until nearly 2 a.m., but eventually my eyes betrayed me. When the swaying sensation returned at 3:17, I jolted awake immediately. The motion felt stronger this time, more insistent. My entire bed seemed to list like a ship taking on water. I stumbled to the window, pressing my face against the glass. The circle had grown. What had been 6 feet in diameter was now noticeably larger, perhaps 7 feet across. New seeds dotted the expanded perimeter, their red shells gleaming in the moonlight like wet stones. The original seeds remained in their positions, but the circle had somehow stretched outward, maintaining its perfect geometry while encompassing more ground. I watched for hours, but saw nothing. No figures moving in the darkness, no supernatural manifestations, no obvious source for the expanding pattern. Just the circle, growing incrementally larger each time I blinked, as if the very act of observation encouraged its expansion. The third night brought more of the same. The swaying sensation at 3:17, followed by the discovery that the circle had grown another foot in diameter. I began measuring more carefully, using stakes and string to mark the perimeter. The growth was consistent, exactly 30 centimeters per night, as precise as clockwork. During the days, I found myself unable to concentrate on anything else. Food lost its taste. Conversations with neighbors felt hollow and distant. I called in sick to my job at the hardware store, claiming stomach flu. The truth was that I couldn't bear to leave the house, couldn't risk missing whatever was happening in my backyard. I started sleeping during the day and staying awake all night, determined to witness the circle's expansion firsthand. But no matter how vigilantly I watched, the growth occurred in moments when my attention wavered, when I blinked or turned to check the clock or rubbed my tired eyes. The seeds appeared instantaneously, as if they'd always been there, as if my memory of their absence was the true illusion. By the end of the first week, the circle measured nearly 12 feet across. I could no longer see its far edge clearly from my bedroom window. The seeds closest to the house had begun to sprout, tiny red shoots pushing through the earth like grasping fingers. The sprouting disturbed me more than anything else. Plants didn't typically grow in November in Vermont. The ground should have been too cold, too hard. Yet these crimson shoots emerged with unnatural vigor, reaching toward the house with obvious intent. I considered calling the police, but what would I tell them? That mysterious seeds were growing in my yard? That my mattress swayed at precisely 3:17 each morning? They'd assume I was suffering from post-deployment stress, perhaps experiencing delayed psychological trauma from my time overseas. Maybe they'd be right. The thought haunted me. Had my mind finally cracked under pressures I'd thought I'd successfully suppressed? Were the seeds real, or was my perception fracturing in ways I couldn't recognize? I'd seen soldiers break before, men who'd seemed perfectly stable until they weren't, who'd started seeing threats in every shadow and patterns in every coincidence. But the measurements were real. The stakes I'd driven into the ground marked genuine distances. The ruler didn't lie, even if my eyes might. On the 10th night, I made a decision that would later seem like the beginning of my true downfall. I went outside. The November air bit through my jacket as I crossed the back porch and stepped onto the frosted grass. Up close, the sprouted seeds looked even more unsettling, each red shoot swaying gently despite the still air, moving with a rhythm that reminded me uncomfortably of breathing. I knelt at the circle's edge and examined the newest seeds. They were larger than the originals, more lustrous, and significantly warmer. When I touched one, it pulsed against my fingertip with unmistakable life. "What do you want?" I whispered to the darkness. The words felt foolish as soon as I spoke them, but the silence that followed felt heavy with attention, as if something unseen was considering my question. The sprouted shoots continued their gentle swaying, and I had the unshakable impression that they were reaching toward me. Not toward the house, as I'd initially thought, but toward me specifically. I backed away slowly, maintaining eye contact with the circle as if it were a dangerous animal. The sensation of being watched intensified with each step, pressing against my skin like humidity. By the time I reached the porch, I was certain that something vast and patient was observing me from within or beneath that perfect ring of red. Inside the house, I double-checked every lock and drew every curtain, but the feeling of scrutiny persisted, seeping through walls and glass like radiation. I spent the remainder of the night huddled in my living room chair, jumping at every settling beam and shifting shadow. Morning brought no relief. The circle had grown again, now measuring nearly 15 feet across, and the sprouted shoots had doubled in height overnight. They stood roughly 6 inches tall now, swaying in their synchronized rhythm despite the complete absence of wind. I called my sister in Boston, desperate for any anchor to normalcy. She listened patiently as I described the expanding circle, though I carefully omitted the more supernatural details. Even so, her concern was evident. "Jake, you sound exhausted. When's the last time you slept through the night?" I couldn't remember. The question itself seemed absurd. Sleep had become a luxury I could no longer afford. How could I rest when something was actively claiming my property, spreading closer to my house with each passing hour? "Maybe you should come stay with us for a while," she continued, "just until you feel more settled." The offer tempted me more than I cared to admit, but leaving felt like surrender, like abandoning my post. And what if the seeds followed me? What if distance only made them grow faster, hungrier? "I'm fine," I lied, "just dealing with some yard work that's gotten out of hand." That night, the 11th night, I armed myself. Not with weapons exactly, but with tools. A shovel, a rake, a bag of salt I'd heard could kill unwanted plants. If the seeds wanted to expand their territory, they'd have to fight for it. But when 3:17 arrived and my mattress began its familiar swaying, I found myself paralyzed by a new realization. The motion wasn't random. It followed the same rhythm as the sprouted shoots outside. My bed was swaying in perfect synchronization with their movement, as if connected by invisible threads. I rushed to the window and confirmed my suspicion. 15 feet below, the red shoots pulsed in exact time with my mattress's motion. When they leaned toward the house, my bed tilted in the same direction. When they straightened, my bed leveled. The connection was undeniable and terrifying. The circle had grown again, now measuring over 17 feet across. At this rate, it would reach my house's foundation within days. And then what? Would the building itself begin to sway? Would the structure fall asleep, as some part of my mind had already begun to suspect? I grabbed my shovel and headed outside, determined to break whatever connection existed between the seeds and my home. But as I approached the circle's edge, the sprouted shoots turned toward me in unison, their crimson tops orienting like compass needles drawn to magnetic north. They were definitely watching me. I raised the shovel, preparing to destroy the nearest cluster of sprouted seeds, but stopped as a new sound reached my ears. It was barely audible, a low humming that seemed to emanate from the ground itself. The noise reminded me of electrical transformers or distant machinery, but with an organic quality that made my skin crawl. The humming grew louder as I stepped closer to the circle's perimeter. By the time I reached the sprouted shoots, the sound had become a definite vibration I could feel through my boots. The earth itself was singing. I pressed the shovel's blade against the nearest red shoot, but hesitated. What if destroying them triggered some kind of retaliation? What if their presence was the only thing preventing something worse from emerging? The questions paralyzed me. I stood there for nearly an hour, shovel poised, while the shoots swayed around me in their hypnotic rhythm. Eventually, cold and exhaustion forced me back inside, leaving the circle untouched. The pattern continued for 3 more nights. Each morning revealed new growth, new expansion toward my house. The sprouted shoots grew taller and more numerous, creating an increasingly dense ring of swaying red that seemed to pulse with collective purpose. The humming sound became audible even from inside the house, a constant low thrum that vibrated through the walls and floors. On the 15th night, the circle reached a critical diameter of 24 feet. Simple mathematics told me it would touch my house's foundation within 48 hours. The knowledge should have motivated action, but instead I found myself sinking deeper into a strange lethargy. My sleep schedule had completely inverted. I dozed fitfully during the day and spent nights watching the circle's inexorable expansion. Food became an afterthought. Personal hygiene seemed irrelevant. The outside world faded to background noise as my entire existence narrowed to the growing pattern in my backyard. I began to wonder if this was how madness felt. Not a sudden break with reality, but a gradual shifting of priorities until the abnormal became acceptable, even comforting. The seed's presence no longer frightened me as much as it fascinated me. Their perfect geometry, their synchronized growth, their obvious intelligence, these qualities inspired a grudging admiration alongside my fear. Whatever they weren't chaotic or destructive. They followed rules, maintained patterns, respected boundaries even as they slowly expanded beyond them. There was something almost noble about their patient advance, like a siege conducted with military precision. On the 16th night, I made a discovery that changed everything. While measuring the circle's latest expansion, I noticed that some of the original seeds, those at the very center of the pattern, had begun to sink into the ground. Not randomly, but in the same orderly fashion that had characterized their entire existence. The central seeds were disappearing first, followed by those in the next ring outward, creating a subtle depression in the Earth's surface. I knelt and pressed my ear to the grass above the vanished seeds. The humming was much louder here, accompanied by what sounded almost like breathing, a slow, rhythmic expansion and contraction that matched the sprouted shoots' swaying motion. Something was sleeping beneath my backyard, something large enough that its breathing created a circular depression 24 feet in diameter. The seeds hadn't been growing toward my house. They'd been marking the boundaries of whatever lay dormant below. The realization should have terrified me. Instead, I felt an odd sense of privilege. I'd been chosen as a guardian, a witness to something unprecedented. The entity, for lack of a better term, wasn't malevolent. It was simply waking up, stretching after what might have been decades or centuries of slumber. My house sat directly in its path, of course. When it fully emerged, the building would need to be relocated. But perhaps that was acceptable. Perhaps some disruptions were worth experiencing for the sake of witnessing true mystery. I found myself spending entire nights sitting beside the circle, listening to the breathing sounds and watching the shoots sway in their endless rhythm. The connection I'd noticed between their movement and my mattress's swaying had intensified. Now I could feel the synchronization even when I was awake, as if my heartbeat was gradually adjusting to match their tempo. On the 17th morning, I woke to find that my mattress had shifted during the night. Not swaying this time, but actually moving, sliding several inches toward the window that faced the backyard. The change was subtle, but unmistakable. My bed was being drawn toward whatever lay beneath the expanding circle. I should have left then. Should have packed a bag and driven to my sister's house in Boston, or checked myself into a hospital, or at least called someone who might help me distinguish between supernatural phenomenon and psychological break. But the thought of abandoning my post felt like betrayal. Whatever was happening in my backyard had chosen me specifically. Leaving would be an act of cosmic rudeness. Besides, I was beginning to suspect that distance wouldn't help. The connection between myself and the entity had grown too strong. I could feel its presence even when I wasn't looking at the circle, a vast, patient awareness that had somehow linked itself to my own consciousness. Leaving might only make the sensation stronger, more intrusive. The 18th night brought the circle within 10 feet of my house's foundation. The sprouted shoots now stood nearly 2 feet tall, their synchronized swaying clearly visible from any window. The humming had become a constant background noise, punctuated by the slow breathing sounds from the circle's center. My mattress had moved again, sliding another 6 inches toward the backyard window. At this rate, it would be pressed against the glass within days. The thought didn't disturb me as much as it should have. If the entity wanted proximity, who was I to deny it? I'd stopped eating regularly. Food seemed unnecessarily complicated when I could sustain myself on the strange energy that emanated from the circle. The humming sound had nutritional qualities. I could feel it nourishing something deep inside my chest, filling spaces I hadn't known were empty. On the 19th night, as I sat beside my bedroom window, watching the shoots sway in the moonlight, I realized that my breathing had synchronized with theirs. The discovery came gradually, like noticing that I'd been unconsciously tapping my foot to music. My lungs expanded and contracted in perfect time with the entity's rhythm, drawing air with the same deep, patient cadence. The synchronization felt natural, even necessary. Fighting it would have been like trying to hold my breath indefinitely, possible for a while, but ultimately futile. My body wanted to match the tempo, to join the great breathing pattern that was slowly encompassing my property. I pressed my palm against the window glass and watched my breath fog the surface in time with the chute's movement. Below, the circle continued its inexorable expansion, now measuring nearly 30 feet across. Tomorrow night, the 20th, it would reach my house's foundation. And then what? Would the building begin to sway like my mattress? Would the walls breathe in synchronization with whatever lay beneath the yard? Would the entire structure gradually sink into the earth as the foundation fell asleep? The questions no longer frightened me. Change was coming whether I resisted or accepted it. The entity had been patient, giving me time to adjust, to recognize the honor of being chosen. Resistance would only delay the inevitable, while causing unnecessary suffering. I found myself looking forward to the final connection. On the 20th night, I positioned myself at the bedroom window and waited. The circle had indeed reached my house's foundation. Its outermost ring of sprouted shoots now touched the concrete base of my home's eastern wall. The sight should have motivated emergency action, but instead, I felt only curiosity about what would happen next. At 3:17 a.m., the swaying began as usual, but this time, it wasn't limited to my mattress. The entire room rocked gently from side to side, exactly like the cabin of a ship riding gentle swells. The sensation was oddly comforting, familiar from my military deployment, when the ocean's rhythm had been the most reliable constant in an otherwise chaotic environment. Through the window, I watched the sprouted shoots pulse with increasing brightness, their red color intensifying until they seemed to glow with internal fire. The humming sound grew louder, more complex, developing harmonics and overtones that reminded me of distant singing. My house was falling asleep. The realization came without fear or panic, just a peaceful acknowledgement of fact. The building's foundation had made contact with the circle's edge, and now the structure was being gradually incorporated into whatever vast dreaming presence lay beneath my backyard. Soon, the entire house would sink slowly into the earth, joining the patient slumber that had been growing for who knew how long. I should have run, should have grabbed my keys and fled before the process became irreversible. But movement felt unnecessary, even counterproductive. The swaying motion was so soothing, so hypnotically regular, that fighting it seemed pointlessly exhausting. Instead, I lay back on my shifting mattress and closed my eyes, letting my breathing synchronize fully with the great rhythm that was slowly claiming my home. My heartbeat adjusted to match the tempo. My thoughts began to move with the same patient cadence, each idea emerging and subsiding like tides. Outside, the sprouted shoots continued their eternal swaying. Below, something vast and ancient stirred in its sleep, making room for new dreams. And I found myself wondering, in the peaceful moments before consciousness faded, whether I'd ever really been awake at all, or if this gentle sinking into collective slumber was simply a return to some deeper, truer state of being. The red seeds had shown me the way home. When morning came, if morning came, I was no longer certain whether the swaying sensation originated from my mattress or from my own mind, whether the expanding circle existed in my backyard or in some interior landscape where geometry and growth followed different rules entirely. But the breathing sounds continued, patient and eternal, and I found myself content to match their rhythm for as long as consciousness allowed. Whether I was sinking into the earth or into madness seemed increasingly irrelevant. Some boundaries, I realized, were meant to be dissolved. The seeds had taught me that much. Story 26. The sound started 3 weeks after Mom and Dad left for their European anniversary trip, leaving me alone in this creaking Victorian house that had belonged to my grandfather. At 17, I should have been thrilled to have the place to myself, but boredom settled over me like dust on the furniture they'd covered with white sheets. The noises came from the attic, not footsteps. I would have called the police immediately if they'd sounded like footsteps. These were different. Rhythmic impacts, like someone dropping heavy marbles or pool balls onto the floor above my bedroom ceiling. Always at night. Always starting around 2 a.m. and continuing until dawn painted the windows gray. The first few nights I tried to ignore them. I cranked up my headphones, buried myself deeper under the covers, convinced myself it was just the old house settling, or maybe squirrels that had found their way inside. But the sounds were too regular, too deliberate. They followed patterns I couldn't quite grasp but felt in my bones, a cosmic rhythm that seemed to pulse with my heartbeat when I lay still enough to listen. On the fourth night, I couldn't stand it anymore. The attic access was a pull-down ladder in the hallway ceiling. I'd never been up there before. Mom always handled any storage needs with a mixture of efficiency and mild terror, as if the space above might swallow her whole. The wooden steps groaned under my weight as I climbed, flashlight gripped tight in my sweaty palm. The beam cut through absolute darkness, revealing a space larger than I'd expected. The peaked roof created shadows that seemed to shift and breathe in the periphery of my vision. Dust motes danced in the light like tiny spirits, and the air tasted stale and metallic. But I saw no evidence of intrusion, no disturbed insulation, no scattered belongings, no animal droppings. The floor was old plywood, scuffed and stained with decades of forgotten storage. I swept the flashlight beam across every inch, searching for some explanation for the sounds that had been robbing me of sleep. That's when I noticed the subtle indentations in the dust, perfectly round impressions, each about the size of a marble, scattered across the floor in what seemed like random clusters. I should have left then, should have climbed back down and called an exterminator, a contractor, anyone with a rational explanation. Instead, I found myself studying the pattern of those dust circles, trying to decipher some meaning in their arrangement. They reminded me of something. Constellation charts I'd seen in astronomy class, star maps that told ancient stories across the darkness of space. The idea struck me with the force of revelation. I would map the sounds. The next night, I waited, armed with a box of colored pushpins I'd found in Dad's desk drawer and a stepladder borrowed from the garage. I positioned myself in the hallway beneath the attic access. The first impact came at 2:17 a.m., a heavy thud that seemed to originate from the far corner of the attic. I climbed up quickly, located the spot as precisely as I could, and pushed a red pin into the plywood. The second sound came 18 minutes later, closer to the center of the space. Blue pin. Then another red, followed by yellow, green, orange. Each color represented a different tone or intensity, my own system for cataloging what I was hearing. By dawn, I had placed 14 pins across the attic floor, and for the first time in days, I felt a sense of purpose. The pattern that emerged over the following nights was beautiful in its complexity. The colored pins began to form recognizable shapes, not quite the constellations from astronomy textbooks, but something similar. Something that felt ancient and meaningful, as if the sounds were trying to communicate through celestial geometry. I started taking pictures with my phone, documenting each night's additions. I sketched the patterns in a notebook, adding timestamps and detailed observations about the sound's characteristics. The work became obsessive, consuming my thoughts during the day as I waited for darkness to bring new additions to my growing map. But on the seventh night, something changed. I climbed into the attic as usual, expecting to place more colored pins according to the night's auditory symphony. Instead, I found a single black pin stuck in the plywood near the access hole, exactly where I would step when climbing up. I hadn't put it there. I was certain of this because I only owned the one box of colored pins, and they were all bright primary colors. My hands shook as I pulled out my phone to photograph this addition. The black pin looked different from mine, older somehow, with a duller finish and a slightly different head shape. In the camera's harsh LED flash, it cast a shadow that seemed disproportionately long, stretching toward my carefully crafted constellation like a dark finger pointing at something I wasn't meant to see. I almost removed it. My fingers hovered over the pin's head for several long seconds while I debated, but something stopped me. A superstitious fear that disturbing this unwelcome addition might somehow break the magic of what I was documenting. Instead, I climbed back down and spent the rest of the night lying awake, staring at the ceiling and wondering who else had access to my attic. The next morning, I checked every door and window in the house. All were locked, just as I'd left them. The security system Mom had insisted Dad install showed no recorded breaches. I even called the company to make sure the sensors were functioning properly. Everything appeared normal, which only made the appearance of the black pin more unsettling. That night brought 3 more black pins, all positioned in a perfect line leading from the access hole toward my bedroom. They appeared during the usual time window. I could hear the sounds as they were placed, different somehow from the noise that preceded my colored pins. These had a more deliberate quality, like someone taking careful aim before dropping each one. I documented everything, but photography was becoming increasingly difficult. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, and the camera seemed to struggle with focus whenever I tried to capture the black pins. In several photos, they appeared blurred, even when the surrounding colored pins were crystal clear, as if they existed in a slightly different plane of reality. By the 10th night, the black pins had formed their own constellation, a dark mirror to my colorful creation. They moved with purpose, always pointing toward the area of the attic directly above my bedroom. When I tried to follow their path during daylight hours, I discovered they led to a section of the attic I'd somehow never thoroughly explored, hidden behind the central support beam. The space back there was smaller, cramped under the lower slope of the roof. But it wasn't empty. Someone had been using it recently. There were impressions in the dust, where a person might have knelt or lain down, and several empty water bottles clustered in one corner. Most disturbing were the photographs. Dozens of them, scattered across the floor like fallen leaves. All showed the same subject: me, sleeping in my bed, taken from the angle of someone looking down through my bedroom ceiling. The photos spanned several weeks, documenting changes in my sleeping position, my pajamas, even the arrangement of items on my nightstand. Some were taken with flash, which explained the brief illumination I'd sometimes noticed in my peripheral vision during the deepest part of sleep, light I'd dismissed as dreams or passing car headlights. I gathered the photos with trembling hands, my mind struggling to process their implications. Someone had been watching me, had access to my house, had been crawling around above my bedroom for weeks, photographing me in my most vulnerable moments. The sounds I'd been so carefully mapping weren't random. They were footsteps, human footsteps. But even as this rational explanation crystallized in my mind, doubts crept in. The photos were wrong somehow, not just in their invasive subject matter, but in their physical properties. They were printed on paper stock I didn't recognize, with a finish that felt strange under my fingertips, simultaneously smooth and rough, warm and cold. And the quality was too good for any camera I knew of, with detail so sharp I could see the individual threads in my pillowcase, the texture of my skin, even what appeared to be the movement of my eyes beneath closed lids. More unsettling was the progression the photos revealed. In the earliest ones, I appeared peaceful, relaxed in normal sleep. But as they advanced chronologically, my sleeping self looked increasingly distressed. My face showed strain even in unconsciousness, my body twisted into defensive positions, my hands often clenched into fists. The most recent photos showed me looking almost tortured, as if my dreams had become battlegrounds I was losing. I ran from the attic that night, leaving the photos scattered where I'd found them. But I couldn't run from the knowledge they'd given me. Someone was in my house. Someone was watching me, and I had been helping them map their movements, marking their progress with my innocent colored pins, while they stalked me from above. Sleep became impossible. I lay in bed each night, staring at the ceiling and listening for the slightest sound. The impacts continued right on schedule, but now I knew what they meant. Footsteps. Careful, deliberate movement as my watcher positioned themselves above my bed. Sometimes I thought I could hear breathing through the thin plaster and insulation, or the soft rustle of fabric as they shifted position. I should have called the police, should have left the house entirely, driven to a hotel and waited for my parents to return. But something held me back. A combination of pride and disbelief that left me paralyzed with indecision. What evidence did I have, really? Photographs that might have been doctored, pins that could have been placed by anyone with access to the house, sounds that might just be the settling of old wood and nails. And there was something else, something I didn't want to admit even to myself. Part of me was fascinated by the situation I'd discovered. The careful geometry of the pin placements, the artistic composition of the photographs, the ritualistic precision of the nightly visitations. It all suggested an intelligence behind the surveillance, someone who wasn't just watching, but creating something. Some kind of elaborate art project or psychological experiment in which I was both subject and unwitting collaborator. The black pins continued to appear each night, extending their constellation toward the area directly above my bed. I found myself anticipating their placement, trying to predict where the next one would appear based on the emerging pattern. Despite my fear, I continued documenting their progress, adding detailed notes about timing and positioning to my notebook. It was during one of these documentation sessions that I made a discovery that changed everything. While reviewing the photos on my phone, zooming in to capture fine details of the pin arrangements, I noticed something I'd missed before. In several shots, barely visible in the shadows at the edge of the frame, was what appeared to be a human figure. Not clear enough to make out features or even confirm gender, but definitely a person crouched in the darkness beyond my flashlight's reach. I enhanced the images as much as my phone would allow, adjusting brightness and contrast until the figure became slightly more distinct. What I saw defied rational explanation. The person appeared to be wearing some kind of mask or had a face that was somehow wrong, proportions that didn't quite match human anatomy, features that seemed to shift depending on the angle of view, and their posture was unnaturally still, as if they'd been frozen in position for hours. But the most disturbing detail was visible in only one photo, the clearest of the bunch. The figure appeared to be holding something small and dark, something that looked exactly like one of the black pins. I stared at that image until my eyes burned, trying to convince myself I was seeing things that weren't there. But the evidence was undeniable. Someone was in my attic. Someone was placing those pins, and they'd been there all along, watching me document their work like a scientist observing a lab rat. The next night, I made a decision that would haunt me forever. Instead of my usual passive documentation, I would confront whatever was happening above my ceiling. I loaded fresh batteries into my flashlight, grabbed the baseball bat from my closet, and positioned myself in the hallway to wait. The first sound came at 2:23 a.m. Instead of climbing into the attic, I stood perfectly still and listened. The impact was followed by a soft scraping sound, like metal being pushed into wood. Then silence. After 10 minutes, another impact, this time closer to the access hole. More scraping. Another long silence. This continued for nearly an hour, each sound drawing closer to the spot where I would typically climb up. It was as if my watcher knew I was down there, knew I was listening, and was deliberately building suspense before our inevitable confrontation. When I finally climbed into the attic, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness like a sword, I expected to find someone waiting for me. Instead, I discovered something far worse. The black pins had multiplied exponentially. Where there had been perhaps 20 before, there were now hundreds, covering nearly every inch of the attic floor except for a narrow path leading from the access hole to my bedroom area. They formed intricate geometric patterns that seemed to shift and writhe in the moving beam of my flashlight, creating optical illusions that made my eyes water and my head pound. But the most terrifying discovery was the path itself. The black pins had been arranged to form a perfect corridor, just wide enough for a single person to walk through. And at the end of that corridor, directly above where my bed would be, was a clear space exactly the size and shape of a human body. I followed the path on hands and knees, afraid to stand and somehow disturb the precise arrangement. Each pin was identical to the others. Same size, same dull black finish, same slightly irregular shape that suggested they'd been handmade rather than manufactured. As I crawled closer to the clear space at the end, I could smell something strange, a metallic scent mixed with something organic and unpleasant, like old sweat or fear. The empty space was perfectly formed, with pins arranged around its perimeter like a crime scene outline. But this wasn't marking where a body had fallen. It was marking where one belonged, where someone was meant to lie down and watch through the gap between floorboards into the room below. I positioned myself in that space, just for a moment, trying to understand what my watcher saw from this vantage point. Through the narrow gaps in the old flooring, I could see directly into my bedroom. My bed, my desk, my dresser, everything visible from this elevated perspective. And the angle was perfect for the photographs I'd found, explaining their impossible detail and disturbing intimacy. But as I lay there in that carefully crafted observation post, something else became clear. The black pins weren't just marking a path or creating a hiding spot. They formed letters. Not obvious at first glance, but when viewed from this specific position, with the path providing perspective and the pins creating shadows in my flashlight beam, they spelled out words. words that made my blood freeze in my veins. "You did this." I scrambled backward so fast I knocked over several pins, destroying part of the message. But I'd seen enough to understand. Somehow, impossibly, I was responsible for what was happening in my attic. Not just the colored pins I'd deliberately placed, but the black ones too. The photographs, the watching. All of it traced back to me in ways I couldn't comprehend. I ran from the attic that night and didn't return for 3 days. I slept on the living room couch with all the lights on, jumping at every sound the old house made. But eventually, exhaustion and curiosity drew me back. I had to know what the message meant, had to understand how I could be responsible for my own surveillance. When I climbed back into the attic, I found it exactly as I'd left it, except for one crucial difference. The pins I'd knocked over had been restored to their original positions. The message was complete again, spelled out in perfect black letters that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "You did this." But now there was more. Additional pins had been placed, extending the message. "You did this. You wanted to be watched. You needed to be seen." I stared at those words until they blurred together, my mind rejecting their implications even as a terrible understanding began to dawn. I thought back to the beginning of this nightmare, to the first night I'd heard the sounds and decided to investigate rather than ignore them, to my obsessive documentation of every impact, every pattern, every addition to my growing constellation. Had I been placing the black pins myself, moving through the attic in some kind of fugue state, creating an elaborate delusion of being watched? The photographs could have been staged, taken with a camera timer and scattered by my own hands. The messages spelled out in pins could be products of my subconscious mind, expressing fears and desires I wasn't willing to acknowledge while awake. But even as this rational explanation took shape, I knew it was incomplete. The physical evidence didn't match my memories. I would have remembered taking those photographs, remembered the feel of those strange black pins in my hands. And there were details that suggested knowledge I didn't possess. The perfect angles for surveillance, the sophisticated understanding of human psychology reflected in the gradual escalation of the watching. Unless I wasn't alone in my head, unless something else was sharing my consciousness, using my body as a vehicle for its own twisted purposes while I slept. The tortured expressions in the later photographs suddenly made sense. Not just distressed sleep, but the visible signs of an internal struggle between competing minds. I began keeping a journal, documenting every moment of my waking hours to establish a timeline that might reveal gaps in my memory. I set up my phone to record video while I slept, hoping to catch myself in the act of sleepwalking into the attic. But each morning's review showed me lying motionless in bed while the sounds continued overhead. The black pin constellation grew larger each night, expanding outward from my bedroom area toward the edges of the attic. But now I noticed something new. The pins were running out of space. The geometric patterns were approaching the walls, and soon there would be nowhere left to place them except in the narrow corridor that led to the access hole. According to the original premise I'd somehow absorbed from... where? How did I know that removing the pins was the next step? How did I understand that disturbing my original colored constellation would have consequences I couldn't imagine? The knowledge felt foreign yet familiar, like a song I'd heard in a dream. Someone or something had planted these ideas in my mind, along with the compulsion to see them through to their logical conclusion. I was both puppet and puppeteer, victim and perpetrator of an elaborate psychological experiment whose purpose remained hidden from my conscious awareness. On what I somehow knew would be the final night, I climbed into the attic to find the black pins had completed their expansion. They covered every available surface except for a small area around the access hole, just enough space for someone to stand while beginning the delicate process of removal. The original colored constellation remained intact in the center of the space, now surrounded by an ocean of black pins that seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. And beside the access hole, arranged in a neat pile, were dozens more black pins, enough to replace every colored pin in my careful astronomical map. I understood then what was expected of me, what I had always been moving towards since that first night of boredom and curiosity. I was to remove my colored pins one by one, replacing them with black ones, until my beautiful constellation became something darker, more honest about the nature of what I'd discovered about myself. The first pin came out easily, a bright red one I'd placed on the second night to mark a particularly resonant impact. As I pulled it free, I felt something shift in my perception, like a curtain being drawn aside in my mind. The replacement black pin slid into the hole with a soft click that seemed to echo through the dimensions of space and time. With each substitution, the memories became clearer. Not false memories, but suppressed ones. Experiences I'd locked away because they didn't match my self-image as a normal, harmless teenager. Late-night wanderings through the house while my parents slept. Careful observation of their private moments. The thrill of knowing things about people that they didn't know I knew. The watching hadn't started with the mysterious presence in my attic. It had started with me, years ago, when I'd first discovered the pleasure of secret observation. The attic visitor was just the latest expression of an appetite that had been growing inside me all along, feeding on the intimacy of stolen moments and unauthorized knowledge. As I worked through the night, replacing color with darkness, the distinction between watcher and watched dissolved entirely. I had been both all along, the observer and the observed, the hunter and the prey, the artist creating meaning from chaos and the chaos itself. The sun was rising when I placed the final black pin, completing the transformation of my celestial map into something that belonged more to nightmare than astronomy. The constellation that remained was still beautiful in its way, but with a beauty that acknowledged the darkness from which it had emerged. I climbed down from the attic as dawn light filtered through the hallway windows, knowing I would never return to that space above my bedroom. My parents would be home soon, and life would resume its normal patterns. But I would carry the knowledge of what I'd discovered up there, the understanding that the line between observed and observer was far thinner than I'd ever imagined. The house felt different now, not haunted by some external presence, but finally honest about the spirit that had always dwelt within its walls. Within me. The sounds would stop now, I knew, because they were no longer necessary. The lesson had been learned, the pattern completed, the truth revealed. I was both the constellation and the darkness between the stars, the question and the answer, the terror and the one who creates it. And in that recognition, I found a peace that felt like coming home to a place I'd never realized I'd been missing. The pins remained in the attic, marking coordinates in a geography of the soul that only I could read. My own private cosmos, where beauty and horror dance together in perfect, terrible balance. And sometimes, on nights when the old house creaks and settles around me, I hear the faint sound of footsteps overhead. Footsteps that might be memory, might be anticipation, or might be the echo of something that never really stopped watching after all.